Good afternoon, everyone. I am really honored to be here and to have been invited by Cress Welsing and Clemson Brown. I haven't been in New York in a long time, but I'm thrilled to be here. And happy birthday.
Thank you.
And many more. I'm going to, as usual, talk about racism, white supremacy. My mother is deceased, but one time she said to me, "What are you going to talk about, Francis?" And I said, "Mother, you know I only talk about racism." And she said, "Well, can't you talk about something different?" But everything is racism, and I want to talk about it. I'm a general psychiatrist and child psychiatrist practicing in Washington, D.C. And I have arrived at the point where I feel that the most important thing that we as black people need to understand is this powerful dynamic of racism. Those of you who are familiar with the work of Neely Fuller know that he has said, if you do not understand white supremacy racism, what it is and exactly how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. So I believe that if we are going to move further into the 21st century and into the 22nd century and into the 23rd century, that we have to have clear insight as to what this process is all about. I think it's in the book of Isaiah. If you do not have, those who do not have a vision, if there's no vision, the people will perish. I guess that's, if there is no vision, the people will perish. Meaning we have to have a more global understanding of exactly what the forces are on this planet so we can actually do short-range planning as well as long-range planning. I started thinking about racism when I was doing a residency in general psychiatry at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in Washington, D.C. And it was a program that was based on Freudian psychoanalytic theory, and nothing was really being said about the mental health of black people. I'm a third-generation physician. My father was a physician. His father was a physician. And my parents told us that you are getting an education not to leave your community. You are getting an education in order to help your community. So the black patients that I would talk to and take a history on, within the history of every black patient would be aspects and dimensions of racism. And when I was an undergrad, I considered myself to be a Marxist. I thought that economics was causing racism, that it was a means for economic exploitation. Well, you can have ideas as an undergrad, but when you are a physician and responsible for the care of patients, you really have to know what you're talking about. I remember going home when I was an undergrad. You know, my parents and my grandmother were sitting at the dining room table, and I announced, I'm a Marxist. And my grandmother said, the more education they get, the dumber they get. But anyway, talking to patients and seeing this gigantic monster in the middle of their history about racism, I said, I've got to really understand racism in depth. And the training program that I was in, it was at a federal government hospital. All the people in charge of the training program were white people. And they actually taught us there were a few black residents, I think 3 out of 12, that black people did not have the intellectual potential to benefit from psychotherapy. That the best treatment for black people was medication. Well, that did not compute for me. So I said out to myself, I want to understand really more about racism. I happened to have been at a social gathering, and these were black people sitting around after a Black Power Committee meeting. And I heard a gentleman across the room say, racism is a system. It was almost like a light bulb going on. That was Neely Fuller. How many of you are familiar with his work? I consider him to be one of the critical thinkers in our group in the 20th century and into the 21st century. He was saying that racism is a system, and because we got to get this really in our head. He said it was a system, and the system functions in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And that the purpose of this system is to maintain the power equation of white over non-white, white power over non-white powerlessness. And so I thought this was a very profound concept. Those of you who are familiar with the work of Dr. Du Bois. Dr. Du Bois in 1903 said that the problem of the 20th century is the question of the color line. This is the problem of the color line. So I said to myself, why would a system for the purpose of maintaining white power over non-white powerlessness, why would such a system evolve on this particular planet, planet Earth? And then I thought about some of the things that are said within the system. One of the critical things is that we are taught that white is a majority. Is that right? And we are told that non-white is genetic inferior. And then I just thought about the things that, you learn going to school for a long time and going to medical school. I said, wait a minute, white is a tiny minority. Fewer than 1/10 of the people on the planet have white skin. And instead of black people being genetically inferior, the ability to produce this black pigment, melanin, is a genetically dominant trait. And we have an excellent example in our president, Barack Obama. His mother is white, was white, his father was black. And you mix these together, and what do you get? A colored person. See, always a black person. So I said that, okay, on this planet, planet Earth, in the 15th century, we had Columbus, 1492, coming out of Europe and realizing that the earth was round and not flat. And everywhere these white people landed, they found colored people, right? And if those men were sexually frustrated and the people were overtime and they the women had sex, or I should say the men had sex, imposed sex, however you want to look at it. If they waited around 9 months, they found that all of the children looked like the mothers. And so they realized, wait a minute, we are a tiny minority in Europe and no other place where there are white people. So they said, wait a minute, what if these men got in votes? And started going from south to north. We could genetically disappear. Now this may not make sense to black people because under white supremacy, black people try to get rid of their color, don't we? White people don't want to disappear. And I have asked audiences of white people, do you want your children to be colored? Do you want your grandchildren to be colored? Do you want your great-grandchildren to be colored? Do you want your great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren to be colored? I'm polite and they're polite. What do they say? No. Meaning they don't want to disappear. So I said, if you mean this, then you have to do certain specific things in all of these areas of activity so that white does not disappear on planet Earth. Now, unbeknownst to us, this is the critical underlying motivation for all of the behavior of people who classify themselves as white on this planet. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the name Tom Metzger. He is one of the arch white supremacists or white separatists. Some years ago, I was on a television program in Los Angeles when President Reagan's son had a television talk show. And so this particular show was a panel of people, might have been 10 people, talking about race and racism. I just happened to be sitting next to Mr. Metzger. And so during the commercial break, I kind of touched him on his arm. I'm sitting right next to him. And he didn't say, don't touch me, nigger. I said, Mr. Metzger, tell me something. What percentage of people who classify themselves as white are fearful of white genetic annihilation? And he answered very politely. He said, Dr. Welsing, nearly all of them. But they are ashamed or afraid to admit it. Now, I can understand that. In other words, this system is about white genetic survival. Now, if some people have organized a system for their genetic survival, what's the chance that they're going to give that system up? None. See, they worked hard. And we can consider it unjust. It's the most unjust system that has ever been devised on the planet, where you have 1/10 of the people deciding that they need to control 9/10 of the people on the planet. But all along, I maintain we have not understood this. We thought when we were formerly enslaved, if they would just take off the chains, everything is going to be okay. So they removed the chains, and then what did they do next? They put laws in place to accomplish the same thing. And we went through the 1960s in what is being called the Civil Rights era. And the black people, with all of their dignity and their pride and their courage, going up against horses and hoses and dogs to get the vote, to get that change, coming out of that movement, saying black pride, black is beautiful, black power, black self-respect. And the people who had something else in mind said that's dangerous. If people are talking about self-respect and dignity, then I encourage everybody to look at the films Eye on the Prize and look at those black people, men and women and children, going up against a horrific force. But they were determined and they had their self-respect with them. But the system said, this is dangerous. If we let these people go forward, talking about black pride, black dignity, black is beautiful, we will be in trouble. So we have to have something for them. And I maintain that's when they decided, well, we have to feed them images of Superfly, prostitutes, pimps selling drugs, men kicking women, all kind of language. Following that up into the present with having black people call themselves niggers and dogs and gangsters and thugs and bitches and hoes. Now, once that's in the brain computer, you can do anything. See, that's the complete annihilation of self-respect. Now, we didn't understand it. We thought, oh, this is just entertainment. White would disappear. Do you see? So, kill him, because that would mean our genetic disappearance. So, if the system is about white genetic survival, what do they have to worry about most?
Black men speaking white women.
Okay, give him a B+. Black men, white women. Okay, but let's even take it further. In that if the concern is white genetic survival, they don't have to worry about black women. Why?
The X chromosome.
See, the test is going to be next week. The reason being is that men, males, whether they're white, black, brown, red, or yellow, can impose sexual intercourse. If I would, try to impose sexual intercourse on any of the gentlemen here, and they said, I'm sitting next to my wife, and I went to my purse and I got my Uzi. And I frightened the man. What's going to happen?
It's not going to work.
I hope everybody got that. The erection cannot be maintained in the presence of fear. So females cannot impose sexual intercourse, like ultimately, what? Frighten the man. Now the Creator made that possible so somebody, if they were in danger, they wouldn't be in conflict. You see, it's fear. Fear about unemployment could cause a man to have erection problems. Are you all with me?
Yeah.
So there's a reason that if the concern is genetic survival, and see, we are decoding this material because we have thought somehow there's some white people who are going to work with us. Sometimes we thought it was Republicans, sometimes we thought, with Lincoln, and sometimes Democrats. But even President Obama is finding out. It could be Republicans or Democrats. But if it's a black man that they're being asked to support, they start jumping ship. Because the test for white people, see, in other words, they work 24/7. They don't sleep. They got 3 shifts going. See, we work one shift and then go to bed and then party. They work 24/7 about maintaining the conditions for their survival. You see, because it is very serious to them. And if they have some people who classify themselves as white, who start looking like they're getting out of line, what's the question that they ask? Are you a nigger lover? You see, are you with us or are you with them? Now, this is a fundamental question that has to do with the issue of their survival. So that we cannot depend on communists, conservative liberals, Greens, libertarians. And see, this is not a lecture about hate white people. It is a lecture about understanding the opposition. And one of the best analogies to have in mind is the game of chess. See, what is the game of chess about?
Strategy.
Those are nice BC answers.
Black is white.
Conquering the king, white is right.
It's about white king checkmating black king. White always moves first. So white is playing what? Offense, defense, and black has to play defense offense. This is what we have now. This is distressing to a lot of people because we wanted to believe, as we were even programmed to believe in the area of religion. See, I don't know how many of you, I'm a little bit older than many, but if you went to Sunday school, my grandfather was chairman of the deacon and trustee board, so we were in Sunday school before we could see straight. But what did we learn? That God is white. Now, anybody think they didn't learn that God was white? See, if you were given that little Sunday school card with a white picture of Jesus, your brain automatically concluded that his father had to be white. His father could not have been black. Now, if he was a historic figure, he was black. Even Billy Graham said that Jesus could not have been white. But we are programmed to think that Jesus was white, and therefore his father is white, and we were taught to sing, Jesus, translate white man, loves the little children. All the little children of the world, red, yellow, black, and white. All are precious in his sight. How many know that song? Boy, no more church going in these days. There was a time when everybody knew those basic songs. You see, but being taught that God is white, and they got a musical, came out some time ago, Arms Too Short to Box with God. Meaning arms too short to box with the white man. See, when I was a little child, having seen the Sunday school card with Jesus on it, I had just drawn my own conclusion that the man on the Quaker Oats box must be God. See, he was somewhat older with white hair. Jesus was younger, so you know, now we thank him for the food. We just had this big Quaker Oats box in the pantry. I mean, that was my conclusion. But if you, any of you, saw a Sunday school card with the white Jesus, your brain jumped to that conclusion too without your knowing it. That's called a subconscious conclusion. So anyway, this was deeply programmed in our thinking, but I tell people that the truth is you cannot hide it. That it will come out in material. It will come out through the subconscious. Because if we break the name Jesus down in Ebonics, it spells just us. That's who we're waiting for, right? Just us to get our heads together. Now I say that as black people, we greet each other a zillion times a day. We're saying, hey, what's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Because we don't know what's going on. See, we keep running into a wall and wondering how come things haven't worked out. Because we have been deceived. We have been told we are in a democracy where everybody is equal. The truth and the reality is that we are in a system of racism, white supremacy. See, we're told that the system of democracy has imperfections. No, we are in a system of white supremacy that has been perfected. And that's why we keep staying basically in the same position. And as long as we don't understand we're dealing with a system, every week we just complain another black man has been shot, another black man has been killed. You say, oh, 10 over there, 3 over there. Oh, well, let's add up the statistics and somebody will run and complain about it. But if it's happening over and over again, that implies intentionality. And if the system is about white genetic survival, who is the enemy of the state? No. The black man. See, in a war, if you can take care of the business as defined, the problem is white genetic survival. So what do you have to knock out in order to not worry about white genetic survival? Exactly. The attack has to center on the black man. Now, years ago, in the 1970s, I was teaching at Howard University College of Medicine, and I would have Neely Fuller lecture every Monday night from 8 until 1 o'clock in the morning. And it would be students and people from the community. And Mr. Fuller used to talk about the system of racism, white supremacy, is going to have black men wearing dresses. And now this is 1970, about 72, 73, and that sounded so far out. Nobody, what's he talking about? What has recently happened at Morehouse College? The president of Morehouse College had to announce and lay down the law that the black male students, those who were so inclined, could not wear high-heel shoes, could not wear dresses, and carry pocketbooks. Now this is 2010. That if the system, see, in other words, we have to keep system about white genetic survival. This is what the system is about. And the system is working 24/7. If I turn the black male into a female, can I relax about the fear of white genetic survival? Absolutely. Now, I don't know what goes on here in New York. Haven't been here in a while. In D.C., we have a lot of men with their pants hanging down. In the train station, when I bought my ticket to come here, there's a black gentleman, had on some expensive clothes, had some nice luggage. His pants were down here. So he would pull the luggage like this after he got his ticket, and then he had to stop. Walk a few more steps.
Wow.
See, now, in other words, imagine somebody looking down from another galaxy or planet. You see, in other words, psychiatrists' behavior, all behavior has significance. You just have to understand the context and the power that is controlling it. Do you see what I'm saying? So, to understand what is happening, because what are we told? 70% of the households are without fathers. Read a book recently where a young black man is talking about having gotten into some difficulty doing a carjacking, carrying a gun at 16. And he said in the book, I had to go to prison to find my fathers. He said, in prison was the first time he had an opportunity. Now, he didn't consciously put himself in that situation, but looking for fathers. I had a black male child say to me, somebody brings the child to the psychiatrist because he's not studying or something. I had one child say to me who was about 10 or 11 years old, Dr. Welsing, I think I could do my homework if I just had an official father. Now that makes the psychiatrist want to fall under the desk and start crying. I had another child say, if I had a father, he could at least have taught me what goes on under the hood of a car. I had another child. All these children are brought into the psychiatrist because somebody says, teacher, principal, they're smart, but they don't study. This child came, and I said, sweetheart, don't you want to work hard in school? This was years ago. So you can help black people. And this little boy said, no. He wasn't being smart alecky, he wasn't being rude. And I said, you know, the psychiatrist wants to hear the child. I said, yes. He said, no. And I said, why not? He said, if you try to help black people, you're going to be killed. Now, this is a little black child, about 11 years old, said Malcolm X, George Jackson. I said, IQ 265. If you try to help black people, you are going to be killed. Was he right? That's like President Barack Obama has had more death threats than any president in the history of the United States. You see, because just that presence of a black man in the White House, like I think a lot of white people who initially voted for him wanted to appear liberal. You see, but once he's in that White House, and a black man with a black wife, and a black grandmother, that's the whole package. They begin to understand, oh my God, if he's in power, and not only that, the reception that he receives all over the non-white world. You see, so they started shaking because people who classify themselves as white are not consciously carrying around in their mind fear of white genetic annihilation. They repress that. You see, but how do we know based on other behaviors that they engage in? And just like Tom Metzger said, the majority of white people are fearful of their genetic annihilation. Sometimes white people will say to me, Dr. Welsing, what can I do to help? And I say, tell black people what white people talk about when there's no black people around. They all go silent. Because what are they talking about? They're either talking directly or in code about white genetic survival. I had a white college professor say to me after I had been invited to speak at a prison, white university giving educational programs in a prison, 100% of the prisoners black males. So I went and talked about the same thing I'm talking about here, about racism. So this white professor said to me, because she drove me out there, drove me back home. She said, see, sometimes when you push truth, and I'm not being rude and disrespectful, people feel compelled to come out with their truth. So she said, Dr. Welsing, you know, I hate to admit it, but on all social occasions, not some, not a few, on all social occasions when it's white people together and there's no black people around, she said, we are talking negatively about black people. And the assumption is that everybody present is in agreement. So I told her that I understood that. See, they're simply talking code. They're just talking code about their survival. They are not going to reveal it. They'll just say to us, isn't it nice that we're in a democracy? You see, but they are talking code about their survival. And at the same time that a black man is in the White House, there are millions of people locked up in prison. Millions, thousands of black men locked up in prison. You can say the incarceration of black genetic material. Now I say that the system 24/7 is talking about this critical problem in activity that you would not think is talking about white genetic survival. So one day, one Sunday, it was so quiet. I said, gee, what's happening? It was so quiet. See, when it's quiet, you can think. And this is why they say, now this is your music. Boom, de boom, de boom. See, all that loud music turns off the brain computer because of sensory overload. See, they use loud music, our loud music, to torture people in Guantanamo. To torture people. To make them go crazy. But they feed it to us and say, this is your music. This is what we want you to hear. But, and I said, what's going on? And it came to me, ball games. And I said to myself, for ball games to have a whole city be quiet, the ball games must have a significance, an important significance that we're not generally focusing on. So it just pops. See, once you understand the context, meaning system of white supremacy or white genetic survival, this is the context in which everything, language, speech, activity takes place. So it just occurred to me, came into my computer. There are two series of ball games in the system of What are the two series of ball games? See, you're looking at it all the time. But if you don't see the context, you won't see it. But you're looking at it. What are the two series of ball games? In the system of racism, white supremacy, are big brown and small white. No, you read the book.
No, that's what I didn't figure it out myself.
Big brown and small white. Why so? Because once we're talking about genetic survival, then this is what automatically comes in the brain-computer subconscious. And this is not a man with glasses. Do I need to get a model to come and stand on the See, why does this come into mind? Because this is a diagram of male genitalia. This is the phallus or the penis. These are the testicles. the genetic material. What are the testicles called? Colloquially. Balls. Is that right, class? See, I don't make up stuff. I just observe. Balls. So out of the same brain computer that set up a system of white supremacy comes to, see, this doesn't come out of our brain computer. It didn't have to. So the big brown balls mean the genetically dominant balls. And they are brown. And what are they? Football. Basketball. Bowling ball. Earth ball. Small white marbles. Ping pong. Baseball.
Tennis balls.
Tennis. But do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, to me, this is just fantastic. This is coming out of a system that is worried about white genetic survival, and by their thinking of the white ball as small and producing small white balls means they, at a subconscious level, are aware of their genetic vulnerability. Are you following me? Yes. See, and this is being played out. These ball games are going on all the time, 24/7. So it doesn't matter whether you are picking it up consciously or subconsciously. It is still getting the message across. So beyond that, in the game of, well, first of all, what do white females say about their ideal mate? Not tall, blonde, right? Tall, dark, and handsome. And so, in the football, this big brown ball goes into some white upright legs at the end of the game. Are you all with me?
Yeah.
The basketball goes into a white net. Are you all with me? Is this an adult class? And it's white girls in short dresses dancing on the side. And a black girl can hardly get on the squad. Is that correct? Now, a white man said to me, Dr. Welsing, do you know what white men say? I said, no, I don't. He said, white men say they're not men. Until when? Until they have had sexual intercourse with a black woman. See, there's a lot of young people in here. See, this is the underpinning in the culture. This is what the culture is really thinking about all the time. The people who are thinking. So the most powerful men play what ball game? Now, our president just got hurt playing basketball. You see, but what's the game that the white presidents play? Now, how is that game played? I'm going to demonstrate. Long stick held between legs. Trying to get the little white ball in a hole in Black Mother Earth. And if this is a written Are there any little children? I see a couple. I'll address the grown-ups. The golf course is laid out, and it always has water holes. It has rough. It has sand traps. And then it has a hole that it's supposed to go in. Now, anybody studying anatomy, and female anatomy, will understand. This is pubic hair. See, the ball happens to go in the rough. Or the ball can go in the water. See, the female genitalia, you have the vaginal opening, you have the urethra where the urine comes out, and you have an anus, and that's the sand trap. Are you all with me?
Yes.
I don't want to ruin anybody. We have got to understand racism and white supremacy. We have got to understand that while we're playing, they're staying on the case 24/7. And that's how a minority can control a majority on the planet. See, by words, by symbols. What about the game of, excuse me. What about the game of village or pool? Green field, long stick, triangle, whole lot of colored balls. See, the triangle is the female vaginal orifice. Take the triangle off, and what's the game about? The white, long stick white ball knocks all the colored balls under the table. And what ball is left on top of the table? The white ball. The black ball is the last ball to go in. See, we're doing too much partying and eating and not observing. The black ball is the last to be knocked in. And the expression is what? President Obama, you don't want to be caught where? Behind the 8 ball. See, if you're behind the 8 ball, that means that the black man is in power. You all follow it.
Yes.
What else can we look at? Let's look at the password in the black community. At least it used to be. And people in New York, Brooklyn say motherfucker.
Yes.
Yes.
Still.
Still. One day I came out of the clinic, and there was some young people passing, and they were the motherfucker. So my first reaction is, oh my God. The second reaction, if a word or a phrase is used with high frequency, there has to be a reason behind it. So I said to myself, in the system of racism, white supremacy, there are 5 people categories. Man, woman, boy, girl, baby. Who is the man? I said, here comes the man, you all. are you all so quiet?
White man.
The man is the white man. Any other male has 4 choices. Black men fought historically, don't call me no boy. Is that right?
Right.
The white supremacists say, okay, you got 3 choices. Woman, girl, or baby. It used to be that woman and girl were out. Baby was in. How many black ladies have called a black man that they are highly familiar with baby? You all better tell me. See, lying to yourself, not like that. You read the book. How many gentlemen have called a lady that they're familiar with mama? Hey, mama, can I ride with you? Let's get a witness. How many gentlemen have called the place where they sleep a crib? Are you following this?
Still do.
Man who calls himself baby, calls the woman he sleeps with mama, calls the place where he sleeps a crib, will call himself what? A motherfucker.
Oh my goodness.
Are you all with me?
Yeah.
Now my mother, bless her soul, my mother was a Chicago public school teacher. So this is some time ago. She's deceased now. But she called up, I'm in Washington, she's calling from Chicago. Hi, Mom, hi. My mother said, hi, Francis. She said, I heard that you said that word in public. And I said, Mom, what? What? You know. I said, no, I don't. Mom, what? What? She said, Maryland farmers. I had never heard that before, but, you know. I said, Mom, don't worry. It's a political expression. How so? Man who calls another man the man and calls himself baby. The power of a man compared to the power of a baby. Whose power? Politics, political means the power relationship between people. Nobody has to feel bad. This is the system that we're talking about. The system of racism, white supremacy, has to take power from the black male if there is going to be white genetic survival. Are you all with me?
Yes.
See, now, if we begin to understand this, so that we understand what we are dealing with, then we can begin to have choices about what we're going to do on the black side of the chessboard. Because white supremacy is coming down, attacking us by any means necessary. See, whether they have to do it with Tuskegee syphilis experiment, HIV, AIDS, Ebola, whatever, cholera in Haiti, whatever. Or their survival. So if we don't understand the game, what in the world can we do? You see, but once black men understand the game, basketball is a game about tactics and strategy. football is about tactics and strategy. So all the person wants to know is what's the game, how's it played, what are the rules? But we have been deceived, so we haven't understood what the game is all about. So we're floundering all over the place, not understanding and not making points, because we don't understand the system. And I maintain, for those who want to do something about this critical situation, Neely Fuller has said, there are 4 possible ways that a victim of a system can respond. They can submit, they can cooperate, they can resist, or they can engage in destruction of. Now, destruction of, those are the people who are already dead, like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, the people who they're going to move in spite of the pressure. They don't mind losing their lives. I'm not advocating that. These are all individual choices. Submission means it's too much for me, let it just roll on over. Cooperation with, just give me a job, 2 figures, 3 figures. Resist, I'm talking about the system, so I'm resisting. If they say Francis will kill you, I'll probably jump out here. It's all a matter of choice. You see, but at least to be consciously aware of what is going on. Like Neely Fuller says, who is an Uncle Tom? The person you see when you brush your teeth. That means, see how I know? That's just cooperating with the system. The slave master told Uncle Tom to take some other slaves to another plantation. He didn't run away. He said, I gave my word, so I go back to the plantation. The slave master did him in, but he was cooperating. See, if you stop at a red light, you're cooperating. If you stop at the cashier in the supermarket, see, you're owed everything free. Every black person is due several $1 trillion for what happened to us. You see, but so you pay at the cashier. You stop at the red light. We're into cooperation with, but people can decide to resist. I say talking about what the system is really all about. Not deceiving ourselves as to what the system is actually about. And the people who keep resisting, even though they're threats to their lives, they're in a special category. This is not show-off category. It's just where the person's will and where their commitment is. And again, this is not about name-calling white people, cursing out white people. See, I was given a lecture on Thursday. I said, you know, one of the most important things we can do in relationship to people who classify themselves as white is to say, we're afraid of you all. We're afraid of you all. See how quiet it is? That means that truth, but it's not speaking out. Do we have a right to be afraid?
Yeah.
Sure. Look at this. I said, this is the problem. Perceived as the problem. When the white police officer, so-called, stops a black man and says, I thought he had a weapon. He does. It's genetic power. You see, think of all the cases. I thought he had a weapon. The man just had his wallet in his hand or his keys. I thought he had a weapon. And that's enough for the person to do what? See, this is a front view of male genitalia. This is a lateral view. If you turn that around 90 degrees, you get this. What does that look like? And what is the gun called in the system? The great equalizer. Meaning, you have weapon can annihilate me. Must create weapon can do same thing. You see, so where is the gun worn? One on each side. That's just like this. And then it's called justifiable homicide. You see, meaning anytime I see a black male and I get a little bit nervous, if I'm authorized to carry a gun, I'm authorized to kill him. Are you all with me? I see fear. Don't feel bad. This is war. War for white genetic survival by any means necessary. You see, but if we don't face what it is, then people are engaged in a pretense that everything is all right. But everything is not all right. We are in a state of a slide towards genocide. See, you cannot have the men from a community removed and have a people. Are you all with me? See, but white supremacy is so bold. On the front page of the Washington Post a little while ago, they said, black women, you should start, because I know the black men are all gone. So you should start dating white men on the front page of a newspaper. Do you understand? That's just like slavery. We're killing off the black men. So, hey, you want to have a man, so-called? Get a white man. You see, and then on the other side, they're saying, now we are unleashing a certain number of white females to go with black men. Because that will make them believe that racism, white supremacy doesn't exist. A young man came up to me on Thursday at my institute and said, I just came back from Germany, Dr. Welsing. There's a lot of black men who are out of the service and they're married to German women. He said if it weren't for the color, they got, they're kind of built like black women. See, that's the Caroline Brigade. So I said, I guess you'll be going back to Germany? See, that the system has figured out in formal slavery, when the white slave master would be rapidly raping African women. But the mother would be black. And she would tell the child, you're black. White females tell their offspring, you're not black. You're mixed. Now, what does that mean she actually is thinking about black? To say to the child, you are not black. But let him try to stop a cab. Let him try to get a job. So he becomes schizophrenic. Because he has been taught by the mother to hate black. I really don't respect your father. You see, but these are all of the kinds of confusions and difficulties that go along with maintaining the system of racism, white supremacy. So every black person has a whole lot of choices. Submit, cooperate, resist, or try to destroy. So this is where we are. So what do we do? See, if somebody, because what we need some strong people, males and females alike. So if I could wave a magic wand, wave a magic wand, I would say for us to fight racism, white supremacy, we need some strong people. Where do people start getting strong? When?
When you fall down.
That's not the answer I'm looking for.
Self-awareness.
They start getting strong before the sperm meets the egg. Big daddy. You know, people used to insult people by saying, you're a bird brain. You know, because birds have little tiny brains. But I say the bird knows you build a nest before you lay an egg. Are you all with me?
Yeah.
See, nobody has to feel bad. In other words, we have been victimized by a system that does not want us to be strong and functional. The system can't tolerate black people being strong, self-respecting, and functional. And so it creates where we are. But if people are going to be strong, I would say, now don't chase me out, I believe in sympathy. See, if I could wave a magic wand, because I'm trying to get an army of people, of self-respecting black people. So I would say, black people need to be 35 as males, 30 as females, before having sex. Oh! And they need to be married. Because what the system has us doing, see, we are under fire 24/7. This is stress city. At least for people to be old, because if I'm 14, 15, there's no way I can pass on strength to a child. There's no possible way. There's no possible way that I can take care of somebody for 25 years to stand them on their feet. Are you with me?
Yes.
In formal slavery, we were breeders and studs. Are you all with me? Yes. And the offspring with me?
Yes, yes, yes.
I'm so sick and tired of seeing patients in foster care who were sexually abused. 10 foster homes. How can somebody come out sane? The intention for them to come out sane was not the goal. You also have, see, this is like fight back. Me, oh no, you're not genociding us. You see, but they have, see, once you teach people, call yourself a gangster, call yourself a thug, call yourself a bitch and a hoe, then it doesn't matter what happens to you. What's supposed to happen to a bitch? What's supposed to happen to a hoe? What's supposed to happen to a dog? Right. The system says, hey, I'm really wiping you off. If I can. And the only response is, no, you're not. No, you're not, for those who can. No, you're not. But see, we don't really have a convincing response to that. So they can, how many people have seen CNN and Soledad O'Brien talking about Jonestown? And they keep putting it on, and putting it on, and putting it on. 1,000 black people were killed. I say they had to be gassed, following a white Jesus called Jim Jones. I say they had to be gassed because dogs don't drink Kool-Aid. And they had dogs dead, laying with their feet up in the air. You see, and if you had drunk cyanide, you would be convulsing but not laying straight. But what they're doing is saying, now we're going to kill 1,000 of them and see how they react. Let's see, we'll kill 40 and call it the Atlanta child murder. They don't react. Let's see, I killed 2,000 in Haiti and tell them it was cholera. They have no reaction. Are you all with me? These are experimental testing. See what they do. Have we succeeded in having them repeat gangster and thug and bitch and hoe and nigger? And saying those are terms of endearment. Even we have to give the system a series of A+. Mission accomplished. Mission, tournament won. You see, so we have to think, how can we start valuing ourselves? See, when people are working, see, if you turn on your TV in the morning, you're getting fight. Blonde white women, fight. See, and then Anderson Cooper can come on CNN and have the little children, a little 3-year-old white child. How many of you saw those programs? Yes. It's too bad the audience didn't see it. Because they gave little white children a strip with colored faces on it. You know, like white face, little tan face, all the way to a black face. 3-year-old white child. Which child is stupid? Without hesitation, the black child. Which child is ugly? Which child is bad? Without a moment's hesitation. And then they did the same thing with some black children. Beautiful little children. Which child is ugly? Black. Which child is dumb and stupid? Black. See, in both parents, white parent and, oh, we don't know how. Those are just primary lessons in the system of racism, white supremacy. And all you have to do is put a child in front of the television and they learn the lesson. Not to mention conversation that might go on in the household about, isn't that girl pretty? Now, was she crystal black? No. See, it's the vibe fell. My back is turned, but the vibe fell. See, we have to get in touch with the truth. See, little black babies, the day they're born, the family goes to the hospital, they're looking through the glass. The nurse says, this one is yours. No, that must be a mistake. No, that check the bracelet again. What does the system teach? If you're black, get back. If you are brown, see, I can do this in London. If you are yellow, and if you're white, you're right. See, now this is just color code white genetic survival. Because the more genetic power you have, your skin is crystal black. A next lesser level of melanin production, so-called brown, slide red in there, and yellow. White is none at all. And so it stands to reason, if the system is about white genetic survival, dark has to be out. So parents bring the little children to the psychiatrist. Dr. Welsing, my daughter, says she's going to kill herself because the boys say she's too dark to date. Are you all with me? See, we have to cure, if we're going to have any response going this way, we have to cure color sickness, hair sickness, feature sickness. Are you all with me? See, just embrace yourself. Just say, this is fascinating. I tell my patients, don't say I'm stupid. Just say, this is interesting. This behavior that I have is fascinating. The behavior is just coming from what the system is ramming 24/7 non-stop for its genetic survival. See, teach them to hate themselves, and then all we have to do is bring some drugs in. Well, first we have to have unemployment. See, now it costs $45,000, $50,000 to maintain one black man in prison for a year. Why couldn't he be paid $45,000 take care of himself, a wife and 2 children? Oh no, we would rather have him locked up. Learn how to be a lady. Are you all with me? person doesn't have to feel bad. No, a system is operating on us that we don't have a clue about. But we can begin to understand. Where there is no vision, the people will perish. Where there's no understanding, the people will perish. So we have to make up our minds that, wait a minute, we better understand this. Because just like Hitler said, I don't care about their religion. Talking about Semites of the Jewish religion. Read Hitler, Mein Kampf. He said, I don't care about their religion. I'm killing them because they're not white. See, we got a whole lot of black people who are miscegenated and could pass for white. That's what the Semites of the Jewish religion. They came out of North Africa. But if you move up into Europe and you miscegenate, we got a lot of black people. I think I'm going to have a baby by a white man because it's going to give my child a better chance. Anybody hear that before? We know all about that. So they had the same process going. They thought they were in. You see, but Germany's economy went south. Does that sound familiar? And when everybody is shaking and nervous, Adolf Hitler came on the scene. So what we're going to do is kill him. We're going to kill him. I'm going to kill 11 million was the number he set for himself. He succeeded in killing 6 million. See, 6 million. You ever start wondering where the people who are moved out with gentrification, where are they? Where are they going? Out of sight, out of mind. And if we are in a state of not caring about ourselves, we won't even raise the question. See, we will not raise the question because, what, I don't care about myself? I don't like the way I look? It's okay if I'm dead. So, what? It's not about frightening, it's about, see, and I say this, that the creator of the universe made black people the first people. I'm not talking about a monkey. The first human beings, the first people to know about family life, the first people to know about God, the first people to know about mathematics, philosophy, architecture, engineering. And the Creator said, I made you the parents of everybody on the planet. So I think that the Creator, in a certain sense, is, okay, I'm going to test them. I'm going to have them taken through hell. And let me see whether they will rise up with what I made them to be. We are the parents of everybody, including white people. All we have to do is have a mutation to albinism, and that's white. It's a passage in the Bible. The sons of God saw the daughters of man, and they were fair. Meaning the sons of God, the crystal black people, saw the daughters that were mutations from man, and they were fair. What does fair mean? White. See, and it's just like I gave a lecture in New Hampshire a long time ago, and I told the white people, I said, you maybe we owe you all an apology. We black people. So maybe we were the first child abusers. Because we are the first people. How many people are reading the articles that are coming out of Africa about how black people are treating the albino mutants?
Yeah.
Mistreatment, right? So here's the huge continent of Africa. Here's the Mediterranean. Here's these little tiny countries of Europe. Human life began right in this area. These are crystal black people. But for some reason, some albino mutants were produced. And we chased them out. And I say, that's the book of Genesis. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden. They ate the forbidden fruit and became ashamed of their nakedness. See, doctors even now try to, some abnormality comes about. One of the first things we want to ask the mother, what did you eat? Did you eat the forbidden fruit? So the albino mutants were pushed out. And directly north of Africa is what? Europe. So they were pushed out up here. And thousands of years they collected, formed a big group. And then what did they do? They came back home and got the mothers and fathers who rejected them and took them west to America and said, now you're going to take care of the white baby. Put that little black baby in a box out in the field, and you're going to nurse this white baby, and you're going to take care of us without charge. And then Western culture history said that Western civilization began where? Come on, class, you don't want to repeat Greek? Rome. And the founders of Rome, Romulus and Remus. And what were they doing? So if Romulus and Remus had to suckle on a wolf, that means they are foster children. Are you all with me? And then what do Romulus and Remus start a culture that says what? The dog. See, the wolf is a canine. The dog is a canine. And the culture says the dog is man's best friend. The dog is treated better than the black people. Are you all with me?
Right.
See, and if anybody has any experience, a psychiatrist sees this all the time. Let's say a child is given up by the parent. And so, the fantasy is that one day the mother and child will get back together and they will embrace and live happily ever after. But that's not what happens. There may be an initial embrace. And then what is the child's response going to be? You gave me up. You so much. Are you all with me? And anger and hurt and mistreatment follow. So I say, maybe this is the whole story. And so what do? We apologize to the white people. And say, but now, since you set up this system of injustice, we're going to stop it. So this is not going to continue. because this is not the way that we can have peace on this planet. And we are the parent people of the planet, and we are going to take our parental responsibility. Because I could see the Creator sitting up, he, she, combination of both maybe, saying, hey, I made you all the first people on the planet. I gave you everything. Nobody is more than you. So don't call on me. I don't want to hear it. I want to see whether you are in touch. I hear that black people are the most religious people. Are we in touch? See, are we in touch? You know, even the white people say, what? The most powerful thing in the universe is what? A black hole. And now they've discovered the thing that holds it all together is dark matter. Now I say that if we are hating black, see, we need to review. George Washington Carver, black man, crystal black man. He said he would go out early in the morning when it was quiet, and the plants would talk to him and tell him what they could do. See, this pigment, black, is the superior absorber of energy. Everything is energy. Everything is energy. What if these cells that we wish we could get rid of, oh God, give me some more bleach. And what if the Creator is saying, I gave you, they say, scientists say the melanocyte that produces this black pigment is the second most sophisticated cell in the human body, second only to the best, BETZ, cells that are in the cerebral cortex that we think with. And we can't stand it. God, please make me white. Dr. Welsing, please create a pill that if I take on Monday, it'll turn me white. And that second pill you got, that you got on eBay selling it, will give me long, straight hair. And that third pill will give me white features. See, I can charge $1 million a pill, and we would find our way to buy it. Do you all understand? And if you don't think you feel that way, ask your little children. What is mommy's favorite color of a person? What is daddy's favorite color? A little child will tell us what we think is beautiful. And so you just use that, not to shame yourself, you just use it as a corrective. You say, this is fascinating how I've been programmed under racism, white supremacy. This is absolutely fascinating. So do you all follow what I'm saying? Yes. People who classify themselves as white are not going to deliver us. And the question is whether we care enough about ourselves to deliver us. Well, let me stop and let you all ask some questions.
You can see we have brought some of the young men with us who are with us today. They're going to sit in on this session. This, too, is a very, very important session. Dr. Welsing was supposed to be with us yesterday, but was unable to be with us, but she's here with us today. And we are deeply honored and indeed grateful that she could be with us today. All of you will agree, all of you will come to understand why I said that. It gives me great pleasure and honor to introduce this woman. I have known her for a long, long time, not like I know her now. I knew her when she was writing and when she was teaching and when she was lecturing. She's still doing that. When she came out with the Cress theory of color confrontation, it blew my mind. And those of you who've read her book, the Cress theory of color confrontation, you can understand why. It was a challenge to how we perceive white racism and how white America perceives white racism, what white racism was doing to us and what it was doing to this country. Dr. Welsing is a psychiatrist in practice in the Washington, D.C. area. She's an author, a lecturer, worldwide educator, practitioner, scholar. Born in Chicago, lives in Washington, D.C. As I said before, the author of the Cress theory of color confrontation. She represents the best of African American womanhood. She has not gone the way of, I use a passage by Dr. Lynch, of the integrated shadow. She has not abandoned her people for the big car, the big house, or big time. She has paid the price for her integrity, her truth, her position on racism, on white supremacy. She is very sensitive to the status and plight of African American men. She is perceptive, provocative, and progressive in her thinking. She has used her creative genius, her outstanding scholarship, her intellectual skills, and her love for her people to move our community forward. And as I said the other night about Dr. Lynch, she is not a sprinter in our race for liberation. She, too, is a long-distance runner. She is not an armchair philosopher. She is a practitioner. She has lectured all over the world. She has been on a number of programs, television programs, radio programs. And as I also said about Dr. Lynch, to hear her once is a treat. To hear her twice is an honor, but to hear her more than twice is a celebration. Let's bring Dr. Frances Welsing to the podium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rowe. Richard. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be with all of you and to have been invited to share with you at this very important conference. I want to apologize in person for not being able to be with you yesterday, but I was given a summons to be a member of the jury. I'd never had that happen before. And I called and asked, couldn't I be excused as a physician? And they told me I better get down there. So it was because I could not be excused that I could not attend yesterday.
They want you to leave the mic here.
Oh. Well, my remarks are going to be in the framework of understanding that we are in a war. And I have come to give my comments and my understanding of what that war is really all about. But I think the first thing that is in order, I would like to ask all of these young men to stand up and for us to applaud them. Thank you. Because really they are out on the front line, whether they understand it or not. They are out on the front line, and in many instances, we have failed to provide the defense for them and failed to provide the support to ensure that they will succeed. But we are here to talk about how we can better do that and how we can better understand what our task is and what our responsibility is in the 1990s as we enter the 21st century. Now, my remarks were to be the black male from endangerment to empowerment, and I have put my own little subtitle to that: from mass death, physical and psychological, to mass resurrection. Now, as a physician and as a psychiatric physician, my viewpoint is influenced by that medical background. And I'm a third-generation physician in my family. My father was a physician, his father was a physician, and here I stand. And my grandfather, my grandmother always said, because my grandfather died in 1909, I never knew him, but my grandmother always said, your grandfather was a race man, meaning that the welfare of African people in America was something of the highest priority to him, and somehow that kind of magically passed down, or if not magically, predeterminedly passed down to me. But in that tradition, I understand that unless the physician can adequately diagnose the illness and have an analysis and an accurate, in-depth, appropriate analysis of the illness, that we cannot be successful in making certain that the patient lives. And so I see as our critical responsibility at this time, as we attempt to understand what exactly is this dynamic that is causing black male persons to be dying in unacceptable numbers and failing in unacceptable numbers, to be standing on corners in unacceptable numbers. So we have to understand exactly and specifically, not just to record those numbers, not to just moan and groan and bemoan those numbers. We have to understand exactly why those numbers are there, so that we very specifically determine what are we going to do about it? What exactly are we going to do about it? Now, those of you who have heard me speak before know that since 1970, I have been making a statement about what I understand to be what is going on. And I have been saying to people that we as black people greet each other by saying, what's happening? And I say we put that greeting in the form of a question because we don't really understand yet what's going on. And so after today, I hope that we will be greeting each other by saying, you do know what's happening, don't you? Do you see in that a war is going on? And that we greet each other by saying the war continues. And that each and every one of us are going to continue to do our part in that war, to bring that war to a just end, and so that there can be peace on this planet. And the reason that I say there is a war, because bodies are falling. I'm from the District of Columbia, and we are already at 1 or more deaths every day of black men. We had 400 and 70 plus deaths at the end of last year in a city with fewer than 1 million people. And that's the District of Columbia alone. I think the national figures are something like 10,000 deaths in this area of the world of young black men each year. So what is going on? And as a psychiatric physician, there's a critical part of the psychiatric examination that we seek to determine, and we call it orientation. Is the person oriented as to time, place, and person? That means, does the person know where they are? Does the person know who they are? And does the person know what time it is? If the person is not oriented to time, to place, and to person, we write down major mental illness. If we do not understand that a war is going on of immense proportion, if we think it's fun and games, if we think we can proceed as business as usual, my answer is that we are not oriented and that it is a case of serious mental illness, meaning not able to face reality. And so therefore not being able to do anything about reality. It is as though a fire, if it were tragically to break out in this auditorium, and I stood here and say, don't worry, everybody just be cool. It's roses blowing over there. You see, but if I misidentified reality, and if we all misidentified reality, we would all burn up tragically. So I say the same in terms of what is going on today. If we misidentify what is happening, we will be destroyed. So I want us to understand that reality so that we can do the appropriate thing. Now, 20 years ago, I presented the paper, The Cress Theory of Color Confrontation and Racism. And that paper grew out of my conviction that as I approached and talked to and sought to help black patients in a major psychiatric hospital, that everything that had caused them to be disoriented or to have problems with their behavior and their emotions and therefore their functioning had to do with racism. So I knew that I needed to understand racism beyond, well, that's just something that happens in the cause of economic activity and to produce profits. So that didn't seem to really make a lot of sense when you went to apply that kind of understanding of racism. So because I was looking and looking and looking and looking, I encountered a black man who was a guard at the Bureau of Engraving, and he still is, whose name is Neely Fuller. And this gentleman had been determined to find out what was happening to black people. And he said, what is going on is a global system of racism. More specifically, a global system of white supremacy, meaning that the people in the world who classified themselves as white had evolved a system of oppression to hold down people who they classified as black, brown, red, and yellow. And I said to myself, this gentleman seems to have something. He went further to say that the system is operative in all areas of people activity. It is operative in economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. That not only was it operative every place on the planet Earth, that it was operative in all areas of people activity, and that it was impossible to escape the impact since the system had come into being and had consolidated itself. And that all people who were classified as non-whites were victims of this very powerful dynamic. And so I said, this is an absolutely fascinating statement. And I began to wonder, well, why would this happen? And let me say to all of these bright and handsome young men that you remember this three-letter question. The question is why. When the question why something happens comes to your brain, always pay attention to it, because that's a switch. If you say, I want to understand why, any problem that you face in life, if you say, I want to understand why this is a problem, then you are turning on a switch, just like a light switch, for your brain computer. You're saying, brain computer, go to work in my behalf. Bring me the information so I will understand what is happening in this world, because I intend to cause what I want to have happen, happen. But I have to know first what is going on now. So I raised the question in my brain computer, why? Why would this system of oppression, why would it have arisen in the first place? It did not always exist. All knowledgeable people know that the first people on the planet Earth were black people. People in Africa, the first civilization, the first physicians, the first philosophers, the first architects, the first engineers, the first mathematicians were black people. But something happened to that great and glorious civilization that existed thousands of years ago. So the fact that white supremacy as a dynamic, or that the fact that racism came along and caused that to change, then I said, but why? What exactly was going on? So then I remembered things that I had learned in school and actually that I had read about, but had not really connected up. I recall that even though black people, brown people, red people, yellow people are called minorities in this area of the world, meaning that we are lesser in number, but that if we look at the planet Earth, the black people, the brown people, the red people, the yellow people, the people who are classified as non-white are the vast majority of people on this planet. That we had been deceived as to who our numbers or what our numbers were. Just like you look at the television about Panama today, and you see a few people who look like jumping up and down and cheering. The majority of the people in Panama are black people. The majority of the people whose homes were bombed in Panama are black people. The majority of the people who were killed in Panama are black people. But if you look at television, and you would think, oh, the majority of the people in Panama are white. But the majority of people on this planet are black, brown, red, and yellow people. So I thought about that. And then I thought about experience in this area of the world that this was 20 years ago. We don't hear it overtly so much anymore, but we used to hear all the time, black people are genetically inferior. All of the older people have heard that. How many of you young people have heard people say things like that? Okay, tragically, some of you still hear it. But then I also thought about what I had learned in school and what I knew about, that actually people who have the capacity to produce the pigment, the black pigment that makes our skin have color, that we are the genetically dominant people on the planet. And so then I said, oh my goodness, I understand why the black, brown, red, and yellow people have been oppressed. I said, oh, the black, brown, red, and yellow people have been oppressed because they are genetically dominant. And if they are not held down by the people, the tiny minority, less than 1/10 of the people on this planet, whose skins are white, then the white population would be afraid that white genetic annihilation would take place. Now, some of you might say, I don't know what that lady is talking about. But you are young people now, and each and every one of you is going to graduate from elementary school, graduate from high school, and go to college, and go to the library. And this is an assignment from today. Go and read to understand what I'm talking about. What I'm saying very simply is if a black person and a white person had sexual intercourse, the baby would be colored. If a brown and a white person had sexual intercourse, the baby would be colored. If a so-called red person and a white person had a baby, the baby would be colored. And if a white person plus a yellow person had a baby, the baby would be colored. That means that the people who have the capacity to produce the pigment in our skin that is called black are genetically dominant. The people who lack that capacity, whose skins are white, even though they had taught all of the black, brown, red, and yellow people that they were supposed to be ugly because they had color, and taught them to say and to think before they learned how to read, if you are black, stay back, if you are brown, stick around, if you are yellow, you're mellow, and if you are white, you're right. How many of you young people have heard that? Now see, this is tragic that children would be learning it, but I said the war is going on. And the war has gone on for a very long time. And the length of the war is related to the level of our understanding of exactly and specifically what the war is about. So that fact of genetic dominance, I concluded, and the numerical majority status of black, brown, red, and yellow people, I said, oh, this is the cause of racism. This is the cause of the oppression. This is the reason why many things look very horrible and tragic for people who are classified as non-white. Why, when they refer to the third world, where the non-white people, the different parts of the world where the non-white people are supposed to be, why those areas of the world are filled with poverty, filled with ignorance, filled with health problems and disease, and not highly functional. That is a result of the war. No, I'm not saying to you, and don't misunderstand me, I am not saying that the business of black, brown, red, and yellow people is to hate white people. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that the business of black, brown, red, and yellow people, and what must be a priority concern, is to understand why did people who classify themselves as white and classify all others as non-white, why they would move to dominate the world and cause impoverishment to all of the people who were classified as non-white. So I also said, well, gee, now that I understand that, the fear of genetic annihilation, that who would the system, this global system of racism, white supremacy, who would be the one group that would have to be attacked to make absolutely certain there was white genetic survival? That the attack would have to center on the black man, non-white people in general, male and female, but the attack would have to center on black men above all other non-white men. The reason being is that black people, male and female, have the highest genetic potential to cause white genetic annihilation. But men and women cannot cause white genetic annihilation equally. Women, whether they are white or black, cannot impose sexual intercourse. It is God-determined physiology that males, irrespective of color, can impose sexual intercourse. And so therefore, males, black males, of all of the non-white males would be looked at as the number one enemy, the number one target of attack if there is going to be white genetic survival. Are you understanding me, audience? So once the black male was attacked, and I really like to take my understanding back far, we have been deceived in the system of white supremacy to think that Jesus was a white man. Jesus was a black man in Africa. How many of you young people knew that? Good, excellent. Jesus was a black man in Africa killed by white Roman soldiers. I come up further and think about the lynchings and the castrations that used to occur to African men who were brought to this area of the world in chains. Black men and women were brought to this area of the world. But it was black men under white supremacy who were lynched and castrated. And make no mistake, white supremacy was going on in Roman times. I bring it up further to the death of Malcolm X, a black man killed under white supremacy. On Monday, we are going to celebrate the birthday of Dr. Martin Luther King, another black male killed in the war of white supremacy. These are all, we can look upon them as martyrs in the war of white supremacy. And the attack on black males, that is a necessary and essential attack in that war. One can bring it up further and we say, well, why would they be blaming that black man in Boston? Why could somebody blame him and have a whole city go into agreement? Yes, that's the one to get. Or the white woman who was raped in Central Park, and to have a whole nation say, oh yes, it was those young black men who did it. And it was a lie because it was a white man who did it. Or to go to New Jersey and a prosecutor, white, knew that he could get away with saying a black man shot into his car. He knew that once the black man was blamed, everybody would go into agreement. Why? Because the black man is supposed to be the number one enemy and target of attack for the purpose of white genetic survival. But if we don't understand the war, then we'll just be saying, oh, they did it again. Wonder why they would do that. Blaming the non-white male or the black male is why even somebody like Noriega in Panama, he didn't set himself up to sell drugs. White supremacy set him up to sell drugs. And then they went after him. We will not understand that dynamic unless we understand and are able to very specifically talk about. This is an aspect of the war of white supremacy for the purpose of white genetic survival on planet Earth in the year 2000. Now, I am not justifying the selling of drugs, but all non-white people, that includes Mr. Noriega, it includes Mr. Colin Powell, and if you look at Colin Powell and you look at Noriega, they look like brothers. Don't misunderstand the meaning of that. That if we do not understand white supremacy, we will be confused about who's being used to do what, against whom. Mr. Colin Powell was used to kill large numbers of black people in Panama. Mr. Noriega was used to sell drugs or to be a conduit for drugs, to go to non-white people in this war against black people and other non-white people for the purpose of white genetic survival. But in the course of that same war, the attack on black males comes in the form of underemployment and unemployment and black males not being able to find work. And when they cannot find work, they cannot play the role of husband, they cannot play the role of father, and they bring about the collapse, not they as black men, but white supremacy has set this chain of events up. Because white supremacy says we are not going to live in fear of white genetic annihilation, and we're going to kill the people and destroy and inferiorize that particular group of people that make us feel so threatened. And that particular group is the black male, so that on January the 13th, 1990, we are holding a conference talking about endangerment. And other people hold conferences talking about the black male, the endangered species. Like they hold conferences on the elephant, the endangered species. Why? Because white people are seeing to it that African elephants are killed. So we want to understand exactly how this war brings about, and I say that the black family has been attacked, and it has been brought to a near point of destruction. We have to understand that, to understand all of the fallout, so that we see many, many children in foster care. Why? Because parents cannot take care of them economically. Many, many children in orphanages, many, many children in juvenile detention centers, and then instead of graduating from college, they graduate into the penitentiaries and into the prisons. And because of the stress of families not being able to function, mothers and fathers are depressed, and black people find themselves feeling so bad and not understanding why they're feeling bad. And because they are blamed, instead of everybody saying white supremacy is starting this problem. But the white supremacy state and the white supremacy culture keeps saying, no, you black people, you are the problem, you are the problem, the male is the problem, the female is the problem, the so-called black family is the problem. That's the same dynamic of blaming black people that is occurring in Boston. And so the black people are blamed, and they feel stressed, and they feel bad, and then the same white supremacy system says, if you're feeling bad, I put a liquor store on that corner. And if you're feeling real bad, I put some cocaine and heroin and marijuana out here, and crack and ice. I have manufactured this stuff for you because it's going to destroy your brain. I created it in a laboratory especially for you. I put it out here. I know you're feeling bad. I know daddy's not at home. I know mama doesn't understand. I know the teachers in school don't understand. You're feeling bad. I know you see uncle and brother standing on the corner unemployed. No car, no job, no clothes. Well, I'm going to set up a market over here that I know I can trap every single one of you in. And that market, I'm going to create it,
I'm going to put the drugs there. I'm going to put a price on the drugs. I'm going to give you a gun to reinforce getting that price. Unbeknownst to you, I have set it all up. I want you dead. I want your brain cells killed. I do not want you in the colleges. I do not want you being fathers and families. I do not want you being the leaders of a community, because this will challenge white genetic survival. Now, this is the war. And a question was raised about homosexuality and bisexuality. We have an epidemic of bisexuality and an epidemic of black male homosexuality, because white supremacy has said, if I can create a dynamic wherein men are having sexual intercourse with one another, what? I don't have to worry about white genetic survival. So I can create that. I can produce that very behavior. I can produce that behavior by taking fathers out of the home. I can create that behavior by making fathers passive. And making fathers passive is because the war of white supremacy has been won over us. See, it's just like playing football. It's just like playing basketball. When your team has lost, you better know it. If your team has lost the tournament, you can't go back in the squad room and say, my team has won. If the team has lost, you've got to go back in the squad room, put all the plays on the blackboard, run the cameras back and forward, bring it to a stop. What play did they make, and what play did we not have the counterplay to go with? How much did they understand about offense and defense that we failed to understand when we were trying to structure defense and offense? We cannot say we did not lose the tournament and we're the greatest players on the field. Now, what I can say is that we are God's chosen people. We were chosen to be the first people on the planet. We were chosen to be the first people who established family life. We were chosen to be the first people who established civilization and arts and science and engineering. But in the course of cosmic dynamic, the people who were first were brought low. And God said, I made you first. I made you out of all substance. Out of you have come all of the people on this planet. Now I have brought you down, and the challenge is to see, can you rise up again to your glory? But white supremacy and evil has brought us down. And let us understand that we are down. And it's going to be up to all of us and up to all of these young people to see that the black team is going to rise to its heights again. The black team is not going to be chumped because they don't understand what is going on. It is up to every single one of us. There's an African proverb that says, two African proverbs. The first is, when the fool learns the game, it's over. The second African proverb is, each one teach one. It is up to us. I don't know whether they do a dance here in Baltimore called the electric slide. Okay. Now people will say, well, Dr. Welsing, how are people going to understand what you're talking about? How do people learn how to do the electric slide? Because he who knows teaches. Each one teaches one. So in the same way, we can help each other understand what the war of white supremacy is all about. So no black person on this planet, and certainly in this area of the world, will be ever again saying, what's happening? The only thing we will be saying is, we do know what's going on, and I'll see you in the library. You do know what's going on, so we will see each other in the classrooms. We do know what's going on, so we will be serious. And somebody will say, well, when was the last time you saw any black people dancing? Well, they can dance. They're the best dancers on the planet. But during war, the people have to put the records aside and get down into the business of war and studying war so that there can be justice and peace. But let me go back to homosexuality. If you take fathers out of families, male children will experience male hunger. But because males are socialized to cover up your feelings, don't talk about what hurts, little male children are almost socialized to say, I don't want my daddy, I haven't seen him, it doesn't make any difference. Well, it does make a difference. Male children need their fathers. They need their fathers to hold their hands, to walk with them. You may have some museum area here in Baltimore. Go and look on Saturday. You probably will see white males holding the hands of little 3-year-old white adult males holding the hands of little 3-year-old white males. And in that hand-holding process, male strength is passing out of the arm of the father into the hand of the little boy. And he begins to understand male strength. White supremacy also produces teenage pregnancy. So if a 14-year-old mother is holding a little baby and then later on you wonder, why is the little baby boy's hand weak? Because it was a weak hand that held him, not the arm of a man. The teenage mother is not bad. The father is not bad. We are all victims of this war. And to the extent that we don't understand the war or understand what it is, we will continue to be victimized by it. So the male child is hungering for father and hungering for father. And it's a whole lot of other male children on the block hungering for father and hungering for father. And I'm going to be real plain. And then there's some older males who hungered for father and hungered for father. And that hungering for father translates in the brain computer. I need some male substance. Well, where do I get male substance from symbolically? Somebody will say, well, then suck my penis. And that goes into the mouth. And that is the top end of the gastrointestinal tract through which the body is fed. Or put your penis in my bottom, in my anus. That's the other end of the gastrointestinal tract. So semen is going into either end of the gastrointestinal tract because the person is experiencing subconsciously male hunger. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. It is also because we are in the context of the white supremacy culture. And the white supremacy culture, the dominant form of sexual expression in Greece and Rome was male homosexuality. Do you understand me? The reason that that was the dominant form of sexual intercourse is because we ought to have a gigantic world map so you can see the colossus of the continent of Africa. And then see those little tiny countries of Europe sitting atop the colossus of Africa. So then you see that boot of Rome, Italy and Rome, and the islands of Greece. And so when those pale men looked over that Mediterranean and saw those great big tall black men, they went into a profound sense of male inadequacy. And that sense of male inadequacy caused them to think, put your penis in my mouth or put your penis in my anus, or let me do it to you. Are you with me? Why? Because those big, tall black men in Africa could cause white genetic annihilation 35,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, up to the very moment that we are speaking. And this is why, in this same white supremacy system and culture, updated, ball games are the major focus of attention. What are the balls? What are the balls in a culture that says, keep your eye on the ball? The same balls that were cut off when black men were lynched and castrated. The balls contain the genetic material. And so a culture has evolved where ball games are the most dominant expression about the most fundamental concern of white supremacy. That's why most people don't realize they're looking at it all the time. But there are two series of ball games in the white supremacy system and culture. The two series of ball games are big brown balls and small white balls. The big brown balls are played by the men in the culture that are considered to be most virile, because they represent the men that are on this planet considered to be the standard of manhood, the fathers of all of the people on the planet, and that is the black man. Now, just like there are two series of ball games, and you bring to mind in your visualization and in your imagination the male genitalia, and the male genitalia and the black male genitalia is what comes to mind in the white supremacy system every time a black man is attacked. Because it is looked upon, his genitals and the powerful black genetic material is perceived as a weapon. The weapon that can cause white genetic annihilation or that can threaten white genetic survival, which is why the Republican Party could say, Willie Horton, a black man who was released from prison and raped a white female, and win an election. So just like there, if you're looking at the male genitalia and we're serious because we are soldiers about to win a war, so we're not playing about thinking about male genitalia, you see one testicle, a phallus or a penis, and another testicle. So the concern about the balls is played out in ball games. The concern about the phallus is played out in smoking objects. Because just like there are two series of ball games, big brown and small white, smoking objects are substitutes for the phallus or the penis, and there are two series of smoking objects, whether you've thought about it or not, and maybe this will help you not smoke, are big brown and small white. The most intelligent men smoke big brown smoking objects. I mean, this is a symbolism that is used in the culture. And what is that? No, I said the most intelligent. Pipes. The most powerful smoke what? Cigars. And then they say Moors taste better. But cigarettes, the small white smoking objects in the same culture, are called what, ladies and gentlemen? Fags. If you don't believe it, look in your dictionary. Fag is a word, children, for homosexuality. Am I creating the culture or am I simply reading it? What does a white female say is her ideal mate at the time that she's yelling, rape, rape, he raped me and it was black? does she say is her ideal mate? Tall, dark, and handsome. Yet she accuses the black male of wanting to rape her. Valentine's Day is coming up, the middle of February. What is it that the white female wants to receive from her white mate? Chocolate candy. And I won't add with nuts. Now, this is the symbolism. What am I doing? I'm trying to pull out all of the symbolism that is underneath the surface of this surface phenomena where we're walking around talking about what's happening. And we don't know why the men are dying. The men are dying because genocide is an imperative aspect of white supremacy. When it really begins to get shaken, it kills the black men so that there will be fewer people to threaten white genetic annihilation. And we are living in the midst of mass death right now. Mass death caused by drugs, chemical warfare weapons, deaths caused by AIDS, biological warfare weapons. Oh, we don't know where AIDS came from. Again, blaming the black man. Oh, it came from Africa. No, it came from a white supremacist in a laboratory who said this is the way we can get rid of a lot of these people. We can kill 50 million of them in Africa alone. And since we have accustomed them to death, we gave them 22 dead black male children in Atlanta and made them go into the church and pray about it. We killed 1,000 of them at Jonestown and made them say it was a church or some kind of cult retreat. 5,000 dead black men in that so-called commune in Oregon, picked up off of the streets of every major city. So when the men never came back and we didn't understand what white supremacy was, we just kept doing the electric slide and kept stepping. All of that was warfare of white supremacy against black people for the purpose of white genetic survival on the part of a tiny white minority on this planet that is genetic recessive to all of the black, brown, red, and yellow people. So I'm saying this is what we must understand. This is what we must work with. All those black men being dead are soldiers or martyrs in that war. The way we stop it is to understand the game. I say that we need to look at white supremacy the same way that we look at a chessboard. You may not ever play chess, but I encourage each and every one of you to understand what the game of chess is all about. The game of chess is an old game. But since white supremacy decided to get highly involved in it, let's go back 100 years, they determined that the side of the chessboard that would always move first is the white side of the chessboard. So that white would be playing offense, defense, which is the white supremacy attack against black. And that the black side of the chessboard would play defense, offense, trying to catch up. Now, some people say, well, I know how we can deal with that. We can make black move first and fool ourselves. No, you learn about chess with white moving first because we are under the offensive attack of white supremacy. We must master winning chess from the black side of the chessboard, which is defense, offense. Beyond that, what is chess about? The most fundamental thing about chess is that it is a game wherein one king checkmates the other king. The white king is moving against the black king on the chessboard. That is the attack on the black male in the society of white supremacy. So anytime anybody says what's happening, the first thing should come to your mind is that chessboard. Just like in football and basketball under white supremacy and all these other team sports, the home team puts on white. Is that correct? And the outside team puts on color. That means home is white. That's just like all of the white people coming together and talking about a common European homeland. Are you all with me? The current chess champion, a Russian, says that chess is the most deadly game there is, because it is a game about the tactics and strategy of war. So each and every one of us, we should stop thinking this is some kind of rainbow ring around the rosy picnic. This is white supremacy in its deadly attack on us. Now, there are a lot of people who have gone around and talked about the Holocaust. 6 million Semites of the Jewish religion were killed in Germany and other parts of Europe between 1933 and 1945. People talk about the Holocaust this and the Holocaust that, and every time you turn on the television, it's something about the Holocaust. But they lie about it. What is the lie? That Hitler said, I'm doing it because you are not white. Now, nobody talks about that. Hitler said, I'm killing you because you are not white. I don't care that you've gotten light. Your ancestry was on the continent of Africa. You may have miscegenated for 2,000 years and gotten lighter, but I want to know who your great-grandmother was. And if you were tied to people from Africa, that's why you're going to be killed. Now I say we need to make that an object lesson, because people who had gotten very light-skinned after miscegenating in Europe, white supremacy still came along and sought them out and said, you're going to go to a concentration camp and you're going to be killed. Now, if you don't understand that, like there's an English-American philosopher, George Santayana, who said, those who don't learn from history will repeat it. On top of the bodies in Jonestown was a big sign for some reason. Those who don't learn from history will repeat it. So I'm saying study that war, just like there was a black lady in the state of Louisiana who through miscegenation became so light-skinned, she said, for all practical purposes, I'm white. So I want reclassification. She went to a court, and what did the judge tell her a few years ago? You cannot be reclassified. You are non-white. You are carrying genetic material. The judge didn't go further to say this. You see, but let's say, just looking at the surface, why couldn't she be white? Because the fundamental fear is white genetic annihilation. And if white genetic annihilation is the fundamental concern, then anybody who might be bringing genes, the powerful genes from Africa that could cause white genetic annihilation, that those are the people who have to be pinpointed as the enemy. Now I say, young men, all of you, I want you to understand what this war is about. And you become some of the most serious people, not hostile, not mean, not discourteous, not cursing, not swearing, but some of the most serious people this planet has ever seen. And they'll be looking at you saying, well, look at those black little boys. They're not clowning on the corner. They're not fighting each other. They're not cursing one another. They've got books in their arms, not boom boxes on their shoulders, blasting their brains out. They'll say, we don't know what to do, but you all keep marching. keep marching and being serious. And I would suggest call yourself soldiers of justice. See, Martin Luther King said he was a drum major for justice. That he, if you think about his life on Monday, you say that was one of our soldiers. And one of our soldiers who conducted a very, very important experiment. He said, I think if everybody learns how to love, we can beat this thing. Nonviolence and love. And what happened? They killed that science and soldier. They killed him because if everybody started to love, then there would be what? White genetic annihilation. So he had to go. Soldier Malcolm said, I think maybe the bullet. Well, you know he had to go. So we are learning from the lessons that all of these soldiers taught. And we're going to learn how to be serious because we have to solve the problem on the black side of the chessboard. If you're playing the black side of the chessboard, you don't ask the white side, let me make some points or help me. If you're wearing the colored jersey on the football field, you can't ask the people in the white jerseys to help you make some points. If you're on the basketball court and wearing the colored jerseys, you can't ask the white people in the jerseys or the people who are wearing the white jerseys, give me some points. Help me out. They will take you to the nearest mental hospital or take you off the field. This is a process that we are going to have to master all by ourselves. And God said, I gave you all of the equipment. That any brain power that any group of people have on this planet, they got it from their mothers and fathers, and their mothers and fathers were black. Did you all hear me? If you look at any people on the planet, you can look at the Japanese. You can select any people that you say, well, they're smart. And they may well be smart. As we're sitting looking pitiful. But realize that no new genetic material has been created. All the genetic material that any group of people has ever been able to use came from Africa and came from the black mothers and fathers. So don't doubt that your brains won't work. Your brains will work. Your brains are as good as any brains on this planet, but you have to give your brain an assignment. You have to be ready to look at reality because the brain computer will say, well, I'm pointing out reality, but they won't accept it, so the brain computer, just to save fuel, cuts off. If a black person is walking around and says, I don't see any racism, it's no racism where I am, then their brain computer shuts off because they are rejecting the data that is coming in to the computer. So I'm saying that we are going to end the endangerment of black people by ending the endangerment of black males through our understanding. And since the war is on, I'm saying this, that we have to get into quality control, black child production and development. Quality control, black child production and development. Now somebody will say, well, what is responsible for the Japanese economic miracle? The one thing that the Japanese themselves credit with their recent economic miracle is that a man named Deming, and he did happen to be white, he had an idea about quality control. Don't make just any old product. Determine that it is going to always be of high quality. So the people over here, the industrialists over here, didn't like the idea, didn't want to go for it. The Japanese-speaking non-white people said, well, we're going to get into quality control. Explain that to us. And so they got into the business of turning out everything that they turned out was first rate. Now, we don't have industrial factories right now, but we do have genitals, and we do produce children. Now, what if we said every child that we produce is going to develop to the highest quality? They're going to be second to none on this planet. We're not going to have any black male children in prison. We're only going to have them in colleges and universities, making this entire planet a better place to live. So what do we have to do to bring about quality control? Everybody go home, and in the quiet of your bathroom or bedroom, you take all your clothes off and you look in that mirror. And you look at your genitals, meaning your reproduction unit. Now you look at that and you say, now I am only going to use this for quality control production. Because what are we being told now? Oh, the little babies with AIDS are just draining the budget, and so the city can't pay for housing because it has to pay for all the AIDS babies. Oh, all the little crack babies whose parents can't take care of them, and all the little teenagers who are, and we don't have enough people to take care of them, and everybody should just get busy taking care of all the little crack babies and the little AIDS babies and all the little foster babies. Cut that out. That is not quality control. Now, I'm not saying anybody is bad, because white supremacy produces sex obsession. Did you hear what I said? White supremacy produces sex obsession. Sex obsession develops when children do not get enough lap time. That means time as little babies and little children to sit calmly on mother's lap and have mother, and Dr. Ackland Lynch was talking about fathers singing as mothers holding. If little children don't get that time where people are patiently holding them and comforting them, not get off my lap, boy, you too big, he's 3. Girl, get down, stop bothering me, she's 2. You know, that's the confusion and the chaos that has been brought about under white supremacy. You see, where mothers and fathers don't function, children get into dependency, emotional deprivation, and dependency deprivation, and then they start having sex prematurely, and little girl says, I want to have your baby. If you love me, you have my baby. That's white supremacy conditioned thinking. The thinking that is in the oppressive dynamic, that is making us in a state of total confusion. It is an aspect of the war. Now, I am recommending, as one way to help fight this war, and we have to fight the war in economics, we have to fight it on 9 fronts at the same time. We have to fight it in economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And so in the area of sex and reproduction, sex is not an activity for children. Do not feel bad if you engage in sex. You are not bad. But learn that that is inappropriate activity for children. What is appropriate activity for children? Learning and studying and going to the library and becoming some kind of Olympic star specialist. And learning 7 skills. Not reproducing. Just like random reproduction on the part of older people. That came about, what did they do with us in the slavery phase of white supremacy? Say, Hattie, I want you to produce me another buck. You're going to get an extra piece of fat back if you make a baby. Because I need another worker on this plantation. That's updated welfare system. Hattie, each time you have another baby, I'm going to give you a little bit more on that welfare check. Now, it's not going to be enough to send him to college. I don't intend for him or her to go to college. They're just going to be the inferiorized people that I keep looking at and say, look at them. Look at that mess, and look at me. I'm white and superior. Do you understand what I'm saying? So we know that's the move that's coming from the white side of the chessboard. That's white supremacy, producing black inferiorization. So we say, no, we're going to mastermind that. See, a top government official, for you young people, if you didn't know it, a top government official, white, said, all black people want is tight pussy, loose shoes, and a warm place to piss. That's what a government official said about us. Why? Because they had produced the conditions for sex obsession. They knew what they could get us to do. Just like the people who said, yeah, now we've put them in this state. Now we want to get rid of a lot of them because they're not doing too much thinking. We will put a sexually transmitted virus out there, and they'll be saying, I don't care if I get AIDS, I just got to have some. So they said, we can kill a whole lot of them that way. Do you understand what I'm saying? So how do we outsmart it? We say, well, we know this is what you've done. We understand the plays that you're making on your side of the field. We understand the plays that you're making on your side of the chessboard. But watch our discipline. Watch what we are going to learn how to do. And I say that if we want to produce quality control soldiers, no black woman has a baby before 30, and no black male becomes a father before 35. Now what? That means that that male and female soldier, under the conditions of the war of white supremacy, said, I first must master self-discipline and self-sufficiency. So I have to learn how to work and support myself. If somebody deprives me of a job, then they're going to be in trouble because I'm going to demand a job. The people in Eastern Europe are demanding that they have jobs. They're not going to get welfare. Those white men over there said, we have to have jobs. Now, you can give welfare to these non-white people, but you're going to give us jobs because a man has to work to support himself, his wife, and his family. So don't let anybody give you any lesser conditions. If you say, well, you're not going to have a job, then you say, well, you're waging total war against me in the area of economics and labor. And I'm not going to sit still and allow that to happen to me. So I'm saying in the meantime, what do we do between 0 and 30 and 0 and 35? We're going to school, and we're learning skills, and we're learning how to have all of the wherewithal to be self-sufficient and to wage war against white supremacy. Every older black person, your conversation and dialogue with younger black people and younger black males is, what are you going to do when you grow up? If the child doesn't know, then you give the child a suggestion as the maximum that he or she can attain. Not just, well, that's okay, you don't have to do nothing, your dad didn't do, no. Say, we are in a war. We intend to win this war. I have no doubt that we're going to win the war. But we have to make the best plays. Nobody in basketball makes superior tactics and strategy than black men. Nobody in football makes superior tactics and strategy than black men. The first general that everybody studied is Hannibal. Not that he was the first, but he is the best that everybody still studies. The first chess champion in this area of the world was a black man. He was light enough so that they could slide him over and not call him black, but he was black. So I want to encourage us. We will end this endangerment by understanding the nature of the war that we are facing. If we do not face up to reality and learn how to talk about white supremacy, even if some white person says, well, you're talking about white supremacy, what are you going to do about it? Well, we're afraid to do anything about it right now. But we're going to talk about it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Not pretend that it doesn't exist. It's nothing wrong with saying, well, we're afraid right now to do anything about it, if that is the fact. But we are going to look at it and study it and learn exactly what it is, and we are going to overcome. We are not going to have the endangerment of non-white people, and we are not going to have the endangerment of black males, because that's genocide. We are going to win this war, forward people. That's the end. That's okay, I'll get the one that's in the Thank you.
Dr. Welsing is going to entertain a few questions before she leaves.
Yes, sir. Dr. Lynch.
Dr. Welsing, I was doing a paper on the politics of food, which I had presented in Zimbabwe last summer. And in doing the research, I found out that in North Korea, a country that we get a great deal of, negative propaganda about, that Kim Il-sung decided that men should marry at 35 and women at 28. Now, I remember when you proposed that years ago, I did disagree with you, although I had children at 35. A woman at 20, but I thought it was an absurd situation. But in looking at North Korea and working out, the argument was that the woman would have participated productively in the society between 18 and 28, would have added into the inputs of the society. The man would have developed in a mature fashion, so that when they got ready to have children, the state could have allowed them to stay at home and raise the children, because they had made their productive contributions to the society. As a result, North Korea, unlike South Korea, is not involved in drugs. The health situation is fantastic. The agrarian is the only society where the agrarian sector is at a higher standard of living than the urban sector, and the society is an incredible society. So I say that to you because you repeated it again today, and I remember I was one of the persons opposed to that situation, only to discover there's a part of the world where this thing is working magnificently, and they're producing some of the most outstanding people in research and scholarship and young people in North Korea.
Now I'm going to chide my brother Ackler. Now I said it and he couldn't accept it until he saw it from North Korea. But I know, okay, you see, but this is what I'm saying, that let's say if I'm a 14-year-old mother and a 17-year-old father, I'm still really a child. I cannot pass on emotional maturity. Do you see what I'm saying? A child can't hold a baby as long as it needs to be held for the little baby to say, okay, let me down. I'm ready to go. You see, you have to be mature in holding that baby and loving that baby and telling that baby that it's wonderful and that you are there to protect and support it. Then the baby can go forward. And as you say, everybody becomes a self-sufficient, productive unit. You see, and as I'm saying, a self-sufficient, productive soldier to really play their part in this war to bring about justice. Thank you, Akron. Yes. Real loud, I can't hear you, sir.
In football, I noticed as far as quarterbacks in football, black men are discriminated in football as far as quarterbacks. The quarterback's supposed to be a leader, the one that thinks. There's a lot of black quarterbacks that have come out of college and are in college now. They find a lot of ways to just put them
Right.
smart enough, and they're just athletics. Then, when I watch the Philadelphia Eagles and the Houston Oilers, maybe it's just me. I see a lot of things happening in the football game. It's always holding those teams back. I grew up with Philadelphia Eagles and the Houston Oilers.
They had black quarterbacks?
However, I noticed a lot of penalties is always called on whenever they get advanced. And then the commentators, they never say that the black quarterback is great. credit, they also give credit to the receiver. And then there's a white quarterback, John Elway, Joe Montana. They make him up to be a smart, intelligent person that can lead his team. I think that that's conditioning young black men to think that they're not able to. That's all.
No, that's a very good point. So you won't sit in front of the television and throw your shoe at it again. You just say, oh, I understand. This television is in the framework of the system of white supremacy. I cannot play up those black Hannibals that are going down that, playing the role of the quarterback. But what we have to understand is to not sit there and say, well, I guess I am dumb. No, say this is what white supremacy has to do. I am going forward to quarterback bringing justice to this planet and to black people. You see, but you're absolutely right. It's just like if you look at television, you will see black men being paid to be in a lot of giddy roles and making a lot of giddy faces. Like there's an ad, I think it's about cough syrup or something, and the black man is saying, my grandmother, my mama didn't. You're not going to see any white man talking like that. You see, but it's reducing the black man talking about a grown man, a big, stout grown man talking about my mommy. Now that's making him what? A baby. If we had time, we can get into the usage of the phrase motherfucker and how that has to do with white supremacy itself. Well, let me say, I'll do it very, very quickly, but I'm not going to have time maybe to explain in depth. And so those people who have heard me do it before and who understand, help the other people understand, because I do have to get on a train and go back, okay? Very, very quickly. The term motherfucker is a political expression, unbeknownst to us, in a system of white supremacy, although it is almost a password amongst our people and amongst black males. So I tried to figure out why was that term used. And so I said, well, all language used in a system of white supremacy is related to the system of white supremacy. So under white supremacy, we call the white man the man. That means any other male has to be, because you say the man, that means the only one. Any other male can be boy, girl, woman, or baby. So black men fought historically, don't call me no boy. So white supremacy says, cool, you got three choices: girl, woman, or baby. Now up until recently, black men were not going to be called girl or woman. You see, but then their earrings and pocketbooks and whatever, you see that has evolved. But black men said, well, we'll be baby, not consciously. Hey baby, what's happening? That's black men talking to each other. Or referring to, now how many black women have called a black man baby? Tell the truth. See, the truth is going to free us. How many black men have called a black woman mama? Hey mama, can I ride with you? No. Right. How many black men have called a place where they sleep a crib? Right. So the brain computer put all that together. Man who calls another man the man, calls himself baby, calls the woman he sleeps with mama, calls the place where he sleeps a crib, will call himself a motherfucker. You got it? You got it. Okay, now my mother said to me, Francis, I heard you said that word in public. And so I didn't first know what my mother was talking about, and then she said Maryland farmers, and I didn't even know what that was. Oh, so I got the point finally, and I said, Mom, don't worry, it's a political expression. Now, as long as we are victims of white supremacy and pretending that everything is cool, then the brain computer has to go subconsciously and produce the data, you see. So a man, if the white man is the man and the black man is baby, then a baby is powerless compared to man. And so that is a statement about black male powerlessness under white supremacy. But then I took it one step further and said if black men evolved a symbolic, subconscious way of talking about powerlessness to mean, you see, to mean motherfucker to be powerless, then there had to be another motherfucker in the culture. So I wrote a paper called The Motherfucker and the Original Motherfucker. I said, the original motherfucker is, see, because white males can't say that. They can't fix their lips to say. So I said, okay, the paleontologists, anthropologists, whites say that the first people were black people were the mothers and fathers of everybody. White men have sexual intercourse with black women. When they do, the product is colored. So that means that the woman is genetically more powerful than they. You see, but he's having sex with his historic mother and feeling genetically powerless. And as a result of that, he imposes political powerlessness on the black collective and the black man in particular. I hope that that wasn't too quick and hope you understand it. But if we understand that, then we will stop using that word and calling each other powerless, you powerless so-and-so, and you powerless, and understand we can just straight up say, yes, we're victims of white supremacy. Yes, the war has been waged against us. Yes, they have won this war so far. But we are going to end this war, and we are going to be victorious by coming out of a state of powerlessness, not in pretense, but in reality through quality control. Yes. This is the last question. Yeah, wait a minute. The motherfucking, the original motherfucker? Yeah, right. Okay, just like I wrote a paper in 1976 called The Politics of Black Male Passivity, Effeminization, Bisexuality, and Homosexuality in White Supremacy System and Culture.
Alexander, who will introduce our sister speaker for this evening, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start the program, I'd like to inform you about the Cultural Awareness Lecture number 7, which will be held here at Boys and Girls High, February 17th, 1995. The guest speaker will be Dr. Jewel Pookrum, MD, PhD, Medical Director and founder of Civilized Medicine Institute and author of Vitamins and Minerals from A to Z. She'll be dealing with codependency, fibroid tumors, breast cancer, prostate cancer, and the purpose and effects of melanin. For some of you, Jewel Pookrum may not be known about. She's a very dynamic speaker, and I urge you to come hear what she has to say. You can purchase your tickets in the back during intermission. The tickets and flyers are available for you today. I'd like to also take this time to ask you to render your support to the Guardians Association, where they'll be sponsoring an African American Heritage Celebration, February 8th, 1995, at 3 p.m. The location will be 1 Police Plaza in the first floor auditorium. Please call Sergeant Crystal Johnson at area code 212-374-5312 if you would like to lend a hand. And I ask all of you to give your support. And if you can't lend a hand to her and getting her program together, please lend a hand by supporting her. They work very hard to provide this play that they're going to bring to you. Africans Helping Africans will also be sponsoring a panel, Racism in the South Africa and Conservatism in America, What's the Difference? The panel will consist of that great multi-genius, our elder Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinen, Professor William Mackey Jr., Yatrice Lead, and Dr. Edward Scobie. The MC will be Imhotep Gary Bird. That's going to be January 26, 1995 at 7 p.m. The location is IS 258, 141 Macon Street. That's the corner of Macon and Marcy. For information, you can call 855-1812 or 718-434-7012. Four Sisters presents the esteemed Ayala Vincent, author of Tapping the Power Within, A Path to Self-Empowerment for Black Women, also the author of Acts of Fate, a daily meditation for people of color. The Four Sisters are sponsoring a workshop with Ayala Vincent, a self-empowerment workshop, February 3rd and 4th. Learn how to control and direct your focus and mind. For information, please contact Nicole Kennedy. Is she here? Would you please stand? Nicole Kennedy? Right here? Okay, Nicole Kennedy. You can call area code 917-876-0849. I'm not going to go through reading a bio on our guest speaker. I'm sure everybody here is familiar with her. And if you're not, you will be by the time you leave here. So I ask that you help me by standing and putting your hands together for Dr. Frances Cress Welsing.
Good evening, everyone. I am honored to have been invited to speak to you this evening by the Guardian Association of the Police Department for the City of New York, and to the officers and all of the members of that organization. I'm quite happy to be with you. And I was thinking about it, and I don't know of such an advanced police department that has such a group, to my knowledge. So I think we should give them. I'm going to talk about our situation as Black people, and I'm going to talk about racism in Black mental health. Before I go further, I want to share with you that a week ago tonight, I was at the University of Toledo in Ohio debating Dr. Charles Murray on the topic Black genetic inferiority. Well, the real topic of the debate was genetics, intelligence, and race, or some combination of those words. I don't know what he's telling people, but I beat him. I beat him by putting his discussion of Black genetic inferiority in the framework of understanding racism, white supremacy as a global, national, local system of power domination. But before I go further, I want us to have a moment of silence in recognition of the passing of Dr. Amos Wilson, the famous Black psychologist that I understand passed recently. He was such a major and important figure for us in all of his writings on Black child development. And I was just talking about him when I gave a talk last night. And I came here today and found out that he had passed on. So can we just begin with a moment of silence and recognition for the major contribution that this Black man made in the field of psychology. Fine. Racism. We are 5 years away from the 21st century. All of us as Black people must participate in turning the future into what we all believe and know that it should be. A planet and a universe where there is justice. Justice does not exist on planet Earth today. This planet, whether we like it or not, is dominated by the greatest system of injustice, the greatest system of violence that has ever existed on this planet. I believe that we as Black people, the first people assigned to planet Earth, the mothers and fathers of everybody who has existed on this planet, that it is our cosmic assignment in the presence of injustice to see that justice prevails. It is not the responsibility of some singular individuals that somebody might say that's a leader or those several people are leaders. We all must see ourselves individually when we look in the mirror as being leaders in this great counter war against injustice. Not leaders who are doing their own thing, but leaders who want to participate in seeing that the beings on this planet can be everything that the Creator intended for us to be. We may have been that in the past. I am convinced we were that in the past. But a great force has descended on the planet to turn what was greatness, to turn what was the glorification of human beings, to turn that into the highest level of degradation of beings that the world has ever known. It is our cosmic responsibility not just to attend lectures, but actually to see that a revolutionary change takes place on the planet. And I don't mean revolution in the sense that we thought of it in the 1960s, where everybody was kind of tough. But we're creating a different kind of revolution that is based upon every single person that classifies him or herself as Black having an in-depth understanding of what this war that is being waged against us is really all about. I have said many times when I lecture that we greet each other by saying, "Hey, what's happening?" And I say we greet each other that way because we haven't really understood what was going on. Because we have been the victims of a massive deception. We have been told, those of us who live in this area of the world, and really throughout the world, we have been told that we are living in a democracy. We have been told that we are in a system where there is equal opportunity for everyone. Tragically, we have been told a gigantic lie, and that lie has been told over and over and over and over again. We are living in a system of racism, white supremacy. It is not a system of equal opportunity. It is a system wherein, let me go to my blackboard. Can you all see this board, or I don't know if it can be seen. Sometimes I think the blackboard is my security blanket. But we have to, each and every one of us, we have to have it clearly in our heads that we are on a planet in which we have been told we are the minority. Let everyone in this audience put it in their brain computer once and for all. That's the first big lie. 1/10 of the people on this planet have skins that are white. Only 1/10. 9/10 of the people on this planet, the overwhelming majority, are black, brown, red, and yellow. We must put this in our brain, and even if you find yourself saying, as a minority, check yourself and say, wait a minute, I made a mistake. Because this big deception, training the vast and overwhelming majority of people to consider themselves a minority, is psychological warfare. It's to make the majority feel minuscule in terms of numbers. So repeat after me. The black, brown, red, and yellow people on this planet are the overwhelming majority people on planet Earth. Fine, class. The second gigantic lie is that something is wrong with the genetics of black people. 21 years ago, I debated Dr. William Shockley, the Nobel Prize laureate. He was then a professor at Stanford University. And those of you who are old enough like me remember he was going around talking about black genetic inferiority and that black people should have themselves sterilized so that they will not keep on polluting the planet with our degraded genetic material. 21 years later, we have Dr. Charles Murray and the late Richard Herrenstein singing the same song. In fact, there has never been a period, certainly for the people in this area of the world, the black people, there has never been a point at which people who classify themselves as white did not think that they were genetically superior to people whose skins were black. My grandfather, Dr. Henry Clay Cress, who died in 1909. A short time ago, I had an opportunity to see some papers that were in an old trunk. And my grandfather had written, I never knew him in person. I only knew my grandmother used to say, your grandfather was a race man. That meant that he considered his identification with other black people to be a priority. But my grandfather had written, how dare anyone think they are superior based on their skin being white. Do you see, but this hype about black people being genetically inferior is a denial of reality and a projection. As a psychiatrist, this is what I mean, and I said this last week in the debate, that anybody who goes around saying, I'm superior, hey, did you hear? I'm superior. That person is not really feeling superior. I said superiority always speaks for itself. You never have to wave a banner. But in my attempt to understand what racism is all about, because I wanted to be a good psychiatric physician to black people primarily, because they didn't have all of the psychiatric physicians that they needed. And when I took histories on black patients and found that their problems, whether it was drugs or alcohol or depression or psychosis, was stemming from confrontation with this horrible, destructive force in the environment that we call racism, I said, I got to understand what that really is all about. And so looking at this fact that, wait a minute, these people who put this big lie out that they're the majority are really the minority. And the second big lie that something was wrong with our genetics, but in reality, white skin. This is not Cress Welsing's genetics that I cooked up in my apartment. Skin whiteness is defined by white people themselves, but when they were talking about a white mouse or a white bunny rabbit, not themselves, that this is a genetic deficiency state. It is albinism. It is genetic recessive as opposed to being genetically dominant. So I put those two things together and said, I've got it. This is what racism is really all about. This tiny minority of people whose own scientists have said that white is a genetic deficiency state, and it is recessive, figured out after they ended up circumnavigating the globe. People of color had circumnavigated the globe long before that. But people whose skins were white did not circumnavigate the globe until starting in the 15th century. And when they found out that everybody on the planet was colored, every place they stopped, every place those boats crash landed, it was some more colored people. And the colored people were receptive, kind, and fed these strangers. And they even allowed themselves to have sexual intercourse with the strangers. And the strangers found out, if they waited 9 months, that all of the children ended up looking like the colored mothers. And so they decided, we have a color problem. They didn't have to have a big genetics conference. They didn't even have the formal science of genetics at that point. But they found out that black plus white equals colored. Brown plus white equals colored. So-called red plus white equals color. Yellow plus white equals color. And it didn't take high-level intelligence, really, to conclude, what if these men of color got in boats and started going in the other direction? And they landed. And the ladies said their ideal mate was tall, dark, and handsome. They realized that white could disappear. Are you with me? Now, we have been miscegenated out of our minds and brainwashed out of our minds so that we have been sent on a course to try to make black disappear. Is that right? I talked to somebody recently from the continent of Africa, and they said, Dr. Welsing, everybody that I met said, when you go back, will you send me some bleaching cream? That's right. That's right. Why am I so black? But this is simply brainwashing. You see, but the people whose skins were white, and when I was busy decoding racism 25 years ago, one of the things that occurred to me, in addition to the fact of white minority status and white genetic recessive status, was that while we were busy being told the blacker you are, the uglier you are. And if you're black, stay back. And if you're brown, what? Stick around. And if you're yellow, you're mellow. And if you're white, you're all right. See, the black people in London know this, all over the whole world where there are colored people, where there has been a confrontation with whites, or whites have confronted the colored people in that area of the world. They have taught the people, the more color you have, the uglier you are, and get in the back of the line. Because that was the most powerful genetic status. And therefore, the more color you could create with your genetics, the greater the threat you were to white genetic survival. And this is why if you go to the prisons today, will you see black people at the lighter end of the spectrum or at the darker end of the spectrum? Class, what do you see? At the darker end of the spectrum. Now, under white supremacy, we will just learn, well, that's because they're black and bad. No. It's because that quantity of the production of melanin at the genetic level is perceived by the white collective as being the greatest threat. That's why it was easier to let Cubans come in than Haitians. But while we were being taught all this negative about color, and this is one thing that I looked at, gosh, they talk negatively about color, but in the summer and in the winter, tanning is gotta be tan. Gotta go to the suntan parlor, even when it's snow on the ground. A white student told me, I believe it was at George Washington or Georgetown University some time ago, and I was talking to these white students about racism, and the white student said, Dr. Welsing, did you know that we compete in the summer to see who can get the darkest? See, we didn't know that on our side of the track, right? It's like when I went to college, I went to Antioch College, and in those ancient days, 1951, integration was one black girl and one black boy per class. And here I was from the ghetto, from the south side of Chicago. I saw all these white people the first spring. I was coming back from lunch, and all these bodies with clothes off, not completely naked. But there they were with their clothes off, and I was still shivering. Maybe it was April. And I hadn't seen this before. And I actually stood there, what are they doing? I realized that they were tanning. Do you see, the first time the sun comes out and gets a little bit warm? Last week. Really, I came back to Washington from Cleveland and I had on slacks and a coat and a scarf. It was 70 degrees. The white people were out in shorts running all over the district. Do you see what I'm saying? Out exposing. True. We did not understand what this color was, and as long as they could make us think that we were ugly with our color, they could walk around and, as my grandmother would say, be Miss Pretty Girl. Only if we thought that we were ugly. You see, and we've been giving them a lot of support because they've trained us properly, thinking that we're ugly. But we're coming out of that because we are moving into master level understanding of what racism is. And based on our understanding of what it is, we are going to produce the solutions to the problems that we have. So I understood tanning, and I also understood lynching and castration. How many people have wondered, what in the world is that behavior about? I asked that question when I was about 6 years old. My grandmother and my parents were standing in the dining room with the black newspaper, talking in hushed tones about a black man had been lynched. And I remember saying to my grandmother, "Granny, why would they do that?" And my grandmother said, "Some people just have to act ugly." But when I decoded racism is about white genetic survival on the planet, it just popped into my brain computer. Oh, now I understand lynching and castration. Lynching of a black man would occur usually behind saying he looked at a white woman. Is that right? Or he thought he wanted to look. Or he was thinking about somebody else looking. This, if the problem is about genetics, maybe some people can't see the blackboard. I put a diagram. Of male genitalia. If white people are afraid, the global white collective is afraid of genetic annihilation, they are automatically talking about male genitalia. Because these are the testicles, and this is where the genetic material is. Now, I hear some ladies saying, "Well, why didn't she put the female genitalia on the board?" Maybe she doesn't know how to draw it. The reason that I didn't put the female genitalia on, because everybody has to master this. This is a very important part of the understanding. Men and women are equal human beings, but we are not the same. The Creator decided that we should not be the same. Males can impose sexual intercourse. If you look around and see all these beautiful different colors, it was because white slave masters imposed themselves on African women. Males can impose themselves, white, black, brown, red, or yellow. God forbid that they should ever think of doing that, but nonetheless, that is factual. Women cannot impose sexual intercourse, or can they? This is a lesson in physiology class. Try it. See, I didn't say cannot entice, influence. I said impose, meaning make. Make the gentleman have sexual intercourse. Even if he says he has to go home. No, you run to your purse and pull out your Uzi. And you say, I'm gonna make you. What will happen, gentlemen? You say, that's correct. See, that's basic physiology. If you frighten the gentleman, really frighten him. You see? So racism is about oppressing all people of color. But it is more particularly about black people. And it is even more particularly about black gentlemen. Because the lady cannot force the white male into sexual genetic annihilation. But the fear in the mind of the global white collective is that the black gentleman can cause white genetic annihilation. So when that white male brain computer looks at the black male, his subconscious is dictating he has weapon, can annihilate me. Must attack it. Cut it off. Do you all understand? So nobody ever has to say, well, I don't understand that. And we more recently had the case of Jeffrey Dahmer's. He was cutting black men up. And he couldn't get enough just cutting them up. He had to eat them, including their genitalia. In addition to working in a chocolate factory. Are those the facts in the case? Those are the facts in the case. Are you all with me? See, we are coming up on what? 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now, Valentine's Day in the white supremacy system and culture. See, that's what we must learn to say. We are coming upon Black History Month in the white supremacy system and culture, so therefore we understand why we only look at ourselves for 1 month. Do you follow what I'm saying? And we look at white 11 months. But we are coming upon the day that is about love, supposedly. What is the favorite gift? Chocolate candy with nuts, hopefully. And because we don't understand the symbolism as black ladies, we say, well, we want some chocolate too. Not realizing that we've got chocolate at home. See, indeed, if you understand what I'm saying, you will also understand why in the white supremacy system and culture, all of the favorite drinks are dark brown. Coffee, tea, Coke, Coca-Cola, Pepsi. And the white lady on TV says, I can't get started in the morning. Until she's talking to the white man, her husband. This thing. I can't get started in the morning until I have some Folgers in my cup. It's so dark and rich. Is that the ad? Do you all follow me? So let's go back. I thought I had an eraser. Oh, here it is. Because I'm giving this with a little humor, but all of this is serious. All of this is very, very serious because we're talking about what exactly is the nature of the war that is being waged against us that we haven't understood clearly to date. But we are moving on understanding. If we understand the importance of the male genitalia, black male genitalia, as being viewed as that which can cause white genetic annihilation, we will understand the importance of the gun. Police officers. If we look at the front view of male genitalia, it looks like this. The lateral view looks like this. Just think about the lateral view for people who are far away. If you turn that around 90 degrees, what do you have? A gun. A gun. Guns are the most important thing in the white supremacy system and culture. Because the white brain computer says he has weapon can annihilate me. Must create weapon can do same thing. You see? In other words, the white genetic material is recessive. It cannot cause black genetic annihilation. But the white brain computer came up with gun, can make gun, and what do they call the gun? The great equalizer. See, these terms are not idle expressions. We treat them as idle expressions, but they come from the subconscious because the problem, the fear of white genetic annihilation is not talked about overtly. In other words, you don't hear big discussions on TV, we are genetic recessive and we're afraid of white genetic annihilation. You don't hear that being discussed. You just hear everybody needs a gun. 200 million guns in the hands of people in this area of the world, and they're not just in the hands or mostly in the hands of people who are classified as black or otherwise non-white. So the great equalizer, and from that awareness comes the term justifiable homicide. Justifiable homicide, somebody might say, well, the definition of that is when you have to shoot somebody. The term comes from people who are in uniform in the white supremacy system and culture, who classify themselves as white, who see a black man and say, I thought he had a weapon. He does. That's where that statement comes from at the subconscious level. I thought he had a weapon. And then they will say, I thought he had a knife. Or I thought he had a gun, but it comes from the deeper subconscious fear of genetic annihilation. There's no history, as far as I know, of black males in uniform killing white men and saying, I thought he had a weapon. Now, maybe that's because they see better. I don't think so. It's just that the same fear is not in the minds of black gentlemen. It is a fear that is resident in this particular power system and structure. This fear is also manifested in another major activity within the white supremacy system and culture, one of the most important activities, if you go by the numbers. What am I talking about? A major activity. I don't want to spoil anybody's fun, but ball games. Now, I didn't ask Dr. Charles Murray this, but I could have. Dr. Murray, since you say you're so smart, what are the two series of ball games in the white supremacy system and culture that have come out of the white brain computer? Because black people didn't create these ball games. We play them with expertise, but we didn't create them. Why did it come out of the white brain computer, these two series of ball games? What are the two series, class? If you read my book, don't answer. No. See, you're looking at it all the time. You're looking at it all the time, but because we were lied to when we were little children and told it was a democracy, and we read Dick and Jane and Spot and Puff and Baby Sally, we were not told what was really the shape and the dynamic of the culture. So we actually are looking at what I'm getting ready to tell you, but we don't see it. But once I decoded what white supremacy was all about, and one Sunday I was in my house and it was so quiet, and your brain functions best when it's real quiet. That's why they train us now. This is your soul. Say boom, de boom, de boom, de boom, de boom. See, that cuts the computer off. It actually does. It cuts the computer off. It just drowns it out with too much stimulation. They know that. But I said, it's so quiet. I wonder what's happening. Why is it so quiet? See, what's happening? And then I said, oh, the ball games. The ball games are on. And then it just clicked into my computer. These ball games have more significance than we realize. And then it just clicked into my brain computer. It's two series of ball games, Francis. Big brown and small white. And what balls are we talking about, really? These balls. Isn't that something? And what does the culture say? Keep your eye on the ball. See, we thought that meant as the baseball comes towards the bat, you keep watching it. No, it means these balls. You have to keep your eyes on these balls in order to prevent white genetic annihilation. Is that right, class? So every season has to focus on balls. Is that right? What are the ball games that are played by the men that are considered to be most virile, most manly? Big brown. Is that right? Football. And then basketball. And then we have bowling ball. And we'll put soccer over here too. And then over here we'll put ping pong. Right? Golf, tennis, baseball, right? Now, see, I hear some people saying this lady is really out of her cotton picking mind. But I think I do know what I'm talking about. Now, let's see. Let's see where these ball games go, where these balls go. A white gentleman told me, Dr. Welsing, do you realize that white men say they are not men until they have had sexual intercourse with a black lady? Gentlemen, see what prizes you have? So what games are played by the most powerful men? What's the ball game that is played by the most powerful men? The presidents. Golf, a small white. But let's see where the small white ball goes. Long stick held between legs. See where it is? This microphone is really helping too, right? Then puck. Trying to make a hole in one. In the old days, a black man used to stand behind a white man. Is that right? Caddy. Say, boss, I think you want this one. Has anybody ever seen a white golf club? I don't think so. But where does the ball go? In a hole in black Mother Earth. Let's see where the other balls go. Where do the big brown balls go? The football goes where? Some white upright legs at the end of the field. I don't want to spoil your game. But this is war. We have to understand. We have to understand. I'm just showing you the subconscious symbolism that makes the point. I didn't make these games up. But once you pull back the curtain of decoding what the culture is really all about, this stuff just jumps up and you say, oh, I see, oh, wow, look at that. So the big brown football, because a white female has said her ideal mate is who? Tall, dark, and handsome. So therefore, where does the basketball go? It's a white net. Slam dunking it in. Don't faint, you all, come on. And who do we have dancing in short dresses on the side? Little white ladies. Is that right? A black girl can hardly get on the squad. Isn't that right? Do you all see how these little symbols fit together? if you're real mature, oh Jesus, I'll tell you about baseball. Are you all real mature? But before we do baseball, let's do billiards. Or we can do bowling. You see this big black ball goes down the track and knocks this out, knocks these 10 pins out. See, white supremacy is not something, oh, I ran into some discrimination on my job. No, you are surrounded 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, living and breathing and eating and drinking white supremacy nonstop. It's not a little bit of something, it's the whole show. Billiards. Big green table, a lot of colored balls on the table. Long stick again, stick and ball. Long stick takes white ball, knocks all the colored balls under the table. Is that right? Who's the last ball to be knocked in? Meaning most important ball of all, right? All us black people know what the black ball is, right? And the culture says what? You don't want to be caught where? Behind the 8 ball. Being caught behind the 8 ball, the white supremacy, I need to put this eraser over here. The white supremacy power equation is white over non-white. To be caught behind the 8 ball would mean what? Non-white over white equals white genetic, there goes a person, annihilation. Do you all follow? See, when something is being done at the subconscious level, it means you don't have to think about it. And so everything that is done is keeping people, the minority, in touch with what the critical issue on the planet is. They are all clued in. We are not clued in. So now we are getting clued in. Shall I do baseball? See, the elements, the brain computer, when it makes a symbol, it'll take things and contract them so the brain understands, but the elements of baseball, long stick, white ball, triangle. What is triangle? Female, genital. Are you with me, class? What do people eat at baseball games? They eat some peanuts and hot dog in bun. See, I'm not trying to shock you. Do you understand what I'm saying? Or be gross. But I want you to appreciate the level of what we are dealing with. And so when mustard, what does the white supremacy culture refer to as buns? Are you with me? You see, and homosexuality is a practice when men start feeling insecure about masculinity. It was the dominant sexual practice in Greece and Rome. And I maintain because they looked across that Mediterranean at all those black men. And by comparison, they felt deficient. And so that meant penis into anus. The anus is the opposite end of the gastrointestinal tract. We feed ourselves by putting food in the gastrointestinal tract. How many people hear their brain computer, I think I need some greens? Raise your hand. See, this is the brain saying you need some vitamin A. In the same way, it will put penis in rectum if I feel masculine deficient. Somebody said, oh my goodness. Are you all following me? Do you know that within the framework of the discussion of the bell curve and all the people, so-called scientists, who are saying black people are deficient in terms of intelligence as far as genetics goes, do you realize that one of these esteemed scientists has said, we will have to conclude that the smaller the penis, the higher the intelligence. Do you all understand? Isn't that heavy? To me, that's profound. That they spend time, but I was at Howard University College of Medicine, and there was a white scientist in the Department of Anatomy, who I will not name on this occasion, and he was doing a study measuring the length of black men's penises. We're better placed than at a black university. Are you all with me? Well, I know Dr. Welsing doesn't really understand what she's talking about, but maybe let's look at smoking objects. What are the two series of smoking objects in the white supremacy system and culture? Here we go again, big brown and small white. Ooh. What, aside from cigarettes, what are cigarettes called in the white supremacy system and culture? You read my book. Cigarettes are called fags. Look in your dictionary. Meaning small white is equated with what? Female and effeminacy. What smoking objects do the most powerful men smoke? Cigars. And I encourage everybody in this room to go to your newsstand where they have the big expensive magazines and look for the magazine, big expensive magazine called Cigars, and it has all these long cigars and how they taste and, you know, their characteristics and how much they cost. The most expensive smoking objects, are they small white or are they big and brown? Big and brown. I didn't make the culture. I have tried to look at it and decode it so we understand what we are dealing with. The white supremacy system and culture wants us to be the clowns of the planet. If you don't believe it, just look at Martin. And this is why this discussion has great importance. Because the white supremacy system and culture says, if I can just turn him into a woman, I'll be home free with white genetic survival. Are they succeeding? Yes. Yes. Yes, indeed. This is no affront to anybody because we had not decoded what we were dealing with. When I was in undergrad, I used to think, well, this is all about economics. Neely Fuller Jr. came along and said white supremacy is a system. And the system operates in economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. This is everything we do. The system is carrying out in terms of perception, logic, thought, speech, action, symbols, and emotional response. Everything is geared to white genetic survival. It's a trick to say it's all about green power. No, you need money to purchase the things that you need and that you want. But it's all a part of the system of white supremacy, what you get, and whether you can keep what you get. So if we begin to understand, it's about white genetic survival, and all you have to think about, well, what are the various routes? What are the various pathways? Like all roads lead to Rome. All the pathways lead to white supremacy as long as it's unopposed. Everything. Well, let's see how we can stop the black male from being able to affect white genetic annihilation. Let's see what we can do. How do we affect all black people, male and female, not understanding what it's all about? So somebody might say, well, Dr. Welsing, every time you turn on the TV now, you see black men sitting up next to their white wives. Isn't that right? Psych. You have to look at that because that say, somebody's saying it's racism and that it's about white genetic annihilation. So we'll show a whole lot of our white women with black men, and we'll show black men who have 15 white women apiece. That'll convince them it's not about white genetic annihilation. But the very moment they're showing that, thousands of black men are dying in the streets. Those few little things that they show you on TV, or pushing the effeminization of black men through the sitcoms and making black people laugh at it because they don't understand what's going on. And they laugh at it, and they have their children laugh at it because they don't understand the whole game is about white genetic survival. Preventing white genetic annihilation, every single thing that they do. A white professor, female at the American University in the District of Columbia, said to me one time, Dr. Welsing, white people talk negatively about black people at all social gatherings. Not some social gatherings, all social gatherings. She said the common assumption is that every white person present agrees. Before she told me this, I said, yes, I know. And that's why when white people say, well, Dr. Welsing, what can I do? I say, tell black people what white people talk about when there's no black people around. Now, I gave a talk last night, and a young black lady said, well, you hate white people. You must hate white people. The Bible says we should love our enemies. Psych. See, it's not about hate. I'm not talking tonight about hate. I'm talking about decoding the game that's on the white side of the chessboard. I'm talking about understanding why we have lost the last 1,000 tournaments. Because we were not told what the real game on the table was really all about. I say that the IQ that black people should be interested in is the WS in parentheses R IQ. That's the white supremacy racism IQ. How much do we understand about what white supremacy is and exactly how it works? Because it is deadly. We can call it the deadly science. The deadly science. So what else is white supremacy doing other than trying to make absolutely certain that there is mass level of feminization of black men, because if they are effeminized, then the system doesn't have to worry about white genetic annihilation. A child in my office this week, a little boy, 11 years old. Mother brought him in because he was refusing to do homework. So I said, sweetheart, what's going on? He said, I have a problem. And then what the child told me, he said, I want an official father. I'm saying it now and my eye is about to water. I want an official father. Little boy sitting in the psychiatrist's office. I want an official father. He said, I know exactly what he's supposed to look like, Dr. Welsing. He's supposed to be tall, and he has a lot of muscles, and he would sit with me and help me do my homework. Do you all hear that? I was trained as a psychiatrist at St. Elizabeth's Hospital, Washington, D.C., and taught that black people did not have the intelligence to talk about their feelings. And the best treatment for them was medication. I knew it was a lie. Here's a little child. I want an official father. Years ago in the late 1960s, when I was teaching at Howard University, a parent brought another little boy in. He wasn't studying. So I said, sweetheart, don't you want to work hard in school so you can help black people? 11 years old. What did he say? No. And so, of course, I was floored. You know, the child is supposed to say, yes. No, he said. Mind you, this is the late 60s, maybe, 69, 70. He said, if you try to help black people, you're going to be killed. I said, 175 IQ. Do you all understand? These little children are perceiving and understanding exactly what the lay of the land is. Just like the little children, if you go to school, you might be killed. In the white supremacy system. Now, why is all of this happening? I say because of what I've been talking about earlier. White supremacy says must dismantle the black king. And this is why I say that the chessboard, everybody ought to have a picture of the chessboard on their icebox. Because what we're dealing with is perfectly analogous to the game of chess. What is the game of chess about? I hear a lot of B answers. I'm looking for A. The game of chess in detail is about the white king checkmating the black king. Isn't that right? Why do I say it? White always moves first. So white is playing what? Offense, defense, and black has to play defense, offense. This is why this is the most important board game in what? The white supremacy system and culture. It's a game about tactics and strategy. Tactics and strategy and tactics and strategy and tactics and strategy. Now somebody say, well, that's an intellectual game. Football is intellectual. Basketball is intellectual. That's just tactics and strategy. It's just that they have convinced us that we're supposed to be genetically inferior in terms of intelligence. Black people created chess. The first chess champion in the United States was a black man. He could pass for white in New Orleans, and so they took him, of course, on their side. So they wouldn't have to say he's black. You see, but this is the game that is about white supremacy, preventing white genetic annihilation. And so they've got their whole game completely set up. The way you do it is attack the king off the field, off the board. Attack the black man. Subject him to unemployment. Does anybody know about that? If you subject the family to male unemployment, now there's a lot of people in this audience that say I'm a single parent, female head of household, and my situation is functioning. I say it's a lot of ladies sat last night and said, I don't need no man. You see, rolling her eyes at me. It's good I knew she was a sister. My sister, my family. Do you understand? I don't know what you're talking about, Dr. Welsing. I don't need. That's what the system has taught us to say. See, because we haven't understood white supremacy. And so instead of us seeing that we're at a chessboard, we don't see this top. We're just what? Warring with each other. Down here on the black side of the board. Wondering why we're not winning the tournament. Because we've been lied to, oh, it's another side of the board and something is happening over here that is affecting everything that is happening on this side of the board. I had decided before I talked to this child in my office this week that I was going to give a paper in August at the National Medical Association entitled "The Pain of Black Male Children." I didn't finish the story. The little boy said, if I had a father, Dr. Welsing, I could do my homework. Do you all understand? See, this is very critical, and what white supremacy has done, it keeps taking away from us, and then we say, well, we can make do, it's okay. We'll get our reward in heaven. I don't think God wants us to say that. Now, it may be nice up there, but it's supposed to be nice down here too. Not just make do. And if we understand what the game is, we can do better than just make do. But we've got to understand the exact nature of the war that is being waged against us. White supremacy says, I'm going to knock the black king out with unemployment, underemployment. Lady came to my office this week. See, this is just a week of psychiatric practice. I'm a lawyer, Dr. Welsing, in a big law firm. My husband and I just are not getting along. I think I'm going to be made partner. I just don't understand why we can't communicate. I said, who's bringing home the biggest check? Do you all understand what I'm saying? She said, it doesn't make any difference to me. I said, but it makes a difference to a man. Do you see what I'm saying? She didn't structure it. She says he keeps saying everything is my fault. I say, he's not bad. You're not bad. We just don't understand white supremacy. I used to tell patients 90% of what happens in your marriage is determined by white supremacy and not by the two of you. I didn't say 9%, I said 90%. White supremacy can make a relationship fall apart anytime it gets ready. White supremacy is making it very difficult for a relationship to even get started because now it takes a white man working and a white woman working to have a middle class income. So who is going to be out of a job? You see, but people will say, Dr. Welsing, why are you always talking about racism? Dr. Welsing, am I supposed to tell my child about racism? I don't want to discourage my child. Do you all understand? If we don't understand what is coming at us, they have a right to say, we don't have any intelligence. Because we're fumbling around. It's just like if you didn't know what football was about and you were on the football field. Somebody who knows the game would say, what's that idiot doing? They simply don't know the rules. They don't understand how the game is played. They are not, therefore, doing the correct thing in order to score. So white supremacy knocks large numbers of black men out. Let's stop talking about prisons and start talking about concentration camps. 3 strikes and you're out. Do you understand? Remove all of the men and the women are a pushover. But if you remove the men, if the men are comfortable with being removed, then you have a situation like we have in the District of Columbia, where the teachers will say large numbers of black male children in the elementary school do not know how to go to the toilet as men. Isn't that heavy? Who's going to show them? Grandmother? Mother? Auntie? White supremacy knows exactly what it's doing. Can we win this tournament? See, now I feel the vibe is kind of down, like I don't think we can. We can, people. See, we can if we will to do so. We're the majority people on this planet. Now, anybody who doubts it, just go and look in the mirror and say, I'm going to get unpsyched from thinking that I'm genetically deficient in terms of intelligence. I used to ask people, how many people would like to have a Mercedes in this audience? Tell the truth and shame the devil. How many people think it's a nice car? Right. Okay. Now, how many people think the person sitting next to them can make a Mercedes? Right. The truth is going to set us free. How many people think the person next to them can make toilet paper? If we had that percentage of people who were genuinely believing that they can produce whatever they want, would we be talking about we don't have any jobs? See, you got to follow the logic and don't deceive yourself. We have been taught, programmed, somebody else has to give us a job. If they don't make a job, we don't have a job. But we are getting ourselves free from the deception imposed by other people and how we learn how to deceive ourselves. We've got to be able to face what is actually in our computers. We have been taught, I can't, you can't, he, she, or it can't, we can't, you can't, they can't. How many times have you heard, you can't do that, we can't do that, he can't do that, she can't do that? This is programming, hundreds of years on the plantation, being beaten, being whipped. And since the plantation, laws that say you can't do this and you can't do that. And then after the laws were changed, we want to still have them into a can't mode. And so we will throw some drugs out there at them. We're stressing them enough to need some medication. Now we'll put this out there and it'll be another chain, hoping that they won't break free and threaten white genetic survival. So we have to look at this. Well, what can we do? Because I say that is critical. Little children need a male and a female parent that are functioning together. A father who loves a little girl is one of the best brakes on boy craziness. You know what boy crazy is? Longing for father, and father not being there. So the little girl has to convince herself that some boy likes her. Do you all understand? See, don't feel bad. We're at home looking at what has happened to us. We've got to look at it so we can change it and make it what we want it to be. Another parent this week, going through a divorce, acrimonious relationship. We're sitting in the courthouse. The mother said, my daughter said to me, she's talking to me and her attorney. My daughter said, Mommy, I think I'm going to grow up and be a lesbian. This is 12. The mother said, what? She said, a lesbian. The mother said, well, why would you say that? She said, I'm looking at all the trouble that you and Daddy are going through. And I don't want those headaches when I grow up. I mean, this is out of the mouths of children. Do you all understand? We are being programmed to what? Hate one another. None of us would be here were it not for contribution from father and contribution from mother. But the social dynamic can make us hate each other. Hate ourselves and hate each other until we have thoroughly gone into total genocide. Because genocide is just the opposite face of white supremacy. If I'm afraid that somebody else's genetics will overpower me, then my brain computer will simply work out logical solutions leading right up to genocide. So we have to reflect on this. Well, Dr. Welsing, what do you suggest that we do? I suggest that we understand we are at war. A war is being waged against us. We have to turn ourselves into very effective soldiers for justice. Not people who are going to waste their energy hating white people. It's not necessary. You don't sit down and play chess and hate. I hate my opponent. I hate. Go on the football field. Imagine a football player. I hate the opponent. No. You go in that squad room and study the opponent's plays. You let yourself reflect when they're good so you know what your opposition is. So hate is out. First, we're going to engage in the exercises of Black mental health and Black self-respect. I call it building a pyramid. The base of the pyramid has to be our mastering self-respect. How do we do that? Neely Fuller, in his textbook for victims of racism, laid out a number of things, and I added some things to it. Stop name-calling one another. See, somebody will say, oh, I don't mean nothing by that. No, don't call people out of their names. Call them the name that they wish to be called. White supremacy called us niggers. Read the slave narratives. Every other word, us niggers, the nigger this, the nigger that. That's what white supremacy imposed on us. Stop name-calling one another. Stop gossiping about one another. Gossiping. Oh, I'm about to gossip. Put the telephone down. See, this is very important because the way you exercise what you think about yourself is how you relate to your reflection. So the brain computer said, there's another black one just like you, Francis. Then how I feel about myself will be reflected in how I relate to another black person. So we're going to engage. See, we do exercises to keep our muscles in shape. Now we're doing exercises to get our brains in shape, in our self-image, in our self-concept, so we can be effective soldiers. Because if I think negatively about myself, do you think my brain computer will work in my behalf to optimize my development and success? No. The brain said, you don't like yourself. Why should I work in your behalf? So stop name calling, stop gossiping, stop squabbling with one another. Stop snitching on one another. Informing to the racist for reasons of personal gain. Stop being discourteous to each other. Stop being disrespectful to each other. Stop cursing one another. If we have time, we'll go into our favorite curse, motherfucker. We'll see why we use that. Stop being discourteous. Stop being disrespectful. Stop stealing from one another. Stop robbing one another. Stop fighting one another. Stop killing one another. Now, what if black people, what if we were walking around and say, you do know the code, don't you? Are you in code? See, if we have to dance, can you do the code? Stop throwing down trash where black people live, work, and play. This is really important. Really important. See, trash is all around us. We are being conditioned to think of ourselves as trash. What do you do with trash? You compact it and then send it to the incinerator. Is that correct? There was a big ad in the Washington Times newspaper, Sunday, November the 20th, 1994. A full-page ad. That's the conservative newspaper in Washington, D.C. Most black people don't read it. Full-page ad, young black man, pants cut off, dark brown skin, shoes untied. Guess what the full-page ad was about? Had in big print, life is precious, pass it on. We need thus and so number of corneas, transplants. We need thus and so number of heart and lungs, thus and so number of livers in the thousands. Do you all understand? I used to say 10 years ago they were going to have us on a spare parts farm. Do you all understand? I'm going to call you all genetically inferior in terms of intelligence, but I can use your liver. I can use your cornea. I can use your heart and lungs. I can use your... Do you understand? Fresh. Just shot. Do you all understand? Get in code. Stop fighting one another. Stop killing one another. Stop making believe that white supremacy does not exist. Stop making black children think that as children, they can be adequate mothers and fathers. This is very important. Everybody ought to clap, Because this is not a put down of somebody who had children when they were a teenager. You weren't doing your own thing. White supremacy said, I can make you as a child want to have sex. How can I do it? Take the father out of the home and exhaust the mother. So there's no emotional support coming no matter what she wants to do. So children who are longing for lap time and can't get it will find somebody under the porch who's also longing for lap time. I tell the children, any child that is thinking about sexual intercourse is simply saying, I want my mama. See, I want to be held. This is a normal human desire. But white supremacy, whether we start in formal slavery or not, say you're not going to have no mother and father sitting still holding you on lap. I'm breaking all of that up. I'm shipping mother there and father there. We've got variation on the theme. Father in prison, mother in the project. Variation on the theme. So we have to know this is game plan number 20651AK. What's our response? Now hold on to your chair because you're not going to like what I'm going to say. This is war. This is not what you like best, what you want me to say. I'm saying what I think I understand. Under the conditions of white supremacy, all people who are trying to make soldiers in order to war against white supremacy and produce justice so we can have peace on the planet. No black lady have children before 30. I know she's crazy. Black men 35. Do you all hear me? If I thought you were ready for advanced soldiering, I'd say no sex until then. Like a child told me, I said that in a high school, and this child said, I'm sorry, Dr. Welsing. When it hits you, you gotta do it. So I said, sweetheart, are you ever on the bus going home from school? Yeah. I said, do you ever maybe, sometimes it has hit you, I need to urinate. Or move your bowels. And you talk to those muscles. And you say, peace be still. Do you understand? Any behavior can be brought under control. We have a cosmic purpose in being here. It's not to just do anything. And I tell the little children, look, don't feel bad. Don't feel bad if you've had a child. Blame me. Why do I say blame me? Because we allow to go on in front of children. They can't turn on the TV without sex, movie sex. So I tell the little children, we are in a confused society. A society that is smart, that has no wisdom. Just take the black people away and look at what the white people are doing with themselves. If you don't throw anything in the face of children other than sex, and then you say, well, why are they having sex? Because that's what you're teaching them to do. And I say it comes out of a society that actually degrades itself. Out of the white supremacy system and culture comes the only real pornography on the planet. People of color initially worship the act of self-reproduction. But if you don't like the way you look, you will curse God and curse sex. Maximally degraded. Maximally degraded. And so we have to help the children understand it's problems. We're going to take responsibility as the older people, but we want you to understand. Because as a child, you cannot take care of a child for 25 years. It takes 25 years to stand a soldier on his or her feet so they can deal with the stress of war. Do you all understand me? We should say by the year 2000, we're not going to have any black children having children. We are all going to be in the business of producing people who will ensure that justice is brought to the planet. Somebody asked me last night, parents group, well, what about the violence? How many people have seen a teenager yell at a child on a bus? Come over here. You black so-and-so, get over here. You see, that child is not bad, she's overwhelmed. Completely overwhelmed. Do you all understand? If you yell at a child, or the father could be overwhelmed. 16-year-old male finds out he's impregnated somebody. Now you're going to have to help me take care of this baby. He's overwhelmed. Do you all understand? See, we've got to start thinking. We think these people are playing with us. You know, Mensa, the society for the people who are supposed to have the highest level of intelligence, came out in the newspaper last week. They had put in one of their newsletters, homeless people should be exterminated. This is in the New York Times. Homeless people should be exterminated, and also other people with defects. That's us. The melanin defect. They just want an excuse. See, look at them. That's why we can't turn on the TV without seeing a young black man's face who is supposed to have committed a crime. They're just psyching themselves up. That's why it's important to talk about black genetic inferiority, because they keep saying, look at them, look at them, look at them, look at them. Now, they made us this way. But then they say, look at them, because they want to go into Act 3. So we have to take the position we're not about to be. We love ourselves too much. We're going to learn to respect ourselves. And also, we understand our mission. And it's not a dream. See, dream and determination are two different things. They both start with a D, but they're not the same thing. See, you wake up in the morning and you say, by the time you get in the shower, oh, that must have been a dream, and you dismiss it. You see, but if you say no, we weren't put on this planet to be exterminated. We were put on this planet, the first people, to bring justice to this planet. We are putting ourselves in readiness because we're not playing with ourselves anymore. See, they even have the black weathermen clowning. See, I call them the black weather clowns. The white man can stand up and give the weather. But black men are supposed to be clowning all the time. It's a reason that they do that. They're signaling each other, they're just clowns. They're just clowns. We're dismissing them. We are exterminating all of them. If we can get our machine really going. Now we're giving them AIDS, that's not moving fast enough. Now we put drug-resistant tuberculosis out there, that's not moving fast enough either. Got to speed this thing along here. So we're giving them something counter to play with. We are engaging in quality control, black child development and production. That's what the Japanese economy did to take off and astound everybody. What if black people say, oh no, we only engage in quality control? It's like if you ask a Japanese teenager, do you have a boyfriend? No, we don't date until after we finish college. So somebody say, well, what are we supposed to do, Dr. Welsing, until we're 30? Go to school. See, let me suggest for the black agenda, I'm recommending it in the District of Columbia. A wise people would say, every child that graduates from high school, good grades, no drugs, not become a mother or a father gets $2,000 from the state. In addition, tuition paid to college. Why not put that on the table? It costs $35,000 a year to incarcerate one black man. $35,000. And all they can do is talk about more and more prisons. We say, no, take the same money. Take those multiple billions. We want everybody to go to school and come out and get a WPA job, not job training, job. Do you all understand? If we don't ever say this is what we want, we're not having this other stuff. You're not just putting these drugs out here and say, now that's your job. That's just bait. Let it go on for a while and then put you in incarceration. That's no good. That's genocide. So I say, no, we've got to have another plan. So we got all those stop throwing down trash, stop making children think that they can be adequate mothers and fathers as children. You see all these little girls with these attitudes. That's because somebody's talking. So then the child is rolling her eyes. Just overwhelm people. So I say, everybody get older. Do things in phases. For everything, there's a season. From 0 to 30 and 35 is school. Moving to self-sufficiency, FCL. Do you all understand? Now, this is difficult, I know. Don't misunderstand me. Don't think, well, she doesn't like sex. Sex is fabulous. That's not the point. The point is that we are in a war. War is being waged against us. Anybody in here been in a real war? Did you jump out of the foxhole and say, I got to get some? And get shot dead in your tracks? No. No, it's a time and a place, and you have to determine what are the conditions that we are in. Can you imagine anybody in Japan where that earthquake hit? Talking about, I got to get some. I mean, I can't clean any of this debris. I got to get some now. No. Unless they're ready to be taken to this asylum if it's still standing. So, no. Are you all right? I overwhelmed. Tariq said, I'm sorry I brought her. No, but ladies and gentlemen, very serious. I would not be standing here talking if I did not absolutely believe that we can astound the universe in succeeding in what it is that we are attempting to accomplish. The white supremacy system gives us some clues. The people that are highly educated, the white supremacy system puts them in black robes. If they know about justice, put them in black robes. If they're supposed to know about God, put them in black robes. Do you all understand? That's a recognition that black has great wisdom potential. It has the potential, the melanocyte, the cell that makes the black pigment, is described as the second most sophisticated cell in the entire nervous system. Second only to the BET cell, that's B-E-T-Z, the cells that are in the cerebral cortex that you think with. But the white supremacy system said, I can't let them be all that they can be.
Well, brothers and sisters, it seems only right that on this Saturday night that we would be in this place to finally get the record straight. Our ancestors have given us the right to sing the praises of one Cress Welsing. She told the story, the melanin story she told that made us know that we were so bad, so black, and so bold. Praises be to Cress Welsing. Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am thrilled to be here at the 4th annual Melanin Conference. I hope my eyes don't look too tired. I was in New Orleans before, but here I am. I feel that the ancestors have been invoked this evening, and I feel that they have given me the charge, and they continue to give me the charge to recruit for the Army of Justice, to recruit males and females and males that are going to take their melanin selves and lead this army that is going to end the greatest injustice that has ever been on the planet Earth, and that is the injustice of racism
and the injustice of white supremacy. An injustice that I maintain began because some people had the misfortune not to have melanin. I was going to entitle my remarks, "The Gold Mine of Melanin." There is a gold mine in melanin, but we have a problem that we have to solve before there can be the full expression of the power of melanin. And recently, I've got my board up here so I can go to work. Recently, I have begun to think about our task in terms of a pyramid. And really, we can call this army of justice, we can really begin to call ourselves the pyramid builders. And at the top of this pyramid, we have justice. And we've got this eye at the top of the pyramid. And we can talk about that in a little while. But I say that at the base of the pyramid is the dynamic of truth. Truth revealed. Truth revealed about racism and about white supremacy. At this next level, going up this pyramid, we have to place understanding. Because we not only have to reveal truth, but we have to have an understanding in depth of what it is that we have revealed. And then we have all of the areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Those are the areas of people activity through which we have to express our understanding and our knowledge of truth. Atop the areas of people activity, the next level has to do with what has happened to us. And what has happened to us is that we have learned to despise and to hate melanin. And as a result of that, we do not have unity and we do not have the force and power that we need to bring about justice. Some of the forms of that hate are reflected in patterns of behavior such as gossiping, name-calling, squabbling with one another, cursing one another, being discourteous, being disrespectful, stealing from one another, robbing one another, fighting one another, killing one another, using and selling drugs to one another. This is the power of racism and the power of white supremacy. Throwing down trash, making children believe that they can be adequate mothers and fathers, leading to teen pregnancy, pretending that racism does not exist. And then we're going to put at the next layer of the pyramid some things that we were taught in the Principles of Kwanzaa by Ron Kawenga, some things that we need to focus on. I may not have them in order, and if I forget any of them, help me out. Unity,
purpose, creativity, faith, self-determination, collective work and responsibility, and cooperative economics. That's it, isn't it? Okay. Don't anybody come up here and try to read this. I hope you're making notes. You won't be able to read this. Atop that, we are going to put something from the work of Neely Fuller, the 4 uses of time for the victims of white supremacy. He has suggested and recommended that we discipline ourselves and use our time, energy in 4 ways and 4 ways alone. Number 1 is constructive conversation. Constructive conversation is discussions about racism and how we're going to solve the problem of white supremacy. Constructive activity, that means building, repairing, making, entrepreneuring, all kinds of things that are constructive activity. 3, sufficient eating and sleeping, and hold your seats. Sexual intercourse no more than twice a week so you stop worrying about it. Is everybody with that? Now this is what we are trying to achieve. It is a difficult task, but so was it difficult to build the original pyramid. Lifting those gigantic stones that constructed the original pyramid is something akin to what it is that we must do to bring about this revolution so that there is justice on the planet and that there is peace in the universe. I want this army that I am attempting to recruit to be able to go out, each and every soldier, to be able to go out into the world, wherever it is that they travel, wherever it is that they live, and to share knowledge and understanding of racism. I think that one of our greatest challenges and one of the things that is going to bring us very great results is that when we use the word racism, to be able to say exactly and very clearly what it is that we are talking about. Simply to use the R word is not sufficient, because people will come along and say, well, you're saying that I'm racist, and I'm saying that you're racist. Everybody's a racist, right? No. Racism means white supremacy, and we can go on to detail it from that point. I say that racism is a global system of behavior organized by persons who classify themselves as white, whether consciously or subconsciously determined. The goal objective is for white genetic survival on the planet Earth and to prevent white genetic annihilation. Because on this planet, the vast majority of people have melanin in their skins and they are black, brown, red, and yellow. All of those people are genetically dominant compared to people who classify themselves as white. Now that's very long-winded, but I certainly hope that we can begin to master that definition or some definition of racism so that when we use that word, we can say, this is what we're talking about. And if you're talking to someone who classifies him or herself as white, and then you challenge them and you say, not a hostile challenge, an intellectual, analytical challenge, and you say, what is the definition that you are using? And if your experience is the same as mine, then they come to a halt. They are not able to succinctly describe what it is that they're talking about, but that does not stop us. Now, there may be some persons in the audience who haven't heard me talk about racism, so let me just drop back a little bit and share with you how I came to understand racism in the way that I understand it. I met Neely Fuller in 1967. Neely Fuller is a guard at the Bureau of Engraving in the District of Columbia. He had started writing about racism during the Korean War, and he made a very profound conclusion. I consider it to be profound. He said racism was a system. It's not institutional, it is a system. A system encompasses institutions. He said racism is a system. The system is global. It is global as well as local. That means it can be here in Dallas or New Orleans, but it is also all over the world. There is no place on planet Earth where racism defined as white supremacy does not exist. It is everywhere. He went further to say, unlike Karl Marx, who said that economics caused racism, Neely Fuller turned that upside down and said that the system of white supremacy establishes specific patterns of behavior in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. So that everything that is done 24 hours a day by this collective is for the purpose of establishing, maintaining, expanding, and refining white supremacy. So when I heard this gentleman say that, my brain computer said, that man is really saying something. And I wondered what would cause them to establish this behavioral dynamic, that it seemed the places that I had been on planet Earth, the few places that I had been, every place, this system was intact. I remember when I first went to Europe, I thought, well, it probably won't be there. It was there. When I went to Mexico, it was there. Go to the Bahamas, it is there. It is everywhere, okay? So I said, why? What would cause it? And I came to the conclusion that what was producing this global pattern of behavior that was causing us to have so much grief was the fact that on this planet, 1/10 of the people have white skin, 9/10 of the people are black, brown, red, and yellow. And the black, brown, red, and yellow people, unlike the propaganda that the people who classify themselves as white, they were busy telling us that it was the black, brown, red, and yellow people who were genetically inferior, but indeed it was they who were feeling genetically inadequate because all of the black, brown, red, and yellow people are genetically dominant in terms of skin coloration to the people who are classified as white. So around the 13th, 14th century, or after the people who left Europe and circumnavigated the planet and found out that every place they landed, the people were colored. There was no place outside of Europe where there were people who were classified as white. Everybody on planet Earth was colored, and if these white male persons in these little boats stopped and had sexual intercourse with the ladies of color and waited for 9 months, they found out about genetic dominance without having a big genetics laboratory. They found that all of the children, when you mix white plus black, white plus brown, white plus red, white plus yellow, equals colored. So they learned something that was very, very critical. They had found out this information from the time that people who classify themselves as white began to come into Africa long time ago. They also found that white was genetically annihilated. By the time they circumnavigated the planet and found that there were non-white people or people of color everywhere on the planet, they understood that they had a very, very serious problem, and that serious problem was that white could be genetically annihilated. Now, I don't know how many people in this audience saw the Time magazine cover for April the 9th. How many people saw that? Very good. Everybody should go to their library, and I believe it is April 9th, the April 9th issue of Time magazine, because their cover said, what is going to happen when whites are no longer the majority in this area of the world that we call the United States of America. And the prediction is that in a very short period of time, by the year 2000, that the majority of people in this area of the world will be blacks or African, Hispanics, and Asians. Now, that article I recommend very highly to everyone because they are talking about things are going to change for us and that there are going to be some serious problems that we are going to face. And in addition to having that statement on the cover of the magazine, the picture itself was very, very interesting. If you will recall, there was a picture of a flag. You recall it? And the flag basically was the so-called American flag. It had blue in the corner, but it didn't even have white stars. The stripes, in place of the red and white stripes, they had a red stripe and then a black stripe. And then another red stripe and then a brown stripe. And then another red stripe and then a yellow stripe. And I saw this and I said, wonderful. But I said wonderful for another reason. I said wonderful because I had written a paper some time ago talking about the symbolism of the flag. And I had said that those colors, red, white, and blue, had another level of meaning other than patriotism. That the red, white, and blue on the flag actually stood for white skin, through which you could see blue veins and red arterioles. And so that is the reason that most of the flags that represent people who classify themselves as white are either white and blue or white and red or red, white, and blue. Think about it. Now, beyond that, I said that the flag was a symbolic abstraction of the problem. And the problem when there's a concern about genetic power is the power of the male. The reason being is because it is only men, whether they are white, black, brown, red, or yellow, that can impose sexual intercourse. Is that right? See that silence? People are trying to figure whether that's right. Okay. It is only men who can impose sexual intercourse. A male can decide that he is going to force a female to have sexual intercourse. Ladies, don't try it. If a female decides that she's going to force the male to have sexual intercourse and she gets a Uzi or M16 rifle and she approaches him and she frightens him to death, there's not going to be any performance. Okay. Right? Right. Okay. So that the question about genetic dominance is a question that concerns gentlemen. And so I said in the paper that I wrote some time ago that if you look, that's the, head-on front view of male genitalia, but this is a lateral view. And if you make an abstraction, and the brain makes abstractions all the time, I guess that's a very good way that it can store a whole lot of data. And if you make an abstraction of the lateral view of the male genitalia, you have a flag. Can you see that? So that when the flag is red, white, and blue, it means that a testicle produces white skin through which you can see blue veins and red arterioles. You get it? So Time magazine just proved my point, and I was thrilled because they took the white out and put on the flag black, brown, and yellow. Do you understand? And I bet if I went and found that artist, he would say, no, that isn't what that is. Okay, but the ex-president, Ronald Reagan, in his past autobiography entitled, Where is the Rest of Me? That's the name of it. But he said that when he was born, he said his father was a first-generation black Irishman. But his father said that when Reagan was born, that his skin was white, his bottom was red, and his face was blue. And ever since then, the red, white, and blue has been significant and important to him. But can you see, I don't think he really understood, but he was saying that white, his father was so glad he was white, that is the significance. So all of the furor and the laws that they're trying to develop and pass about you can't desecrate the flag is a symbolic way of saying that you cannot castrate white males, which is why there was a song saying a long time ago, the old flag can never touch the ground. Because if the flag was indeed the symbol of the testicles, if a testicle touches the ground, it means that there has taken place a castration. Do you follow? Okay. So instead of talking about sex on the job, run this down. From this discussion, I understood something that was very, very significant in our history. The lynching and castration of black men. And, you know, we haven't been able to talk about that out loud very much. I mean, it's still very horrible and something that is very painful. I challenge us to rise to the political occasion of being able to talk about lynching and castration and to explain why it happened. That if indeed there was the fundamental fear and concern about white genetic annihilation, it would stand to reason that there would be a horrendous attack on the black female, right? No. No. I was just playing a trick, you all. If there was concern about genetic annihilation on the part of the global as well as local white collective, then it would stand to reason that there would be a horrendous attack on the black male. Do you see? Because it is only the male that can impose the white genetic annihilation, because it's only men that can impose it, okay? So that the lynching and the castration was the expression from the white psyche, from the white male psyche specifically, but there are pictures of lynchings where you have white females and children standing around the lynched black male, you see, burning body and cheering. There are also descriptions in which the people took the genitals home. I won't say they ate them, but they took them home. You see, because there are some cultures where, to this day, people go in bars and eat the testicles of bulls. Bulls balls. How many people are aware of that or know that? Okay, now, this is supposedly a particular male delicacy. I won't say for black males, but if we understand our ancient history, Osiris, the Egyptian god that has been described as Lord of the perfect black, the symbol of Osiris was the bull. Do you see? So when people are eating bull's balls, they are trying to ingest the power of the black male, okay? Now, after I figured this out, I remember one day I was sitting at home and looking at television, and there was a bullfight from somewhere in Europe on the television. We don't really have that on the television here a lot, but for some reason, there was this bullfight on the television. So I was looking at this television, and I got up to go and turn off the television because I couldn't stand the idea of their sticking those knives in that animal. And so I was horrified, and I got up to turn the television off. And just moving across the floor, I saw the expressions on the faces of the people in the audience. These were white faces, and the people, they were going out. So I said, wow. Do you see? Because their reaction was quite counter to what I was feeling. And so then I said, oh, wow, these bullfights have something to do with lynching. Because the same people that cheered in the lynching were cheering and going into orgastic spasms watching this bull be killed. And so I said, this is, yeah, right, sick. I said, this has something to do with black people. So I start, go to the library. You got to go to the library, go to the stores, pull out books, stand in the bookstore, stand in the library, and let the Spirit move you so you know what book to touch with your hand, because you don't have time to read all of them. And the Spirit will lead you, right? So I found two books. One's very common, the Encyclopedia Britannica, and the other was Cirlo's Dictionary of Symbols. And I bought this book a long time ago and had never really looked in it. And so I just said, well, let me just look at this book. And lo and behold, in Cirlo's Dictionary of Symbols, under bull, guess what it said? The bull is a historic symbol of the Aryan superiority over the Negro. So I had to sit down with that. But because that was the last thing I expected to read. But I said, wait a minute, something is wrong. If the bull in the bullfight was the symbol of the Aryan superiority over the Negro, they wouldn't kill the black bull. So that it had been twisted and turned around, and that the bull was what? The historic symbol of the black man's superiority over white. So then I said, oh, that's what that is. And so then if you go to the Encyclopedia Britannica after that, they will tell you that bullfighting became a sport in Spain after the Moors. The blacks were chased back into Africa. And the Africans had gone up into Spain and dominated Spain from the 700s to the 1400s for 700 years. And when they finally were defeated, everybody was colored in Spain. And so they started this symbolic activity of killing these black bulls. Do you see? And then you have little white males switch around, shaking their you-know-what in front of the bull, in suits of light. Now, do you see what I'm saying? Suits of light, meaning white people. Do you understand? And so they symbolically carry out this attack on the black male in the activity that they call entertainment of the bullfight. I also understood, if you begin to understand racism, not just they won't let me go to the toilet, they won't let me live in that neighborhood, they won't let me go to that school, that's the surface phenomenon of racism. Deep beneath that surface phenomenon is the fear of white genetic annihilation and the concern for white genetic survival. Once you begin to understand this, and that it is determined at conscious and subconscious levels, once you understand this, then a lot of things that you see around you every day will begin to be clear. Like I said, lynching will be clear, eating chocolates will be clear. Is everybody into chocolates? Okay. The white supremacy, well, let me just back up and cover the tanning. Now, this is important. You see, this is important because we have been taught to what? Hate melanin. We have to be honest, we hate melanin. Nobody wants to be crystal black. Crystal black. See, start saying crystal black. Wow. That brother was crystal black. Wow, that sister, look at that crystal black. See, you're supposed to say, yeah, but I felt the vibe drop. A little bit okay for the brothers, not okay for the sisters. We're going to change that as we make this revolution. Okay. Get this understood. All of the colors are fine. But we have been taught to hate the basic color. In the way that the universe works, there's no way that we are going to find the secrets of melanin as long as we hate melanin. You cannot find the meaning of melanin and simultaneously hate it. So we have to really get on top of that. But tanning, while the people who were the melanin people, under the conditions of white supremacy, were taught to hate color. So all of us learn before we learn how to read. If you are black, stay back. If you're brown, stick around. If you're yellow, you're mellow. And if you're white, you're all right. 1990, they have tested black children and found that if you give a black and white doll to black children and ask which one do they want, they will select the white doll, and this is 1990. Now, don't feel bad about the children. White supremacy is just riding on. If you look at television all day long, you're going to have to jar your brain to get white supremacy images out. Because all we see is white, 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 white. And if a child watches the television and the child never sees his or her image looking intelligent, then the child doesn't want to be that which never appears on television. Do you see? Or the child doesn't want to be that silly looking person that they throw in. An occasional black or an occasional black male child that's got his hat turned around backwards. So we have to get into understanding what a turned around backwards hat means, that you don't know which direction you're supposed to go in. White supremacy understands that. That's why you will rarely, if ever, see a white male child or a white male with a hat turned around backwards. Turned around backward hats are for us, okay? But children don't want to be it because they don't see themselves on television. In addition to, this is a global system of white supremacy. The language itself teaches white supremacy. So you can watch a black weather person say it's going to be a black day today. That means it's going to be thundering, lightning, raining, hailing, everything that you don't want to face. That's supposed to be a black day. Or the stock market falls and then they say it was Black Monday or Black Tuesday. And then we'll go around and repeat, yes, it was Black Monday. That's what we have. The language under white supremacy teaches white supremacy, and so we have to systematically go through and pull out those things that are against us in the language and begin to turn it around. But the children learn, so white supremacy is being taught. Also under white supremacy, white people who we thought liked their color, unbeknownst to us, on our side of the track, we were trying to get rid of our color, wondering what kind of bath we could get into that would take some of the melanin away. And the white people were on their side of the track, even when it was cold, trying to tan. Tanning is what? Tanning is forcing cells, the melanocytes, that under normal condition in white skin cannot produce melanin. But if you bombard those cells with the ultraviolet rays of the sun, you can force them to produce small quantities of the enzyme tyrosinase. And that enzyme is essential for the production of melanin. White skin has the absence of tyrosinase, and that means that white skin is albinism. A-L-B-I-N-I-S-M. That white people say is a genetic deficiency state, not Frances Welsing, white people. They didn't expect that Frances Welsing would come along and say, well, this is the same as white skin. And it is, okay. So that while they are tanning and taking every dark substance that they can conceive of into their bodies, chocolate, Coke, coffee, tea, scotch. At least that's labeling some of them. You see, an obsession with taking dark substance into their body, in addition to calling chocolate candy erotic or chocolate cake erotic. Now, you know, Valentine's Day comes and everybody's talking about chocolate and giving ladies a Valentine box with chocolate candy and nuts in it. See, in black ladies, we're so busy being white ladies that we didn't realize we already had the chocolate with us. See. A long time ago when I was in Germany, they had a candy, their favorite candy was some little chocolate babies that were called nigger babies. That was a favorite candy in Germany. Now, I don't know whether it still is today, but it was a favorite candy, eating nigger babies, taking dark babies into their system because they could not produce dark babies. Also, Germany used to drink a lot of Coca-Cola, and then they became nationalistic and said, we need to have a cola of our own. So indeed they did. That we're drinking too much Coca-Cola, let's have a German cola. And so what do you think they called the cola that they made, the national cola for Germany? Right, somebody said it. Africola. Africola, with a palm tree on the bottle, with all that dark substance. You would have thought they would call it German or Deutsches Cola. No, they called it Africola to prove what it is that I'm saying. Take black substance from Africa and put it in the body that under normal circumstances cannot produce color. This also feeds into why white females at the same time that they are accusing black males of wishing to rape them, they have all kinds of I'm about to be raped clubs. Now don't misunderstand me. I am definitely not in support of any kind of rape, but we're talking about behavioral phenomena that goes on in the white supremacy system and culture. See, I've even seen teachers, white adult teachers, start talking about a little 9-year-old. Well, I didn't know what he might do to me. I mean, he's a little boy. You see, but this dynamic goes on. But what is underneath that dynamic is when they are asked to describe what is their ideal mate, what do they say? Tall, dark, and handsome. So who is attacking who? Okay? Tall, dark, and handsome. And that's why all of their idols, Rudolph Valentino, the Sheik of Araby, that's what they called him. The matinee idol and the lover. He looked like a non-white man. Elvis Presley, where people still line up and go to his grave. Why? Because he was a white male with dark hair who could move his hips like a black man and sing like a black man. When the white male dresses up in his finest dress for the most important occasions, he puts on a black tie and tails. Now these are the same tails that they said black men had in the Second World War and the First World War. The white males who went to Europe said to the white ladies, you don't want to have sex with the black man because they have tails. Now what they were referring to is the length of the penis in front. Do you follow me? But when the white male dresses up, he wants to have this long thing hanging down in the back of him. Okay? Are you all following me? Okay. We can call this exploring the contradictions of white supremacy. Okay. I guess, yeah, ball games. What are the two series of ball games under white supremacy? For you, those of you who know, don't tell, let some new people guess. What are the two series of ball games in the white supremacy system and culture? Baseball. Those are C answers. You can't pass the course. Now remember, this is the key. This is the key that you have to keep in mind. The key is male genitalia, and the real key is black male genitalia. The concern of the entire white supremacy system and culture revolves around this issue. Okay, what are these things called? Testicles. But you're right. The testicles are also called balls, right? And the culture says what? Keep your eye on the ball. Now, we didn't know. We thought, well, watch the baseball as it's coming towards the bat. No, these are the balls. Okay. So I asked the question again, what are the two series of ball games in the white supremacy system and culture? Everybody looks at it, but not being trained. See, we're right now training ourselves to look at the dynamic of white supremacy, understanding it in depth, deep down underneath, so that we have a different perspective of what the surface phenomena is. Understanding the issue in white supremacy, there are two series of ball games, big brown and small white. Oh. All the balls fall under these categories. Let's start on the white side. Ping pong, tennis, golf, baseball. That's about it, right? Okay. Big brown, football, basketball, soccer, bowling ball, medicine ball. Got some medicine for you. Okay. Now, what are the balls that the most virile men play with? The big brown, right. The men that are considered to be most manly play with the big brown balls, football, basketball, right? Now let's look and see where these balls go. The football goes into some white upright legs at the end of the field. The basketball goes into a white net. And then on the side, we have these little white dancing girls in short dresses. Oh. That's right. Oh. And hardly a black girl can get on the team, right? That's right. These are the ladies who say that their ideal mates are tall, dark, and handsome. Do you follow? They are really playing out before the black men begin to dominate, and I said it's no accident that they would dominate the games that have the big brown balls in it, okay? But before they really wanted to let black men play, then white males were playing with these big brown balls, pretending that they were the tall, dark, and handsome persons that the white female said that she liked best. Okay. The small white balls. What is the game that the most powerful white men play? Golf. And what happens to that little ball? That little white ball goes into a hole in black Mother Earth, because white men say they're not men until they've had sexual intercourse with a black woman. Do you understand? So there they stand, long stick between legs, trying to put that little white ball in a hole in one. Do you follow? Yes. Everything is racism. What are the two series of smoking objects in the white supremacy system and culture? No, come on, I've told you. See, keep this in your mind. Big brown and small white. Big brown, cigars, pipes, and Moors. They say they taste better. Small white, cigarettes. And what is the slang for cigarettes? Fags. See, consult your dictionary. I don't make any of this stuff up. White men said that the cigarette compared to the cigar was effeminate. Do you understand? So what we have is a big dynamic of envy. Envy, okay? The men that are considered to be most powerful smoke what? Cigars. The men that are supposed to be most intelligent smoke pipes. So that at the same time that black people, because right now we have the disease that is killing us of black self-hate in a culture that really admires black. Do you see, if the man that is supposed to be most intelligent smokes a big black pipe, and the one who is supposed to be most powerful smokes a big black cigar, they are paying tribute to the black people of Africa, and the black men specifically. Do you understand? Just like if somebody is supposed to have knowledge, then you graduate in a black gown and a cap. If you are supposed to know about God, then you wear a black robe. If you are supposed to understand justice, you wear a black robe. At the same time that they have taught us to hate black. Those of us who already have the black mantle of melanin, all right? We have an epidemic of black male on black male homicide with gun. But look at this. This is the issue. If we turn that around, or we're looking at the lateral view, and we turn it around 90 degrees, we see this, and what is that? A gun. And what is the gun called in the white supremacy system and culture? The great equalizer. The reason being is that when the white male brain computer looks at the black male and looks at his genitals and realizes that the black male has dominant genetic material in his genitals, that he has genetic material that can cause white genetic annihilation, the white brain computer goes something like this. He has weapon that can annihilate me. Must create weapon, can do same thing. So he creates the great equalizer. The gun can kill black men because the white supremacy system and culture realized that the black male had genetic material that can cause white genetic annihilation, which is what they consider to be white death. Do you understand? So we go from that to having what? Justifiable homicide. Justifiable homicide is not simply somebody with a gun for self-defense killing somebody else. Very specifically, it is a white male with a uniform and a gun who kills a non-white male and says, whether he's 14 or 44, I thought he had a weapon. Well, he does have a weapon. But he did not have a knife or gun. But just that very perception that the black male's genitals has the power to cause white genetic annihilation produces the conscious or subconscious attitude of justifiable homicide. You with that, right? So I think that it is important, it really is important, I would recommend, but you think about it, that we have dialogues instead of, because almost every month, some black male is being killed, whether it's 13-year-old somebody or 18-year-old somebody, and then the black people get angry and we start fuming and carrying placards. I would say it would be much more effective to hold a press conference and say this is abominable activity, but we understand why it exists. You see, and begin to talk about the fear of white genetic annihilation in the thinking of the white collective, okay? Now, when we understand this, we will begin to understand this horrific attack that is on black people in general and black men in particular, because it has everything to do with what is happening to us in our families, so-called, in our communities, so-called, in the schools and everywhere. Here's the black male and the black female. You know, we're always talking about black male-female relations and how we have to understand each other more and be sensitive to each other. I maintain the most important thing that we have to understand is the attack of white supremacy. Because white supremacy, with its most fundamental concern for white genetic survival, says that the black male has to be attacked. And that attack comes in the form of unemployment, underemployment. And when that happens, then there's all kind of friction in the so-called black family. Sometimes I prefer to call it a survival unit. Okay? So when this attack comes, if the people are not skilled in an understanding of white supremacy so they can sit down in the kitchen and talk about this is what is happening to us, you are fine and I'm fine, but white supremacy is raising hell with us. And so we must therefore intensify our effort against white supremacy. Do you see what I'm saying? Not go and get some more perfume or bath oil. You see why? Because this is a war. This is a war. This is Lebanon. See, if we understood that this was Lebanon, then everything that is happening would be clear. But as long as we don't want to face the fact that this is war, white supremacy is war against non-white people, most specifically against black non-white people, because black people have the highest level of melanin pigmentation production that can most effectively cause white genetic annihilation. So the war is hitting us very heavily at this time. If we don't understand that it's war, we can go round and around and around and around in a circle and never come out in terms of a solution to black male-female relations. For example, and this, we can discuss this in debate. People used to suggest that, well, one black man, since all the black men are being killed, that one black man then have several wives. And I would say that, okay, but I don't see that it works. Because if there's an attack on a male so he cannot support himself, then if he has 5 wives, then they would end up supporting him, so manhood would be divided by 5. If there was not white supremacy, then manhood would be multiplied by 5 if he could support himself and 5 wives. Do you understand? But under the conditions of war, if the war is attacking the people in general and the men in particular, then the answer is, when the men are disappearing, intensify the war against the enemy. Do you see? And then when the war is over, we can see how many men and women link up together. But this is war. This is war. When this war attacks in this way, the black male many times will leave out of pain and frustration. The black female in her pain and frustration is in the house with the children. If she didn't understand white supremacy and was taught about Dick and Jane and Spot and Puff and everybody is equal, you see, then she's very upset because things haven't worked out the way that she thought at the time that they got married. She's very upset. And this frustration and anger is going to hit the male child. And she'll say, there you go acting like that no good father. Right? She's not a bad person. The father's not a bad person. They are victims of white supremacy without understanding in depth what is happening. So this attack on the black male child, and then he goes to school and the teacher attacks him there. She's frustrated at home, mother's frustrated. So the little male child starts thinking, this is a no-win position. Mother, will you please put some fingernail polish on my nails? Put some curlers in my hair. Let me wear those earrings. And white supremacy is standing on the sidelines cheering. Do you see? Because if that is intensified, then the situation will move from passivity to effeminization to bisexuality and homosexuality. And so we now have epidemic levels of bisexuality and homosexuality, not because people are nasty, not because people are bad. White supremacy says this is a war. The ultimate outcome that I'm looking for is genocide. If I produce bisexuality and homosexuality, I will eventually get genocide. That's exactly what I want, because that will allow for white genetic survival. Or we can go another route. Mothers at home with the children, black male child, black female child, mother's unhappy and depressed, the children are unhappy and depressed. The little boy, somebody says to him, here, I have this will make you feel good. And so white supremacy has put the drugs out here, knowing what is happening. So they put the drugs out here so then he can go to step 2. I don't have a job, but I can make money selling drugs. White supremacy said, this is my trap. I'm setting them up. Where I really want to is eventually get them in jail. If I have them in jail, then I'll run the South Africa game. In South Africa, the men are in the work camps, and the women are in the Bantu stands, and here the women are in the projects, and the men are in jail. They're not together, and so that also amounts to genocide. Do you understand? White supremacy is a gigantic, sophisticated system for white genetic survival. It is not a joke, it is war. We can win a war if we can decode the plays. White supremacy also said, if I leave the mother alone, she's overwhelmed, the children won't get sufficient emotional support, I can produce sex obsession. See how quiet it got? Even the breathing stopped. See, we're making this thing scientific. They're going to look up and we will have solved this problem. Okay? If you deprive children of adequate lap time, you saw the little baby that was up on the stage? That little baby is real cool. You lift it up in the air and it doesn't even make a whimper. That's because that baby has a whole lot of lap time. Parents stand up and take praise, okay? But if you don't give children, and it's not because parents are bad, it is because we are under the horrendous stress of war. And if children do not get their emotional needs met, then they're moving around and walking around and something is missing in the area of the solar plexus. And so here's one child and then somebody else next door has the same problem, then they will meet under the porch and have sex, trying to get a sense of human closeness that the white supremacy dynamic deprives us of. For example, if we just go back, 6, 8 generations, we were smack into the slavery phase of white supremacy. The slavery phase of white supremacy was, black lady, you're going to take care of the white baby. Now put that black baby in a box out in the field somewhere. You are nursing the white baby. So nobody was getting their dependency needs met, and that was handed down. Beyond that, white supremacy said, Hattie, I want you to have another baby because I need some more slaves. So Hattie was breeding. That was the old time white supremacy dynamic. The modern white supremacy dynamic is welfare. Hattie, I'll give you a little bit larger welfare check. Just make another baby. I know you cannot take care of them. I know you cannot meet their emotional needs. So whether we're in formal slavery or the modern welfare state, we are going to produce inferiorized people. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if you pile children one on top of the other, you're going to produce somebody that is vulnerable to drugs, alcohol. White supremacy understands this. You see, white supremacy does studies. The more children you have, the lower the IQ level of the individual child. They know that. But this is about what? White supremacy. And it really is about genocide to a certain extent, but you cannot be superior unless you have people around you who look inferior to you. So you don't get rid of all the people. You just get rid of enough so you don't have a problem, but you want to keep looking at them and say, look at that, look at them. Yeah, look, see, I'm superior to that, look at them. Now this is the game that we, have to outsmart. So, what do I propose? Because we are in a giant chess game. And I think that chess is a very excellent analogy to white supremacy. Why? Because in chess, the white side always moves first. So that means that they're playing offense, defense, and black has to play catch-up defense, offense, right? But that's okay, because you can win from the black side of the board if you understand the game. So, I propose Cress chess. That's like laying out the chessboard for an understanding of white supremacy. So you put white on this side and black on this side, and instead of having 8 rows, you try to put 9, so you have economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, I got more, politics, religion, sex, and war. And so this is under sex, if you will. So they make a move, I'm going to make you make inferiorized people, because I can always overwhelm inferiorized people. So on our side of the board, under sex, my recommendation is no black woman have a child before 30, no black man have a child before 35, no more than 2, no closer together than 3 years apart, as a strategy for making soldiers. See, you have some old parents. See, that's like you can tell little children who have been reared around their grandparents. There's a difference between somebody who is 14 and somebody who's 34. Make no mistake about it. They would prefer, and this is interesting, this is so interesting to me, after I started talking about this 30, 35, no more than 2, no closer together than 3 years apart. Now, you know how they have on TV, they bring up the black lady who has 15 children. Hattie, you're on welfare? And you got all these children that you can't take care of? You see what I'm saying? That's Donahue and Sally, Jesse, Raphael, and all the rest of them, okay? So Cress Welsing comes along and says, black people, no more than 2, no closer together than 3 years apart. You would have thought that they would have put me in all the newspapers. What begins to come out in the newspapers? Recent study, we think it's all right for the black teenager to have children. That this is an all right solution. No. Do you see what I'm saying? The minute we begin to figure out some plays that'll work, they try to take us back to checkmate. I found that absolutely fascinating. There they were talking about no teenage pregnancy, and the minute we say, yeah, we're going to adopt that strategy to make soldiers, then they will put in the paper some study that says, oh, it's cool if the children have children. No, it is not cool. Okay, it is not cool because somebody who is a child cannot teach emotional maturity. You have to have emotional maturity to fight a war. So that's one strategy, okay? Let's go back to this chess game. Chess, to make a long story short, is about white king, checkmate black king. The reason that I say it is that if white always moves first, it's not sufficient to say that the game of chess is about checkmating the king. White is making the aggressive or the offensive attack. So the game has to be about what? White king checkmating black king, right? So this is the same thing as white genetic survival, the war for white genetic survival. Okay, on this side of the board, they say, well, we have produced people who didn't get enough lap time, and we have made them sex obsessed. So now, and then our Secretary of Agriculture, Mr. Butts, already announced, all black people want is tight pussy, loose shoes, and a warm place to piss. Is everybody familiar with the fact that he said that? Okay. So they knew that we were sex machines, and even James Brown said, get on up, sex machine, and we get up, right? Okay. So they know what they're doing. They said, well, now, right, this will be a perfect strategy. We will make a biological warfare weapon that is sexually transmitted. They are so sex obsessed that they'll be saying, I gotta have some, I don't care. I'm not using no condom. Do you all understand? See, they make us, and then they make the weapon to destroy what they've made. But then I found out, through a little book that I found in 1987, that was published in 1969. It was a book done by some people in Britain called A Survey of Chemical and Biological Warfare. And in that book, God led me to the little bookstore, led me to turn immediately upon opening the book to the page that discussed vervet monkey disease. Vervet is Latin for green. You know that green monkey they say was in Africa and started the whole thing? That was a lie. But the vervet monkey disease that this book talked about is described in this way: a disease unlike any other organism, unaffected by any antibiotic substances known, can become an infectious disease in man, can be transmitted venereally, that means sexually, candidate for biological warfare. Do you understand? The book was published in 1969. When I mentioned it to people in New York, go to the publisher, get as many copies as you can, I understand that they were told 1 copy per person, then people had to sign their names to get copies, and now you can't get the book. Do you understand? Warfare. Under the 8th area of activity, that's cocaine, crack, marijuana, ice, or whatever they're going to invent next. Do you see? Just like under sex and war, they're going to put out a new virus called Ebola, E-B-O-L-A. And we're supposed to believe, oh, this is another virus out of Africa. Oh, just imagine, another monkey is making this virus. Right. Don't you believe it? Every time another virus comes out, you say biological warfare. Just like the Tuskegee syphilis experiment that ran from 1932 to 1972. The Center for Disease Control in Atlanta and the U.S. Public Health Service, the 2 groups that are now running the AIDS virus campaign, gave black people, meaning allowed black men who were diagnosed as having syphilis, to believe that they were going to a clinic to be treated for syphilis, and they were not being treated, and so therefore they went home and passed syphilis on to their families. They died of it, as well as some members of their family. That went on for 40 years. You see, so if anybody comes, well, are you talking about a conspiracy, Dr. Welsing? See, I don't say it's a conspiracy, I just say it's a plan. It's an aspect of the plan for white genetic survival. You see, just like what happened to the Semites of the Jewish religion, a plan for white genetic survival. Why? Because in Europe, the Semites of the Jewish religion were considered to be not white people. They were considered, the word Semite comes from the Latin prefix semi, which means half. Half what? Half black and half white. This was a population of people made on the northern tier of Africa of the combination of Greek and Roman soldiers and black women in Africa. So 2,000 years ago, when the mulattoes over there were made, then some of them went up in Europe with the definition that a Jew is anybody whose mother is a Jew. So that meant that the woman could have sex with any white man, hoping that the children will be lighter and lighter. We know about that, right? There are people that plan, well, if I have sex with a white man, then the child will be light and the child will have a better chance. That's the same thing that they were doing, trying to get blonde hair, blue-eyed people with more European-type features and straighter hair. But 2,000 years later, Adolf Hitler came along and said, wait a minute. You all are about to participate in causing us to have genetic annihilation. So we're going to kill you. We're going to kill 11 million of you. They succeeded in killing 6 million. I recommend for everybody, go to your video store and get a video of the Wannsee, W-A-N-N-S-E-E, Wannsee Conference. It's a German docudrama that describes the government sitting down and planning carefully how they were going to kill 11 million people. They succeeded in killing 6 because they were not considered to be white. Now, because somebody looks white to us does not mean that white people are thinking of them as white. I was just in New Orleans and talking to the people there about, because there was a lady in New Orleans, a black lady who was so light that she could pass for white. So she said, why should I be black? I'm going to go to the court and get my classification changed. And the court said, I'm sorry, ma'am, you're going to have to stay black. Why? Because if you are carrying even little bits of African genetic material, over time, all those little bits will begin to add up, and the population will experience white genetic annihilation. Are you with me? So I say that we need to get very sophisticated and understand what that dynamic was all about, and not waste our time attacking other people that the system says are not white. Because very interestingly, white supremacy dropped the atomic bomb on the Japanese, right? Second World War, Japanese-speaking non-white people. They reached the 1980s and 90, and they have all kinds of anti-black literature and anti-Semite. The Semites of the Jewish religion lost 6 million. That was 1/3 of their total world population. They're busy yelling about Jesse Jackson and Farrakhan, having said nothing to the Nazis. Do you understand? So this is fear. The Japanese-speaking non-white people want to embrace white people and want to be accepted by white people, but white people drop the bomb on them. The Semites of the Jewish religion were killed by the white people with the cooperation of the European powers and the government over here. But they want to still embrace and be accepted. So they spend their time attacking non-white people, and the Japanese spend their time attacking non-white people and hoping that everybody will be classified as honorary whites. Do you follow me? Because everybody is afraid to look at the white side of the chessboard and even talk about white supremacy. Why? Because we are all afraid. Are you all with me? Yes. We are not going to make any progress. I don't care what any of the people who are classified as non-white are doing. They are not the enemy. Now, this lesson needs to be taught in South Africa, all over Africa, all over this area of the world. What are we doing with our frustration and anger? Killing one another. White supremacy said, we're going to run a real fast game on them in South Africa. Now, they've been pleading to let Mr. Mandela out. So they say now, what we're going to run on these people is we're going to smile at them. And we're going to let Mr. Mandela out. In the meantime, we are going to arm different groups of them. And since we have spent so much time teaching them to hate black and to love white, that once we put these weapons in their hands, then they will kill one another, and we'll just lay back and say, well, we can't give one man, one vote to that. Do you understand? Same here. White supremacy functions with a minority controlling a majority by dividing and conquering. If the non-white people on the planet did not fight each other, white supremacy would stop tomorrow. Do you follow what I'm saying? So these are very important lessons. Oh, I see. You all, it's after midnight. Very important lessons that non-white people have to master. We have to leave each other alone. That's like black men and women. Leave each other alone. See, because what we do, being afraid to face this side of the chessboard, we dump our frustration and anger on this square attacking this square, or this piece attack that piece. You see, and we have the illusion that we are into something and solving something. The only way that we're going to solve something is to direct our attention at white supremacy, even if we have to sit and look at it and say we're afraid. Well, you're afraid, so what are you going to do? Well, we don't know. We are not going to do anything because we're afraid right now. If we get over the fear, we're going to start looking in this direction. But this is absolutely critical. Absolutely critical. Don't get on any TV programs arguing with other black people. See, because that's a game that they play. Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, you're going to come on and talk about racism. I know that I'll make you all fight, and then the white people just lay back in the cut and just look from side to side as we're hitting each other. Racism goes on discussed while we are battling it out with each other. So all of these little games, it's just like racism goes on, the black man and the black woman are fighting each other. The black male against the black male, the black female against the black female, squabbling and arguing. My sorority is better than yours. My fraternity is better than yours. My church is better than yours. My tribe is better than yours. My club, you all understand. My car is better than yours. It'll run faster. It costs more. You see, all these little things that we get all caught up in, as though it means something, so we don't have to look at white supremacy. And this is the fuel that keeps white supremacy moving. Because figure, fewer than 1/10 of the people on the planet, how can they hold down all of the people? No, they have to make armies of the non-white people who are willing to fight and kill and name call and focus on one another. And they can do that day in and day out and day out and day in. So I say that our responsibility for the 1990s and moving into the year 2000, that we have to understand white supremacy, what it is, but then we have to go to this level and begin to deal with the behaviors and the activity in the area of black self-hate or non-white people self-hate all over the world. The people in India, you're light and I'm dark. You see, and so we're going to be in different castes, and my caste is better than your caste. We've got the same foolishness going on here. White supremacy set it up. That's why white supremacy will move amongst black people. The white male will have sexual intercourse or rape the black female and start making a whole lot of lighter colors. Then telling the lighter colors that you're closer to white, and so you're better. And so now you all squabble and fight. These are tricks of white supremacy. So South Africa says, well, we have a colored population. See, and if white supremacy gets real swift, they'll start lining up the people based on color and say, well, you actually, our anthropological studies tell us that you're not quite black. And so you can reclassify into group K1, 3, 2, 4. Do you see what I'm saying? They'll run that. You will have a better chance to get a job. Your job will not be taken by the Eastern Europeans who come over here. Do you all understand? Any little play, we have to say, oh no, we're not interested in that trick. We know what that trick is. We are not going to fall victim to these white supremacy plays. I don't know whether to stop or to go on. See, but what we are trying to do, what we are trying to do is move on up this pyramid and become pyramid builders, but we're right here in the middle, right? At this very critical layer. But if we decide, if every individual black person, if every individual person of African descent, since we are the mothers and fathers of all of the people on the planet, we should be the ones who say, we'll lead the way. We're going to show all of the non-white world how to bring justice to the planet. And so we don't have to join any club, but we will start engaging in these exercises of not name-calling one another, not squabbling with one another, cursing one another, being discourteous and disrespectful, not fighting one another, not killing one another, not throwing down trash, not having children think they can be parents. We can lead the way so that all the other non-white people, well, we might as well follow our black parents. See, we might as well let them lead us to justice. And then this thing up here, this all-seeing eye, I believe that that is going to open up and begin to give us the power that we need to finish off the injustice and the evil of white supremacy. Now, I'm not talking about killing white people. That's not necessary. Because here on this planet, that tiny minority of people, fewer than 1/10 of the people on the planet, that they now have overwhelming power because the non-white people are neutralizing one another. But if the non-white people start focusing in on white supremacy, then they will surround it with their eyes, and it won't be able to move. Can you see that? If everybody is focusing and looking at white supremacy, it'll be just like a grandparent casting that eye on you, and you gotta shape your behavior up. Do you understand? They won't be able to make a devilish move. You see, but if you follow the media is saying, now, black ladies, you don't really need a black man. The in thing is a white man. Just like the media is saying to black men now, look, we've come a long way. This is in. Every black man can have a white female. You see, but then the counter racists and the people who are interested in establishing justice will come along and say no sexual intercourse with any person who classifies themselves as white. Until such time that white supremacy is eliminated on the entire planet. Now, if you think that that doesn't mean something, I gave a talk some time ago at Washington State University in Yakima, and it was a large white audience. And so Neely Fuller had put this in his book, The Textbook for Victims of White Supremacy. He said, Francis, you can experiment. Just try. Just say that one time and watch what happens. So I suggested that. And two white gentlemen in the audience jumped up and, no, we can't have that. I said, no sexual intercourse between black ladies and white men until white supremacy is eliminated on the planet. And they jumped up and were about to have a stroke. Ladies, that might be our most potent weapon. Like I was just telling Sister Kefa, a young lady that I know, she's 26 years old. And she's in law school. And she came and showed me her $10,000 diamond ring. Now, what is significant about the ring? It was a big, beautiful ring. But she was saying, Dr. Welsing, I do not believe in sexual intercourse until after marriage. Now, while some people are saying, you can't have any boyfriend like that. This young lady, 26 years old, has never had sexual intercourse and has a $10,000 diamond ring and an engagement that is going to last 2 more years. Now, brothers, don't get upset with me. But see, we're trying to build a pyramid here. I mean, if things get good, the brothers will say, you are really beautiful. You're the finest thing. But I'm in school trying to become a soldier. I'm a warrior for justice. And then the people will start saying, uh-oh, we are in trouble. What is wrong with our black monkeys? Think of all the money we spent to get them in that shape. All of the years, and you mean they are breaking rank and breaking training? Where are they? The library is overflowing. They're not shaking their booties. The booty is on the chair in the library. They're flooding the libraries. They're stacking books up in their homes. They're teaching their children to read. Their children are passing all the spelling bees, nationally and internationally. My God, they're in the physics institutes, engineering, agriculture, mathematics. Oh my God, we've got a problem here. Do you all understand? We are going to change this world. I mean, don't you all hear the ancestors saying you all have everything to work with? God made you the first people. He gave you everything to work with. And so you all are not going to get your blessings until you really rise to the occasion and bring justice back to this planet. Now that's what I hear. That's what I hear. You know, every time we say club or sorority, we ought to be saying army. We should all be talking to each other about assignments. What is your assignment, Francis? Are you on your assignment? Nothing is more important than the army of justice and our individual assignments. Now, we can have some material things, no problem. As a matter of fact, we should give up the concept of being poor. Poverty. Do you understand? See, we've got that poor, dilapidated, falling apart. We should have in our minds wealth. Serious. Money, so that we can do whatever we need to do to bring about justice. I was reading a book about the subconscious mind and putting material in the subconscious mind. You know, going home and relaxing and seeing yourself have everything that you want and achieving everything that you want. Now, this is theory. I believe that the people with melanin have the greatest potential for visualizing with the third eye. What's that young man's name who can fly? Jordan? And all those other young men that say they visualize the move, right? So we're going to go home and we're going to visualize justice. Do you see, we're going to stop talking about, oh, it's so hard, we can't, I don't think we can do it. We're going to have armies of visualizers, armies of readers, and we are going to bring justice to this planet. Now, you know how some other people gave themselves 10 years to get to the moon? While we said, oh, no, you can't go to the moon. They visualized it and went to the moon. Just like we say, well, we are a so-called minority. They are a minority. They visualize what they considered to be their survival necessity. Now, we are going to visualize justice because that is our necessity. If everybody goes home and begins to visualize, and every time can't comes into your brain computer, don't curse yourself out. Just say, wait a minute, back up, and then say can. Removing all of these negatives. If you hear your brain computer calling you a name, say, wait, back up, back up. Lieutenant in the Army of Justice. On assignment. No negative names apply. Do you understand? Yeah. We can reprogram ourselves, and we must, and we will. That's right. Okay? See, it is wonderful to hook up in relationships, but as long as white supremacy is saying you can't have any permanent relationship unless you smash me. So what is our answer? Well, I guess that's what we'll have to do, right? And we're going to have this upside-down pyramid of white supremacy. You see, that has white genetic survival as its necessity. And so this pyramid of evil and injustice is being opposed by this pyramid for justice. That's base is going to be truth. Do you all understand? Yeah. And black men and black women are going to produce this power. Yes. And we're going to get it done in the shortest possible time that we can possibly get it done. Is everybody going to sign up? Now let me tell you all about motherfuckers so that you can see. The original one? See, everything is related to white supremacy. One time I was someplace in D.C. I was standing outside and a group of black teenagers passed. They were motherfucker, motherfucker. Motherfucker, motherfucker. So I said, this must mean something. That's really how I came upon the ball games, because it was so quiet one Sunday. It was so quiet, and you can really think when it's quiet, which is why they encourage us to have a whole lot of noise. Because the brain hums when it's quiet. So I said, ooh, it's so quiet and nice. Something must be going on. And then it clicked, the ball games. And so that's how I said, oh, they've got to mean something more than just at the surface what we thought. So I heard this so many times, and I said, this has got to mean something. This is language that occurs within the context of a system of white supremacy, a system for white genetic survival. So I said, in some way, this use of language is related to this power system. And so then I thought, there are 5 people categories: man, woman, boy, girl, baby. And so under white supremacy, who is the man? The man. That's an isolating article. That means the only one. So when we say the man, I didn't say here comes the man. That could be my dad or somebody. We say the man. That means the white man, right? So man is out. Under white supremacy, black men fought historically, don't call me no boy, right? Black men died, gave their lives. Don't call me no boy. White supremacy said, cool, you got 3 choices. Woman, girl, or baby. I say until recently, woman and girl was out. But baby was in. Hey, baby. How many black women have called a black man baby? Tell the truth. I said, in your time, not now. How many black men have called a black woman mama? Hey, mama, can I ride with you? Tell the truth and get free. Right. How many black men have called a place where they sleep a crib? Okay, watch out. So the brain computer says man who calls another man the man, calls himself baby, calls the woman he sleeps with mama, calls the place where he sleeps a crib, will call himself what? Shall we go over it again? Man who calls another man the man, calls himself baby, calls the woman he sleeps with mama, calls the place where he sleeps a crib, will call himself a motherfucker. Now don't get upset. I wrote a paper called The Motherfucker and the Original Motherfucker. What I reasoned that if black men stumbled across this symbolic phrase, because what? A baby compared to a man is what? Powerless. Right, you all? You see, if this language would never have happened, if when somebody says, hey, what's happening? If instead of people saying everything's cool, which is a lie, because everything is hot under white supremacy. See, just like the Cold War has ended, that was white people fighting each other. The hot war continues. That's white against non-white, right? Okay. So that if people said everything is not cool, the white man is still in charge, meaning the white collective, then motherfucker would never have come into being. But if people say everything is cool, then the brain is forced to deal with reality. So I said for black men to stumble across this phrase to mean powerless, there had to be another powerless motherfucker on the scene. So who is it? Okay. How so? Okay. The paleontologists and anthropologists are telling us human life began in Africa, right? The mothers and fathers of everybody were black men and women. Okay, so we're the parents of the white people, as quiet as it's kept, okay? So when the white male has sexual intercourse with the black woman, he is symbolically having sexual intercourse with who? His mother. And when he has sexual intercourse with the black woman, she proves that she is genetically more powerful than he, so he feels genetically powerless. And so because he feels genetically powerless, then he imposes political powerlessness on the black male. Do you all follow? Yes. See, now that's how come white men can't say motherfucker. See, now if black men were to go on a job and say, hey, you know why we say motherfucker, Bill? You always wanted to know how come you all say that all the time. Say because your genetic powerlessness imposed political powerlessness on us. Now, my mother called me up and she said, Francis, I heard that you said that phrase in public. And I said, Mother, what are you talking about? And my mother has, to this day, she will never say it. So she said, Maryland farmers. So I told her, don't worry, Mama, it is a political expression. See, it is a way that we have of saying powerless without facing the real reality. But somebody said, Satchmo said, somebody said, say what's happening, and he said the white man is still in charge. Now, if we start dealing with that, which is just like somebody saying, did you win the last chess tournament? We say, no, we haven't won a chess tournament in a long time. Well, you all must be stupid. Well, maybe, but you just keep playing. And we're just going to keep watching the game. And I think we're going to begin to do okay. Do you see? So, yeah, we lost the tournament. No problem. We didn't have an appropriate analysis. No problem. Now we got an analysis, and if we get enough people talking about the analysis, then we'll just see what's going to happen on this planet. Do you understand what I'm saying? We need to say, yes, there's a war, at the same time that we are being as polite as we can possibly be to people who classify themselves as white. See, I'm not advocating honky, no, that's over. See, that's what we did in the 60s. So no, this time round, we're coming with an analysis. And we say, you know, this is what we think the problem is. Well, how can we help? See, any person who classifies themselves as white, if they want to help, here's a suggestion. First of all, you tell them, don't have any sexual intercourse with a non-white person. See, and we can then tell them, Neely Fuller says, don't have any children because right now you're just feeding into the system of white supremacy. Okay. But if we suggest, please just bring us a syllabus of what you talk about when there's no black people around. See, that'll help us tremendously. I was talking to Neely Fuller the other day. He said, you can tell a white person, just guide me through and show me how to get that loan at the bank. You can even hold my hand and just show me. Now, this is step one. And then next you do this. And next you do this. Do you see what I'm saying? That's important information. Now, if they're not willing to guide you through, then you say, well, no problem. There was only one John Brown. And so you say, I'll see you later. I'm going to the library. Well, I thought you were going to the club. No, I'm going to the library. See, you didn't show me how, so I have to try to read up on it. I know you got it in one of those books. Okay? Very important. No black men calling ladies bitches. What? That helps all of us, because that would mean if I call a black lady a bitch and I'm a male, B-I-T-C, then I'm calling myself a dog because my mother gave birth to me. Do you understand? No black lady saying, I can't stand black men. Huh? Why? Because a black man and a black woman are responsible for me being on this planet. If I hate black men, my self-respect score can only be 50. 50%, and that is not passing. Okay? Same the other way. For black men, I can't stand black women. Then his self-respect score is 50% at best, and that's not passing. So we have to understand why we have so many problems with each other, because the war has taught us to hate ourselves and therefore to hate one another. And that's what this dynamic is all about. So we just have to say, wait a minute, if we can't get along mutually and harmoniously, then we'll just get on our skateboard and go to the next person. You're fine and I'm fine. But we're going to stop all of this squabbling and wasted energy that is preventing us from winning this war for justice. Okay? What else? Let me let you all ask some questions as we move into the morning hours. Yes.
Another trick of competition rather than cooperation, especially in the workplace where there's so much competition amongst the blacks to get the favor, whatever.
Oh, Lord Jesus, yes. Competition with one another in the workplace. See, white supremacy says it's just a few little crumbs that I'm going to dribble out here. And my basic thing in relationship to non-white people is to keep them fighting each other so white supremacy reigns supreme. You see, so white supremacy pays off for one black person bringing gossip about another to a white person in the workplace. You see, and so Neely Fuller put down in the 10 stops, stop snitching on one another. Maybe I didn't bring, for reasons of personal gain. See, we have to understand that, and at the same time that a person is victim of that activity, you've got to struggle inside of yourself to keep your focus on the white side of the chessboard. It's very hard, I can tell you personally. Black people attacking other black people. Thank you very much, Dr. Nobles. Wait. I must say, before I really begin, you have absolutely no idea how I feel being here. Because Dr. Wade Nobles left out one important thing. That when I was at Howard University, I had taught there for 7 years, from 1968 to 1975. And I had written the Cress theory of color confrontation and had proceeded to go around the country and lecture about it and to talk on radio and television about it. And I was assistant professor in the Department of Pediatrics. And I knew that I was going to be given promotion and tenure. And then I heard on the grapevine that I was going to be denied promotion and tenure because of my ideas. And I went straight away in all of my naivete to the dean of the College of Medicine. And I said, I'm sure you know I want promotion and tenure, but I'm hearing that I'm going to be denied promotion and tenure because of my ideas. And he said, that's right. And I was floored. But he laid back in his seat, reared back. And he said, I said, well, what's wrong with my ideas? He said, that paper that you wrote. But I'd only written one paper. And he didn't even know the name. But I said, you mean the Cress theory of color confrontation and racism, white supremacy? He said, yes, that's it. And I said, what's wrong with it? And he said, it doesn't make sense for you to say that white people are envious of black people because they have skin pigmentation. And that was the reason, that was a turning point in my career. I mean, it wasn't in the final analysis any negative thing, because maybe I had, you know, done my job there. And it was time for me to go on and to have some other kinds of experiences that were to, you know, be useful and to be helpful. But after that kind of thing happened, because that was a shock. And then, what is this? That was 1974 when I heard that, and then I was terminated in 1975. So 74 from 83 is what? 9 years. And so 9 years later, to see all of these people grooving on a discussion of melanin. You see, because before that had happened, I had even gone to a neurophysiologist and I said, ooh, wow, I found out so much about melanin, you've got to start looking into melanin. And the brother said, melanin? Nobody's interested in that. What's that? You see what I'm saying? So when I see this, I am really turned on. Okay, the title of my remarks have been a bit modified, so hold on to your seats. This is the title. The Cress Theory on Melanin, the Neurochemical Basis for Soul. The Cress Theory on Hypertension in Blacks and the Sixth Sense. The Cress Theory on the George Washington Carver Phenomenon. The Cress Theory on the Sirius Mystery, that's S-I-R-I-U-S. The Cress Theory on the Cosmic Chronicles and the Akashic Record. The Cress Theory on Oracles. The Cress Theory on Divination. The Cress Theory on the Uri Geller Effect. All right. You can see I didn't think I was going to be back in a long time. From plants to planets through melanin. Ladies and gentlemen, black men and black women, brothers and sisters, I am honored to have this opportunity to join with you on this occasion of the first annual conference on melanin, the mystery of melanin. As I have indicated, my topic has been corrected and expanded from that which was printed in the invitational brochure. Before I begin, I would like to dedicate my remarks first to my paternal grandfather, Dr. Henry Clay Cress, a Chicago physician politician who died in 1909. You know, I didn't know it. He dared in his own time to say that there is nerve in some people to believe that they are superior based on the white color of their skin. Secondly, I dedicate these remarks to my father, Dr. Henry Noah Cress, also a Chicago physician, who died on his 80th birthday, October 6, 1983, because he not only challenged and encouraged me to be a physician from the time that I was 6 years of age, but also because he challenged me in 1969, after I wrote The Cress Theory of Color Confrontation and Racism, White Supremacy, to find out what is in the melanin. I was sitting at our dining room table talking about what I had written to my father. And my father was cool. And he said, now you've got to find out what's in the melanin. I would not have thought of it on my own, just like I was going to be a nurse. And he said, well, if you're going to be a nurse, you might as well be a doctor. Because I considered my father to be a great physician and a genius, I did pursue the issue of melanin, thus making it possible for me to further introduce this subject to other black people, enabling us to be here today. Thirdly, I dedicate these remarks to my mother, Ida Mae Lauren Griffin Cress, a retired Chicago public school teacher who brought me into this world and was a model for high-level learning and character development, devoted to the high-level development of black people. And finally, but not least, to my paternal grandmother, now deceased, Luella Jackson Thomas Cress, who on her lap helped me to enjoy learning and to not be afraid of challenge and name-calling. It is important that it be clearly stated for the historical record, the very beginning of melanin investigations by black people in the modern era, the past 2,000 plus years, and the awareness of the importance of melanin for all human beings. Prior to this time, melanin as a pigment was investigated by white-skinned people, but the emphasis was placed not on human beings, but on other animals. The only focus in human beings was the importance of melanin as a shield from the ultraviolet rays of the sun, which often cause cancer in white-skinned people. The Cress Theory of Color Confrontation and Racism, White Supremacy, 1970, by Francis Cress Welsing, which was first presented at the annual meeting of the National Medical Association section on neurology and psychiatry, Atlanta, Georgia, was the very first paper to indicate that there was indeed a very, very great significance to the presence or the absence of melanin skin pigment in the behavior of the human population. That paper was the very first to identify the global white-skinned population as being variants of albinism, and that white-skinned people indeed envied black melanin pigment. That paper clearly went on record as identifying the global white population as a tiny minority, genetic recessive in terms of skin coloration, when compared to the vast global majority of black, brown, red, and yellow peoples. That paper theorized, and I believe correctly so, that because of the two factors of numerical minority status and recessive genetic status in terms of skin coloration, that the global white minority population felt at conscious and subconscious levels the necessity to oppress black, brown, red, and yellow people, those they classified as non-white, so as to prevent their own white genetic annihilation. I stated that concern to be the most fundamental reason for racism, meaning white supremacy, a global behavioral phenomenon practiced by people who classify themselves as white in all areas of people activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. These are the people behavior classification areas as designated in the textbook for victims of racism by Neely Fuller, 1956 to 1984. And let me say that I should dedicate these remarks to Mr. Fuller, because had it not been for his work explaining racism as white global power, I never would have raised the question why in my brain computer. And this would be interesting to some of you. Mr. Neely Fuller was born on October 6th, the same date as my father. Pursuing further the investigation of melanin, I was led to understand and to believe that melanin did influence behavior functioning in persons with skin color in comparison to persons who had a genetically determined absence of melanin pigment. My next paper was again presented at the 1972 annual meeting of the National Medical Association Section on Neurology and Psychiatry, Kansas City, Missouri. That paper was entitled, "The Cress Theory on Melanin, the Neurochemical Basis for Soul." And let me just say this, that presenting these wild ideas, I mean, you take some flack when you do it. I can right now feel the vibrations that came from this group of physicians who listened to that paper, and it was like almost total silence. In that silence, I translated those vibes with my melanin. And those vibes were saying, this woman has to be mad. In that presentation, it was recalled the once prevalent saying amongst black people in this area of the world, the blacker the berry, I heard it earlier, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. If it ain't got no soul, it ain't got no use. I learned that from my grandmother. I went further in that paper to state that the various parts of the human body that had the highest obvious levels of melanin skin pigmentation, the nipples of the breast, the lips, the genitals, and the underarm areas were indeed the most sensitive parts of the body. I noted James Brown's song, "We've Got More Soul." I even noted the observations of whites that blacks are too sensitive, indicating that they are more sensitive and aware than whites. I suggested that melanin was not only the basis for our superior hand clapping ability, you know what I'm saying? But that's true, that's rhythm, you see, and the ability to put that all together, that is melanin pigment that allows that. Our ability to dance and to perform athletically, but also that melanin was the basis for our more in-depth religious spirituality, and that all of the known prophets had been people of color. I also suggested that melanin was the basis for blacks' apparent superior enjoyment of sexual activity, that we did not, as often as others, have to question where was the orgasm. And let me just throw this in. I was in a training program in psychiatry, general psychiatry in St. Elizabeth's Hospital for 3 years in Washington. And I remember going to a seminar when all of the people who were at my training level, LeGrand's telling me I'm not talking loud enough. I was in a training program at St. Elizabeth's Hospital in psychiatry in Washington, and I went to this training seminar one day, and there were just a few blacks, you know how that is, and everybody else was white. And these people were sitting around talking about where was the orgasm. I mean, and I just sat there dumbfounded. My next paper, entitled "Blacks, Hypertension, and the Active Skin Melanocyte," was published in the June 1975 issue of Urban Health, the Journal of Health Care in the Cities. I just looked at that article the other day, and I noted there's a photograph of me, and I had on, this is to Dr. Jeffries, I had on my red, green, and black dress. And I also had on my red, green, and black dress that I put on deliberately when I debated Dr. William Sharp. But I don't like to advocate that people look at that video because that was the days when the dresses were up in the air. And I had cut that dress off. Anyway, it helped do the job. This paper, the 1975 paper in the Journal of Urban Health, I consider that, and I recommend it to anyone, everyone interested in the issue of melanin. In that paper, I indicated that the skin melanocyte, the cell responsible for the production of melanin pigment, was indeed a part of the nervous system. That it was also difficult for white-skinned people who have a genetic absence of melanin skin pigment to objectively discuss this magnificent black pigment in human beings and to give this black pigment its proper respect. Just as they found it difficult to give black and other non-white people proper respect. I indicated that the melanocyte and melanin, as part of the nervous system, was able, as a black pigment, to pick up possibly electromagnetic energy from emotional states. I said that black people were able to pick up vibrations from other people, and if people were under stress, we would pick up those vibrations from one another, and it would cause the blood pressure to be high. I also suggested that because of the way that the melanin pigment worked in its relationship to the phenylalanine, to noradrenaline or norepinephrine, that because of that the persons who had more pigmentation would have the potential for having the highest levels of blood pressure abnormality, meaning that really they were the most sensitive people, the people who could pick up more different kinds of energy. And if that energy vibrations were a stress, that they would respond at the highest level, but that in this particular context would be creating illness. I recall asking at Howard University Hospital to some of the internists, have you ever noticed a relationship between the level of pigmentation and the level of hypertension? Oh, well, Francis, that doesn't exist. You know, they said she's got color on her brain. But lo and behold, some white scientists, I believe in South Carolina, had found some peculiar relationship that the higher level of pigmentation, the higher the level of the blood pressure. I remember also asking fellow clinicians, did you ever see Parkinson's disease in very black people? Oh, there's no association. But they, white researchers, subsequently found out that the very black people did not have the same problems with Parkinson's disease because there's pigmentation in the skin that parallels levels of pigmentation in the substantia nigra, and so that there was not the high level of Parkinson's disease seen in very dark-skinned people. I further indicated that it was probably possible for melanin pigment to pick up and decode cosmic rays. I'd likened the role of black pigment melanin to the function of the green pigment chlorophyll in plants. I stated it is well known that biological systems utilize electromagnetic radiation both as a primary source of energy and also as a source of information. All green plants use light as a source of energy. To collect this energy, plants have a series of pigments, the various types of chlorophyll molecules that absorb certain frequencies of electromagnetic radiation. I got a letter from Harvard University, from the head of the Department of Electron Microscopy. And he said, you have opened the way for all kinds of research. But I couldn't work at Howard. Okay, thus the above series of briefly summarized insights led me to next consider the very, very, very special abilities of Dr. George Washington Carver, a very, very black-skinned man referred to as the Wizard of Tuskegee. I now refer to what Dr. George Washington Carver was able to do as the George Washington Carver phenomenon. Every black school child, at least in past decades, learned the story of the orphaned black slave boy born in Diamond Grove, Missouri, of a slave mother and slave father who was destined to later be known throughout the world as the plant wizard, the man who could communicate with plants. As a child, he could heal sick plants. He once said, quote, "All flowers talk to me, and so do hundreds of little things in the woods. I learned what I know by watching and loving everything." Dr. Carver enrolled in Simpson College in Indianola, Iowa. He transferred to Iowa State College of Agriculture. By 1896, he had obtained his master's degree and was invited to join the faculty there. However, Booker T. Washington asked him to come to Tuskegee Institute in Tuskegee, Alabama, because Dr. Carver wanted to serve black people, his own people. He accepted the offer of Dr. Washington. Dr. Carver had the habit of rising at 4 o'clock every morning to walk in the woods, bringing back numerous plants used to illustrate his lectures. He is quoted as stating, "Nature is the greatest teacher, and I learn from her best when others are asleep. In the still dark hours before sunrise, God tells me of the plans I am to fulfill." This is from The Secret Life of Plants by Peter Tompkins. When asked to discuss his method of knowledge and discovery, Carver answered that he never had to grope for answers, but that they came to him in flashes of inspiration as he walked in the woods. Carver is described as once staring at the peanut plant and asking, "What did the Lord make you for?" From Dr. Carver's inquiries to plants, from the leaves, roots, stems, and fruits of 28 plants, he was able to coax 536 separate dyes, which could be used to color wool, cotton, linen, silk, and even leather, producing 49 of them from the Scuppernong grape alone. Now, Dr. Carver didn't have any big fancy laboratories. You see, and people wondered how on earth was he able to do what he did. I had a head of a department said, "You know, how do you do what you do? Where is your laboratory? Where is your computer?" He said, "How do you arrive at the ideas?" I said, "They come to me." You see what I'm saying? I mean, you have to know what you're looking for, but it comes from another place. By 1930, Dr. Carver's communications with the peanut plant alone had changed the peanut, once considered to be worthless, into a $250 million industry for Southern farmers. From the Alabama clays, Dr. Carver was to bring forth hundreds of natural colors, including a rare pigment of deep blue color, which amazed Egyptologists, who saw rediscovered in it the blue color found in the tomb of Tutankhamun, as bright and as fresh after so many centuries as it was when it was first applied. Thomas Edison told people Carver is worth a fortune. Henry Ford thought Carver the greatest scientist living. From the sweet potato, Carver brought forth hundreds of products, and from the peanut, Carver brought forth other hundreds of products. But no one heretofore has ever asked, How was Dr. George Washington Carver able to do what he did? My answer, the Cress theory of the George Washington Carver phenomenon, is that he did it through his melanin pigment, through his melanin instrument. He did it through his very, very black color and the necessary levels of melanin pigment in his internal nervous system. He used or was able to use his black melanin pigment to decode the energy emanations from plants. Thus they did talk to him. In Africa proper, the use of herbal plants and the development of the abilities to find and use various parts of plants is a most highly developed area of knowledge. Special persons are selected who have abilities in this area. Other non-white cultures, such as in Asia, also have highly developed plant and herbal knowledge. It should here be recalled that there are many other cited accounts of other black people, other people of African heritage, who could go into the woods and find plants that were capable of specifically addressing a given illness. Dr. Carver discovered that oil from the peanut could be used to help treat victims of polio. In my own family, my maternal great aunt, Jenny Hayes, would often take my mother, her two brothers and sister to pick berries in the state of Michigan. My Uncle Charles Griffin on more than one occasion described to me how my Aunt Jenny would tell the children to be very quiet for a while and to leave her alone. She would then go off and twirl herself about like a dervish and mumble certain words or sound. She would then gather plants that would be used to help someone who was ill. I now translate this behavior as she was putting herself in a certain trance state, in an altered state of consciousness or awareness, wherein she could read the energy emanations from plants and thus communicate with the plants so as to heal. This story account fascinated me from the very first time that I heard it. Again, I wondered what enabled her to do what she did. I now say that she too, like Dr. Carver, was activating the melanin instrument. She, like Dr. Carver, was using the melanin nervous system mechanism, the melanin sense system, to communicate with plants. It is to be recalled that the Egyptian god Osiris was referred to as Lord of the perfect black. I translate this to mean that he was black, heavy crystal black, that's my term, in skin coloration, which would also indicate that there were very, very high concentrations of melanin pigment throughout the specific centers in the whole of his nervous system, not just his skin. Thus he had the perfect instrument to communicate with all of the various energy frequencies which made up the known and unknown universe. Dr. George Washington Carver's very black skin pigmentation enabled him to pick up and decode the electromagnetic or other energy frequencies coming from plant life. He was also apparently tuning in to other sources of energy, meaning in the final analysis, information from other sources of energy in the universe that could tell him what to do. Recall that black is the most perfect absorber of all energy frequencies. That's why they refer to the most powerful source of energy or energy accumulation as a black hole. Quoting from the book Astrophysical Concepts by Martin Harwood, 1973, in the chapter An Approach to Astrophysics, Channels for Astronomical Information, he states, imagine a planet inhabited by a blind civilization. Human beings can see light and we would expect to have a big head start in astronomy compared to any civilization that was just discovering or unable to use methods for detecting visible radiation. Not only must we be able to detect these information carriers, but we will also have to develop detectors that cover the entire spectral range for each type of carrier. Just as we are reaching for our first cosmic neutrino and gravitational wave detection, the possibility of yet a fifth channel for communicating has been suggested. The information carriers would be tachyons. These thus far hypothetical particles would travel at speeds greater than the speed of light. Ladies and gentlemen, the culture, the civilization that has the instrument to detect the entire spectral range of energy frequencies, meaning information carriers, is already at hand. That culture, that civilization consists of the people who have the highest concentrations of the black pigment melanin. That civilization is of African peoples, the black-skinned peoples. These were the same peoples that produced the man who could read the energy frequencies coming from plant life and thus be instructed as to what those plants were immediately capable of producing. I now wish to move further into a discussion of the Sirius mystery. For those who may not yet be familiar with the book by that title by Robert K.G. Temple, this work seeks to explain how the black people, the people of the Dogon Nation, now the book says tribe, but we're not going to say tribe anymore. We're going to refer to nations. The people of the Dogon Nation in Mali, formerly the French Sudan, how their priests had information concerning the system of stars Sirius, which was really more than 5,000 years old. This information, it was possessed by the ancient Egyptians in the pre-dynastic times before 3200 BC. Two French anthropologists had managed to get this information on Dogon knowledge from four head priests. They raised the question, these anthropologists, which heretofore has not been solved. How could men, with no instruments at their disposal, how could they know the movements and certain characteristics of stars which were totally invisible, and a star which was only discovered by white-skinned people in the last century with the use of the telescope? Only in 1970 was a photograph of Sirius B successfully taken by Irving Lindenwald of the U.S. Naval Observatory. The fact is demonstrated, and it is that the Dogon have an accurate general knowledge of the most unobvious and subtle principles of the orbiting of Sirius B around Sirius A. The Dogon also know the actual orbital period of this invisible star, which is 50 years. The Dogon statement is, the star, which is considered to be the smallest thing in the sky, is also the heaviest, meaning in weight. It is called Digitaria. It is the smallest thing there is. This is Dogon philosophy. It is the heaviest star. It consists of a metal. Now imagine white people wondering how people who are, in huts know this, right? It consists of a metal called Sagala, which is a little brighter than iron and so heavy that all earthly beings combined cannot lift it. In effect, the star weight, the equivalent of all of the seeds or all of the iron on earth. The Dogon say that God created Digitaria before any other star. They say it is the egg of the world, the infinitely tiny. And as it developed, It gave birth to everything that exists, visible or invisible. The white-skinned scholars, Robert K.G. Temple and others, believe that it is impossible for people they call primitive to have this masterful level of understanding. Their solution then to this mystery is that a superior white light-skinned civilization with astronauts traveled to Earth to leave this information with the ancient Dogons and Egyptians. The Cress theory on the Sirius mystery is that the very black-skinned Africans and Dogons and Egyptians, use their black pigment melanin to detect the energy information about this star system, which was central to the whole of Egyptian civilization. Just as the application of infrared techniques to astronomical observation is a recent innovation, long ago, black people, African people, were able to use the application of melanin in the pineal glands or other melanin centers in the body to make astronomical observations. I even go further to theorize that because of the particular characteristics of the star Digitaria, as known by the Dogons and the Egyptians, that all energy information generated by activity on the planet Earth returns to that energy gathering station. Are you following me? I'm saying that all of the activity, everything that occurs on the Earth, everything is energy. See, it's just different frequencies of energy. We are all energy. Okay. And that energy goes up to Sirius B. That is why the Dogon also referred to it as a star of knowledge. Even further, I theorize that it is possible to tune into this star of all knowledge. This star thus becomes the place where souls return after they leave the human body. Thus, its most critical place in the Egyptian mystery system. And I say that Sirius B is, how many people have heard of the Cosmic Chronicles and the Akashic Record? You see what I'm saying? Where you can tune, those people who can tune in and pinpoint whatever happened. And let me just do this. See, how many people know about communication satellites? I hope we got some engineers or physicists. I just know about it. Yes. But here's an antenna system on Earth, and it sends information up to the satellite, and then if you got a receiver down here, you can get it. So I'm saying here's the planet Earth, and this information is going up to Sirius B. Check it, and then somebody down here can tune in and get it. If you know how to use the melanin, you can tune in and get it. So you know what happened back here in the past, you know what's happening now, and because of, see, time, some of the physicists will have to talk about time, but time isn't what we think it is. So what seems like the future, at some points can be the present. So you all are with me, right? I say that this would explain the black oracles at Delphi and Dodona and elsewhere that we learn of now from the Greeks. These were African priestesses who could tune into the information contained at Digitaria. This is Welsing theory, right? And thus could predict the future. So the Greeks would go to these African priestesses, and they were situated in certain places where the information, you know, like you can't put an antenna just any old place. You put it in certain places, and because of the whole structure of the universe, certain places you could get the message, and I guess certain places you would get static, right? So the ancient Egyptians who knew how to use their black knew where to place the people who could tune in to Sirius B. So all of the information, tune into the information contained at Digitaria and thus could predict the future. This is Cress theory on the oracles. And through the same ability to tune into information deposited at Digitaria Sirius B, it is possible to read the meaning of objects thrown on a board in the process of divination. You see, in other words, if you could tune in and then translate, because everything in the universe is interconnected. Everything is interconnected. And so when I throw, for the person who would be able to throw stones on a board, the particular patterns that they form is tied in with the nature and structure of the universe and all knowledge. So somebody could read it if they had the knowledge or if they had the instrument. Our work now, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, is to learn to respect the color black, black. Black, 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 black. Not when it's seen on a pocketbook or in a pair of boots, but when it is seen on the human skin. We can then move to gain knowledge of the black centers hidden within the body to then manifest justice and peace on the planet Earth. In closing, I would like to share the Cress theory on the Uri Geller effect. Uri Geller is the Israeli psychic. How many people have seen Uri Geller? Okay, TV or something like that, right? He is capable of bending metal, causing metal to bend through a TV set. I know people who had stuff bend in their house, and he's in New York and the stuff bent in Washington. He caused computers to stop at Stanford University. Geller's skin appears white. They probably wouldn't be interested in him if it wasn't. But his eyes and his hair are very black. At some point, somebody made a mistake, some reporter, and said his eyes were blue. Check it. His eyes were very black, indicating that he could have internal centers that also have high levels of melanin pigmentation. You all follow? You see like that? So it's not just blonde hair, blue eyes, white skin, where there's no melanin. Okay. So the Cress theory on the Uri Geller effect is that the laser-like power which Geller is able to use comes from the absorption of cosmic rays or other particles into his melanin instrument, and then using that gathered high-frequency energy as a laser-like channel of energy that Western science is not yet able to understand or to measure. He uses the same superconducting properties of his melanin instrument to read minds or brain frequencies. It is our challenge to learn to do the same thing. Okay, that's part one. Okay, part two. See, if you were to say, well, how do we use the melanin instrument? I really couldn't tell you. But I can tell you that I have used the melanin instrument. But it is not something that I have a control over as such. I think that the first time that I would say it must be the melanin instrument was in 1967 when I was sitting on a number of occasions in my office when I was doing a fellowship in child psychiatry. That was 1967. And I kept, in the evening I would be sitting there writing cases or doing something. I know it would be quiet. And this voice kept coming to me. It's like it comes in here. See, it's not, but it's like, you can translate what it says, but it's not like you're hearing it in here. It's in here. And this voice said, go to the Black Power Committee meeting. Now, I don't go, I'm not like a meeting-going person or a group-joining person, but this kept saying, go to the Black Power Committee meeting. And it would come day after day, and it was not anything disturbing. It was just like a, calm, neutral, but go, and then I didn't go, and it would come again, go, and I didn't go, and it would come again, go, and I finally went. And after I went to the Black Power Committee meeting, that was when I met Neely Fuller. And that's what got me started on the Cress theory. If it hadn't been a voice saying go, I never would have gone, I never would have encountered, nothing would have happened. Another occasion in which I would say it's got to be the melanin instrument, I was sitting in my house, this was 1967 in Washington. It was in December, the first part of December, and I had come home, and you flop down, you're tired, you sit on the couch, and it's like, woo. And so I did like that. And then I saw like a big, gigantic, it was like almost the size of the wall that I was facing. Like I was sitting on the couch looking at this wall. It was like a TV screen in living color. And my brother-in-law, Colonel Robert Lawrence, who was in astronaut training at Edwards Air Force Base, he was up in the sky in this plane, and he was in his flight suit in this airplane, and he was trying to get out of the plane, and he couldn't get out, he couldn't get his parachute open, and so it was like a crash. And I just said, wow, what was that? I'm in my house by myself, I'm wow, okay. So I just, I said, ooh, I just dismissed that. And I went downtown, came back, walked in the house, the telephone was ringing, picked up the telephone, and my mother said Bob has been killed in a plane crash. And I just started screaming, I saw it happen, I saw it happen. You see, because at the very time that I was sitting there was at the very time that his plane was going down. You see, so I can't, I know that was real just like I'm standing here. Like they say, I know God is real, right? Okay. On another occasion, I was going to lunch with a friend, so we were at work, and I said, I've got to stop home, and I've got to get some money. So I drove to my house, and I go in my house by opening the garage door, and just going in, and the same voice said, don't go in the garage. I never go in my front door. Don't go in the garage. Just cool. Don't go into the garage. And I stopped my car in the drive. I got out of my car, started walking around the front of the house. I see a brother going down the street, and he's looking back at the house. There's only about 3 houses on the block. He's looking back. And so I'm picking up paper, taking time, picking up paper. So when I get to the steps and walk up the stairs, here's a brother on the top step. So he says, does Betty Jane live here? And I said, no, Betty Jane lives here. So I put the key in the lock. He goes on down the steps. I go in the house. To make a long story short, I said, oh, wait a minute. One of the locks is off, but I said, how did I forget that? Anyway, I get in the house, and then I'm thinking, well, maybe I'll call the police and say that some brothers are trying door knobs because it didn't seem right. So I did that. Then I went the other way. And my curtains in the living room, the curtains were drawn, the couches were pulled out, went in the bedroom, and the drawers had been turned out on the bed. If I had gone in the house the regular way, I would have walked in on the brothers. I don't know what would have happened, but a voice said, don't go in the house. You see? Now that communication, see, old people would talk about something like that. And with us, having been brought to the civilization of the people without melanin. And so when they said that was stupid, we said it was stupid. And when the old people said they could see spirits, we said they can't see them. They don't teach that in the university. That's stupid too. So I'm saying that there is something. There's another level of receiving information. There's another level of understanding that we have been turned off to, and we have had our melanin watered down. Happily, right? Not happily. Not happily. You see, but I think that they understood there was power in the melanin. And they said, well, we'll water it down in our process. It will make them happy that we're watering it down. Just like if we think about the two things that they made us ridicule. They made us ridicule our black. And they made us ridicule our hair. And little do we know, these are antennae. Does your TV antenna work when it's falling down? I want me some straight hair. No, it only works if it's standing up on its own, saying, come in, data, come in. Okay. Okay, part 2. Recently, well, I'm going to talk about AIDS. Because melanin comes into play for me. That all discussion about AIDS, my brain computer was saying, it doesn't sound right. It's not right. Something's wrong with it. It doesn't ring true. So I have been gathering all kinds of newspaper articles, everything I can get my hand on. I try to read 3 papers every day. New York Times, Washington Post, Washington Times, because you got to read all the pieces. You see a little bit of information there, a little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit there. So I'm reading, and it just doesn't seem right. You know, started amongst African people. Haitian people gave it to Swedish prostitutes, and then, no, my brain said that does not compute. So I'm looking for information, not in any kind of frantic sense. You're just kind of cool going around doing your work and whatever, but it's in the back of your mind a question or an opinion that something is not right, and you're telling your computer to gather data. Bring in the data, bring in the data, bring in the data. So now I'm sitting in another office practicing psychiatry in the evening. And the voice said, go to the Martin Luther King Library and get the book Bad Blood on the Tuskegee syphilis experience. Now I knew about the Tuskegee experiments. As a physician, black, I knew about it, but I hadn't read the whole book. So I went to get the book. There it was, laying there in the library. I brought it home and read it. And for those of you who are not totally familiar, between the years 1932 and 1972, 600 black men were told they were being treated for syphilis in Alabama. The United States Government Public Health Service and the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta were conducting these experiments and fooling these black men so that they continued to have the organisms in their body, destroying their body, passing it on to wives and children. They had even discussed ideas, some of the people, that this is a way to get rid of black people. So after I read that and realized that the United States Public Health Service and the Center for Disease Control in Atlanta were leading so-called the war against AIDS, But then I also was disturbed. Since 1983, I have been disturbed, writing letters saying public education, if you have a major epidemic, where is the public education? There's no education going on, particularly of black people. So I said, something is not right. And several months ago, I had called Surgeon General's office, Coop. And I said, you're supposed to have this epidemic, and it's supposed to break out in full force in the black communities in a year or two. You're not educating the people. I said, most black people don't read. Not that they can't, they just don't. 9 out of 10 white people read, 1 out of 10 black people's reading. So I said, if you want to educate the black population, you've got to go on radio, you've got to go on television. The spokeswoman that I spoke to, she said, it's unfortunate, some people just won't find out. And I said, I can't believe you're saying this to me. But she went on saying some people just won't find out. So I was disturbed and concerned, and still no public education forthcoming. So, you know, my brain computer was saying something is not right. So after I read the Tuskegee syphilis experiment, I guess my brain went up to another level. And also before that, I had read the book, The Nazi Doctors, The Psychology of Medical Killings, or The Psychology of Genocide, Medical Killings and the Psychology of Genocide. And I read what they did to people who don't quite look non-white to us, who are called Semites in Germany and in Europe, and knew that Hitler said, well, they were not white, and implying basically that their ancestors had come out of Africa, and that it were miscegenation products of Roman and Greek soldiers and African women, and making a little light population with some, you know, frizzy hair, but some of it straight, and big noses, right? But 6 million of them had been destroyed. So I read that about the government there participating in the destruction of people who were not classified as white. And so I'm putting the pieces together. And I was on my way to the jewelry store, 18th Street, Northwest Washington. Happened to park my car in front of a store. I mean, that's like I parked, I'm going to the jewelry store. I look over here, and here's a little bookstore. I said, I've never seen this bookstore before. I wasn't even really familiar with all the shops. I just said, oh, I've never seen it before. So I go into the store. It's a little store. So I'm walking around and looking, and I look at the different literature, looking, and then something leads me right to the back of the store, just, you know, a long, oblong store going to the back. And I walk back there, and there is a book sitting on the shelf, a survey of chemical and biological warfare. So the price really turned me on. It was $3.95. Oh, I can get this. I can afford this. So I got that. I see I don't even have it with me. Okay, but anyway, I can tell you about it. So I took the little book home, 400 pages. See, I was saying I've never read anything formally on chemical and biological warfare, and since AIDS was in the back of my mind, I was thinking it was biological warfare. And I had said it was biological warfare on a radio program until proven otherwise. Oh, here, this brother, here it is. Okay? So, John Cookson, Cookson, and Judith Nottingham, Nottingham, Monthly Review Press. These are some British people, British political scientists and biochemists, and biochemists, geneticists, and political scientists. So check this. I go home. I sit down on the side of the bed. I was not going to read these 400 pages just because I was busy. I work about 16 hours a week. So my full-time job, about 16 hours in my private office, okay. So I didn't really, the point, I didn't have time to read all these pages. It would be important to do it. So I'm sitting on the side of the bed, and I just flipped this book open. Page 322. I mean, I just did like this. You know how you go through, like, and right down at the bottom of 322 is a discussion of the AIDS virus. It is called vervet monkey disease. You know how they talked about the green monkey, the African green monkey, what's it called? Just look in your Webster dictionary under green monkey and you will see vervet. That's just a Latin for green. Listen, I'm reading from the paragraph above. A considerable amount of knowledge is necessary for the aggressor. That's the person who's going to use a biological warfare weapon. It is also preferable that the persons attacked have no vaccine, the victims. Next paragraph. The question of whether new diseases could be used is of considerable interest. Vervet monkey disease may well be an example of a whole new class of disease-causing organisms. Now, what I failed to tell you, this book was published in 1969. Haven't we been told this virus just jumped up, just came on the scene? Little new baby. Handling of blood and tissues without precaution causes infection. It is unaffected by any antibiotic substance so far tried and is unrelated to any other organism. It causes fatality in some cases and can be venereally transmitted in man. In the words of Dr. C.E. Gordon Smith, it has possible potential as an infectious disease of man. It presumably is also a biological warfare interest. They go on to talk about the possibilities of virus and bacteria being genetically manipulated to produce new organisms. So I said, oh my God, here it is. So I, Xerox these pages, sent it all over the world, sent it to everybody, sent it to Kennedy, sent it to Coop. I mean, I sent it. All over everybody, every place I sent it. A week ago, I'm opening the book. It wasn't like this. I flipped this book open. And right on page 110, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Just recently, a great deal of useful work has been done on the vervet monkey disease, which caused 7 deaths in Germany. Reports of progress sent to 40 laboratories all over the world. 9 of these have been supplied with infective material and or anti-sera, which is a vaccine. Are you with me? They're talking about the AIDS virus. 4 of the laboratories in the USA, 1 each in Germany, Panama, South Africa, Uganda, and the USSR. A non-infective complement-fixing antigen has been prepared for distribution to the World Health Organization Reference Laboratory. This is a report dated May 1968. Do you all understand? A person whose name is May Brussels? Okay. I saw in the March 31st National Examiner newspaper that she had talked about on the TV, on the radio. She talked about the Pentagon working on this organism as early as 1962, and that it was designed to counter anything that the Soviet Union might do, but somehow they sent it to the Soviet Union. And she also said that it was used to destroy undesirable populations, the poor blacks and the homosexual population. Now, anybody who is a student of Nazi Germany, I consider myself to be, Hitler destroyed the homosexuals, and then he got rid of the people he was classifying as non-white. And I say that the white homosexual population was used as the cover so that we wouldn't say, oh, everybody's colored. So they got a white undesirable group in their terms, and so they attacked, put the virus with that group, and then put the virus with the colored people. And so we are supposed to assimilate 50 million dead people. That's the number that they are projecting. 50 million. It was 6 million Semites of the Jewish religion that people go around talking about the Holocaust. Do you understand? Now I say that if I didn't have an understanding of white supremacy, I wouldn't either. The data would have been there and it would have passed me by. If I didn't understand what went down in Nazi Germany, meaning a white supremacy state in high gear, I would not have been able to put this in perspective. If it hadn't been for melanin operating and taking me in that bookstore and letting those pages fall open when I sat on my bed, I would not have this information. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I say that it's important to talk about melanin. But if we don't talk about AIDS, and if every black man, woman, and child does not change your behavior, because the virus is here. It doesn't matter how it got here, it is now here. And it can be passed on. They came up with some data saying that 1 in every 30 men in the District of Columbia already had the virus. And 1 in 75 women already had it. Now, I don't know. But the point is that the virus is here. And there are people that are dying, you see. And you don't know whether you have the virus or not because you don't have to be sick initially. So you can have the virus, and if you're running around enjoying everybody, the virus is going with you. You see, and because of white supremacy, I wrote papers back in the 1970s, the politics of black male passivity, the feminization, bisexuality, and homosexuality, to discuss how the white supremacy system, in order to survive genetically, put certain kinds of pressures on black men that would produce that. Because if you take men, if you take fathers out of the home, you will effeminize men. If you lynch and castrate men, you'll make them passive. And so we have an epidemic of black male bisexuality and homosexuality, and we didn't have it in Africa. So what I'm saying, the point is, wait a minute, the point is that therefore we have that potential of high virus activity amongst us. You know we have epidemic of drug use, again because of white supremacy, but we have it and it can be passed in that way. Because we have personality immaturity and the underdevelopment of psychosocial development, which will take place in the presence of oppression, we have adults who are having sexual activity with little children. And so the virus can go from the adult population to the child population and passed on from one child to another, because when children do not have mature parents, or only one parent in the home who was a teenager when she started having children, there is not adequate emotional support for children, and children will seek out sexual activity not because they are bad, not because they are dirty, but because they need a sense of closeness. And so they will engage in pathological activity that is not appropriate for them, but nonetheless the virus will pass on. so that every black person, because we have to be here so that we can have some more melanin conferences. If we don't pay attention to the presence of AIDS, we will not have the 10th melanin conference. You see, but people think, remember Earl Butts, the Secretary of Agriculture, who said all black people want is loose shoes, tight pussy, and a warm place to piss. That they can't control their behavior. You see what I'm saying? That they just gotta have it, gotta have it, gotta have it, I don't care nothing about it. We can surprise them. See, and I'm not against sex is magnificent. I'm here to testify it is. Okay? It's in my top 3. The point is, it's not a question about what I enjoy. It is a question of a higher long-range objective. Black people were put on the planet to bring justice and peace. That's how come the people who are supposed to dispense justice under white supremacy have on black robes. The people who are supposed to know about God, they also have on black robes. You see what I'm saying? That comes through even under white supremacy. So no, we have a purpose in being here. And our purpose is to make the planet and the universe right. We can be wiped out if we are not into the behaviors that are going to allow us to be here. And not only that, see, just like when Howard University said you can't teach here anymore, I was supposed to go on. That negative was really what was sending me on, what? To a higher level. And the AIDS virus. You see, by causing black people to pull in, stop being so loose. You see, when you corral and you control any urge, and you bring it on under your discipline, you lift your character to another level. So that the presence of AIDS and what we have found out about it has taught us some more critical information about who the enemy is. Because some of us think the enemy is ourselves. You see, but we have been able to see, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has said, who the devil is. Because only a devil, a doer of evil and injustice, could calculate and manufacture an evil and put it on people. So that there is a lesson. The lesson is not to go around white people and call names and hunkiness. No. You are polite. You are respectful. But you know what you are looking at. So maybe we can finally get it into our heads that we are playing a game just like a game of chess. And it's 2 sides to the chessboard. One side is the black-white players. One side is the white players. The other side is the black. The lesson in self-respect and everything that we have heard by all these brilliant people who have talked thus far at this conference, I'm not talking about myself, I'm talking about the other people. Seriously. All of those brilliant people are to help us get into respect of black so that we can play the black side of the chessboard. and stop running around talking about, I want to be on the white team. See, really, God is punishing that position. God said, I made you black because I wanted you to be that color. And if you don't respect it, you're going to get your behind kicked until you do. So we're trying to do what she wants us to do. But you all understand, what he, she doesn't matter. God is all the energy in the universe. Okay? But we are supposed to be on course. And we have been captured, and we have been confused, and we have been turned upside down, and we have been turned around, and we have been sent in the other direction. And the test of the mightiness of God is that after all of that has happened, we can come back and get right on beat. So we are going to surprise the universe. See, we are going to find the answer to AIDS. I'm here to tell you. See, if we don't find it, we will find it through our behavior, or we will find it through other means. And if we can get a sufficient number of people into the respect of their blackness, they will move in this universe, and they will move among the plants, and they will move wherever they need, and they will find the neutralization for that wicked virus, even if they don't bring it. But I do think this. I think the position of every black person and everybody who calls themselves a black leader, if they're not talking about AIDS, and if they're not raising the question, why was this written about in a book in 1969? I only had one question. I sent a letter to the American Medical Association. I said, why? I sent it to the American Psychiatric Association. I sent it to the United Nations and said, just explain it to me. How this little virus that was just supposed to come on the scene, why is it in a book published in 1969? And since the books have gone everywhere, the white people know that the books are gone everywhere. And you haven't heard anybody address that. They just have all these goo-gobby stories that are just lies, disinformation that don't ring true. But they haven't addressed the question, how could the little virus be talked about in 1968 and 1969? So we ask that question, and if they can't come forward with an answer, then we say that you've got to be practicing biological warfare against us. And you better come forward with the treatment, and you better come forward with the vaccine, and you better not charge us a penny for it.
All right.
Any so-called black leader that's not raising the question is simply a follower. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I could talk all night. Getting our melanin. Let me say this. Okay. See, somebody amongst the perfect black people. See, we're going to have to get an army. We're going to call all of the perfect black people. Come forward. Honestly. See, it's not a question of better, but we got to get the people with the power. See, everybody's got to train to use the melanin instrument. But those perfect black people, the ones that everybody talked about, think about it. Nobody wanted any children to color telephones. Did you ever think, did you ever wonder why they make the television black, they make the telephones black, they make the telescopes black, they make the cameras black? They have to make the technology to compete with what some people already have in their nervous systems. See, they're trying to make those instruments that can see energy, take pictures, do all kinds of things. But I'm saying this, nobody, doesn't matter whether you're black and white as a driven snow or perfect black. We all have to respect ourselves at the maximum level. But instead of degrading the perfect black people, we gotta say, come you all, come on, and practice using the instrument. Because if they think that they're going to make some hydrogen bombs and neutron bombs, we are going to make some frequency with the melanin that can bring them out of the sky. We're going to make some people's Star Wars programs look pitiful. We're going to have some melanin counter-war, weapons of justice. All of this evil of killing, the obscenity has got to stop. All the underdevelopment of children has got to stop. All of the people who are playing around with making children and don't know what the hue, H-U-E, man being is supposed to be, has got to stop. See, we got to have simultaneous war on many fronts. We are stopping AIDS. We are going to stop children having children. Why are we going to do that? We are going to produce parents, mothers who are 30 and fathers who are 35 before they had their first child. Now look at the vibrations. Do you see these lazy vibrations? You all don't agree with that. I mean, can you feel the vibes? It was a direct... I feel it. Still cold. But what am I talking about? See, it is a war. This is Armageddon. It is a war between the forces of good and the forces of evil. The white supremacy is the army of evil. And we have to produce soldiers who are willing and able to fight for justice. If you mistreat a little child because you are an underage, underdeveloped mother, an underage or underdeveloped father, you are going to produce one of the black people that is behind bars. There are thousands of black men behind bars, having sex with each other. Now that is what the war of white supremacy produced. But if we say, oh no, we're getting this thing together. See, it's just like learning tactics and strategies, playing the black side of the chessboard. No, we are going to produce mature mothers and fathers. So those mothers and fathers can produce soldiers. See, not people who are playing all the time, but use your pineal gland visualization screen. Bring to mind some tall, calm, quiet black people moving around with great dignity, men and women, quiet and great dignity. And they are controlling the forces in the universe. They're not going to be doing it like this. That won't get it. That's how come they say, this is your music. All that music to throw you off. See, we need music that will make soldiers. Music that will cause people to do nothing else other than to respect themselves. Music that's talking about sock it to me, baby, super freak and whatever is not it. But those are some masterful plays coming from the other side of the chessboard. That's why I say to white people, you all are masters. See, it's evil, it's unjust, I don't agree with it, but I mean masters at making those plays that destroy us. But if you have confidence in yourself, you always like a good challenge. So I tell them, play their best hand. How many people know that the under 14 chess champion in the United States is a black child? The first United States chess champion was a black man, light-skinned in New Orleans. They tried to play like he wasn't. And how many people know that Ray Charles is a master chess player and can't see the pieces? Plays with people who can see. Master chess player. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you all ask me some questions. I think there's something else to do today. But I have enjoyed talking with you. It's an inspiration for me to see you. Keep on melanin on. Somebody help me count. Any questions? Yes, sir. Real loud. Please sit down so that... Yes, sir.
In your talk, you mentioned several things about the pacification and feminization of men, and you also mentioned homosexuality in the same breath. I just want to clarify that hopefully you're not equating all homosexuality and lesbianism with white supremacy. I just want to clarify. Where are you coming from?
No, I'm coming from, we didn't have homosexuality in Africa.
That's what I'm saying, I don't agree with that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. He does not agree that we didn't have homosexuality in Africa, and that all homosexuality should not be lumped under coming from white supremacy. You know, I respect your point of view. I can just, let me share with you where I'm coming from, okay? That if you do remove men from families and you give relative power to women, that you will effeminize sons. First of all, because the women are angry with the men. Right. And so when they touch the male child, it's not a reinforcement of his masculinity. It's, there you go, looking like that no good father. Yeah. Sorry. And so that will make the male child want his nails polished and move away from. In addition to that, Cress theory on homosexuality. I gave this program in Washington. I paid for this hotel room and had tea and crumpets. And I was going to discuss the theory of homosexuality, not for the purpose of putting down anybody, that wasn't the point, but to talk about white supremacy and homosexuality evolving out from under white supremacy. And guess what? The only people that came were my family and 2 friends. Okay, but what I say is that if we look at the symbolism of the behavior itself, penis in the mouth, penis in the anus, which means that semen is being taken into the gastrointestinal tract. Now that means that there is a cry for male reinforcement. Now homosexuality was the dominant form of sexuality in Greece and Rome. I say that the white people are albino mutants that came from black people. Black people put them out and chased them up into Europe, and that's how they got in Europe. Okay, then they came back, but they're looking across the Mediterranean at those black men. And white men look at black men and see the standard of masculinity. And so they were into their sense of inadequacy, into their genetic inadequacy, because the black men could cause genetic annihilation and the white women like the black men, just like we do. Okay. I mean, what the white female's ideal mate is who? Tall, dark, and handsome. So, wait a minute, so that that's the historic struggle. The black male, the white male versus the black male. And so because the white male was feeling inadequate, genetically, that's why he had to take power away from the black man. So I say that's my theory, and you know what we're doing is sharing ideas, so I'm not knocking yours out, I'm just giving you mine. Because all the pieces in the puzzle, like my grandmother taught us how to make puzzles. And she said, first you got to put the outline, get all the pieces with the smooth edge, and lay them out first. Then you're going to have an easy time filling in the middle. And when we were little kids, you know how you get frustrated, so you try to make a piece fit. And she would say, no, the pieces have to fit smoothly. All the pieces have to fit together. And so I say that if you understand white supremacy, you can even understand sexism. See, sexism is what goes on fundamentally between the white male and the white female. You see, where he says, I feel inadequate to the black man, and I'm going to make sure that you are inadequate to me. Like white people used to come to me when I was in medical school and say, oh, I know you're having a hard time. Don't the men give you a hard time? Black men didn't give black women a hard time in medical school, but if you were a white woman in medical school with white men, you caught hell. Just like I said, my father didn't say you can't be anything. He said, be a doctor. You see, because the black man was not threatened in the same way by females. Now, we got sexism now. We got some little remnants of it. But we don't have what exists in the white population. And I'm saying that you can put all the pieces together if you understand the white position. And just like they've got what? Mostly heterosexually transmitted AIDS in Africa because the people are not into homosexuality. You see what I'm saying? And they don't have drug addiction because for the most part, they may be developing some of it in the cities. But if you take good care of babies, you will immunize children against drugs. See, if children have mature mothers and fathers, they don't have that kind of longing, that heroin. You see, in other words, under ideal conditions, if the black mother and black father mature, have a baby, by holding the baby and by the confidence, they're turning on the melanin centers to do their own work. And so the baby feels comfortable and is able to create those patterns of chemistry, neurochemistry, on its own. And so you could even put, here's your daily supply, Francis, of heroin. Here's your cocaine. You have to come to the central office and get your cocaine. And here's your marijuana. And here's your PCP. But if I had been held on the lap long enough with mature parents that said, ooh, it's piling up, I don't need it. So I'm saying that's my understanding. It's not about putting down. This is a thing that's been put on us. White supremacy has put us all into a distortion. You see, because of what? They're afraid of the melanin. Next question. Yes.
I have a question about your discussion on interracial relations. I listened to the tape that was played on the radio a while, and I've listened to this part over and over again, and I'm still confused because you explain how, well, the question was asked that by, mixing with Caucasians, wouldn't they be watering down their gene pool or endangering their species by letting in melanin or people, carrying melanin? You explain how that is the opposite. It's more detrimental to us. But I'm not clear on that.
Okay, let me try to explain quickly. That every time a war is fought, the general, let's say the general who is attacking or the aggressor, the general has to calculate how many of their own troops are they going to lose in order to destroy the enemy. You see, so that under white supremacy, the ultimate goal objective is to checkmate the king and the queen. And so if you want people to be confused about white supremacy, you put them in bed with you. They simply don't inherit your power. I mean, don't we have enough? Look at this room. I'm hard pressed to find a pure African. All of these different colors of miscegenation, white men in bed with black women. If that was going to get it, whatever. Do you understand what I'm saying? But they know if I can get them in bed with me one time, no matter whether I'm on the top or the bottom on those sheets, I have conquered their computers. That's right, because, I used to be able to look. I don't do it anymore because I don't have time. But I could look in a man's eyes and tell whether he was sleeping with a white woman. Right. About putting down. We're talking about the war. There are many ways to kill a soldier.
That's right.
You see, just like your grandparents would say, there's a lot of ways to skin a cat. You see, and so some people are, look, if you don't believe me, heck, there's some material from Botha, a speech that he gave to his cabinet in South Africa.
That's right.
Where he talks about the sex squad.
That's right.
Sikkim, Caroline, that looks like a black man that's going somewhere. Get in bed with him. Have you seen all these black ball players, $1 million ball players, fighting the dust? Do you know the older black man a coach told me? He said they do it, Dr. Welsing, with women. They get a little blonde woman, and she's looking up to this 6'8", 7'2" giant. Ooh, you're wonderful. I'd like to go out on a date with you. Third date, she introduces him to drugs. Because he's vulnerable. Every black man, maybe we got some exceptions who'll stand up. Brothers, if you all will testify, who is your ideal image? Do you understand what I'm saying? Who's the ideal image? Because black women know, it's like, oh, he's so cute, he's so light-skinned, he's got that curly hair, and the men are saying, ooh, who can withstand Cynthia Finkelstein? Blonde hair, blue eyes, blonde hair falling all over a black arm. That soldier's bitten the dust. That's why Neely Fuller says in his book, a black man who is trying to counter white supremacy, and a white girl says, white lady comes along and says, oh, aren't you in the office down the hall? I'd really like to talk with you sometime. And Neely Fuller says, I don't go into any room with you alone. can go get a black woman to come with me and help me fend off your attack. Wait a minute, you know how you conquer the enemy? By knowing your enemy and knowing yourself. 1,000 battles, 1,000 victories. My own nephew said to me, he's 28 years old, maybe when he was about 24, 25, he said, Francis, what do you think looking at those magazines, Penthouse, Esquire, you know, all those naked white women? See how quiet it is, ladies and gentlemen? Do you understand? Do you see how quiet the vibes just went trickling on down? Now you spend time looking at that. What kind of attitude can you have towards me? Just like a black woman, she's looking at Jesus, blonde hair and blue eyes. Jesus, I love you. Jesus, save me. Now, how is she going to really relate to a black man? Ladies and gentlemen, I think I have run all over my side. Who has a question? Yes, sir. Make it easy.
I understand that Mary was about 14 or 15-year-olds when she had Jesus. Now, you may think you can keep the young people from making babies like they've been doing for millions of years. I don't believe that myself. Either we're going to have to take care of our grandkids. That's right, our grandchildren. This society does not allow a young black man to take money legally enough to support a family. That's a phenomenon we're going to have to deal with. So as we get older and we have children that are of childbearing age, and I'm talking about 13 on up, face the truth. We're going to have to be ready to take care of them grandkids. And if the education don't go through the 14, 15-year-olds, we're going to have to teach the grandkids. And that's what's going to happen. You're not going to keep, and haven't stopped it for millions of years, young people having babies. No such thing as children having children. If they have children, they're not children.
He really wants to get me going. But let me share with you my point of view. Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. Don't leave, don't leave.
I'm saying that we have to stop being so materialistic and selfish. And we have to look at the real values that we're talking about. So,
let me just answer in these words. Melanin thinking doesn't accept the word can't. Okay? Now I'm saying as a psychiatrist, a child psychiatrist, and a general psychiatrist, do you know what children feel towards parents who abandon them? Did you ever ask a child whose mother was overwhelmed because now she was 20 and the child was 6? And she felt she couldn't deal with it anymore? Or what the male child feels towards the father that he never saw because he ran because the responsibility was too overwhelming? He feels like killing other black men. And so if we want to understand the black male on black male homicide, you got to come to terms with little children who say, you made a contract. When you got in bed and brought me into existence, you made a contract to stay with me and to take care of me. Now, grandmother was fine. Auntie was fine. The foster home was painful. The adoptive parents gave me everything materially that I want, but I want the people who brought me into this world. So if you are going to make people strong, we've got all kind of people taking heroin out of depression because they never felt mother love and father love, on cocaine. So I understand where you're coming from. If a child is here, it's got to be taken care of. But you've got to know that that personality has already been warped. And we're not going to make it, and we're going to teach the children why they can't do it. If you think that you can't stop having sex, that's like saying I can't stop urinating when I want to. You can control urinating, you can control moving your bowels into the appropriate place, and you can learn when to put the penis and the vagina together to bring it down. Because it's